Pixies. Only when Mistress Holly had retired to her apartment above the store would Dick Bobbins peep out from behind the furnace where he'd spent the day dreaming and drowsing and reading the books he borrowed from the shelves upstairs. He would carefully check the basement for unexpected visitors and listen for a telltale floorboard to creak from above. Only when he was very, very sure that the mistress, and especially her little dog, had both indeed gone upstairs, would he creep all the way out of his hidden hob-hole. Every night he followed the same routine. Standing on the cement floor, he brushed the shelves of his drab little jacket and combed his curly brown hair with his fingers. Rubbing his palms briskly together, he plucked last night's borrowed book from his hidey-hole and made his way up the steep basement steps to the store. Standing only 2 feet high, this might have been an arduous process all on its own, but he was quick and agile, as a hob should be, and in no time at all he'd be standing in among the books, considering where to begin the night's work. There was dusting and sweeping to do, books to be put away. Lovely books. It didn't matter to Dick if they were serious leather-bound tomes or paperbacks with garish covers. He loved them all, for they were filled with words, and words were magic to this hob. Wise and clever humans had used some marvelous spell to imbue each book with every kind of story and character you could imagine, and many you couldn't. If you knew the key to unlock the words, you could experience them all. Sometimes Dick would remember a time when he hadn't been able to read. All he could do then was riffle the pages and try to smell the stories out of them. But now, oh now, he was a magician too, for he could unearth the hidden enchantment in the books any time he wanted to. They were his nourishment and his joy, weren't they just? So first he worked, earning his keep. Then he would choose a new book from those that had come into the store while he was in his hob-hole, drowsing away the day. Sitting on top of one of the bookcases, he'd read until it got light outside, and it was time to return to his hiding place behind the furnace, the book under his arm in case he woke early and wanted to finish the story while he waited for the mistress to go to bed once more. I hate computers. Not when they do what they're supposed to. Not even when I'm the one who's made some stupid mistake, like deleting a file I didn't intend to, or exiting one without saving it. I've still got a few of those old war-horse programs on my machine that don't pop up a reminder asking if I want to save the file I was working on. No, it's when they seem to have a mind of their own, the keyboard freezing for no apparent reason. Getting an error message that you're out of disk space when you know you've got at least a couple of gigs free. Passwords becoming temporarily and certainly arbitrarily obsolete. Those and 100 other, usually minor, but always annoying irritations. Sometimes it's enough to make you want to pick up the nearest component of the machine and fling it against the wall. For all the effort they save, the little tasks that they automate, and their wonderful storage capacity, at times like this, when everything's going as wrong as it can go, their benefits can't come close to outweighing their annoyances. My present situation was partly my own fault. I'd been updating my inventory all afternoon, and before saving the file and backing it up, I'd decided to go on the internet to check some of my competitors' prices. The used book business, which is what I'm in, has probably the most arbitrary pricing in the world, though I suppose that can be expanded to include any business specializing in collectibles. I logged on without any trouble and went merrily browsing through listings on the various book search pages, making notes on the particularly interesting items, a few of which I actually had in stock. It wasn't until I tried to exit my browser that the trouble started. My browser wouldn't close, and I couldn't switch to another window, nor could I log off the internet. Deciding it had something to do with the page I was on, I know that doesn't make much sense, but I make no pretense to being more than vaguely competent when it comes to knowing how the software actually interfaces with the hardware. I called up the drop-down menu of My Favorites and clicked on my own home page. What I got was a fan shrine to pro wrestling star Steve Austin. I tried again and ended up at a commercial software site. The third time I was taken to the site of someone named Cindy Margolis, the most downloaded woman on the internet, according to the Guinness Book of World Records. Not on this computer, my dear. I made another attempt to get offline, then tried to access my home page again. Each time I found myself in some new outlandish and unrelated site. Finally, I tried one of the links on the last page I'd reached. It was supposed to bring me to Netscape's home page. Instead, I found myself on the website of a real estate company in Santa Fe, looking at a cluster of pictures of the vaguely Spanish-styled houses that they were selling. I sighed, tried to break my internet connection for what felt like the 100th time, but the Connect To window still wouldn't come up. I could have rebooted, of course. That would have gotten me offline. But it would also mean that I'd lose the whole afternoon's work because, being the stupid woman I was, I hadn't had the foresight to save the stupid file before I went gadding about on the stupid internet. "Oh, you stupid machine," I muttered. From the front window display where she was napping, I heard Snippet, my Jack Russell Terrier, stir. I turned to reassure her that, no, she was still my perfect little dog. When I swiveled my chair to face the computer again, I realized that there was a woman standing on the other side of the counter. I'd seen her come into the store earlier, but I'd lost track of everything in my one-sided battle of wits with the computer, it having the wits, of course. She was a very striking woman, her dark brown hair falling in pre-Raphaelite curls that were streaked with green, her eyes both warm and distant, like an odd mix of a perfect summer's day and the mystery you can feel swell up inside you when you look up into the stars on a crisp, clear autumn night. There was something familiar about her, but I couldn't quite place it. She wasn't one of my regulars. She gave me a sympathetic smile. "I suppose it was only a matter of time before they got into the computers," she said. I blinked. "What?" "Try putting your sweater on inside out." My face had to be registering the confusion I was feeling, but she simply continued to smile. "I know it sounds silly," she said, "but humor me. Give it a try." Anyone in retail knows you get all kinds, and the second-hand market gets more than its fair share, trust me on that. If there's a loopy person anywhere within 100 blocks of my store, you can bet they'll eventually find their way inside. The woman standing on the other side of my counter looked harmless enough, if somewhat exotic, but you just never know any more, do you? "What have you got to lose?" she asked. I was about to lose an afternoon's work as things stood, so what was a little pride on top of that? I stood up and took my sweater off, turned it inside out, and put it back on again. "Now give it a try," the woman said. I called up the Connected To window, and this time it came up. When I put the cursor on the Disconnect button and clicked, I was logged off. I quickly shut down my browser and saved the file I'd been working on all afternoon. "You're a lifesaver," I told the woman. "How did you know that would work?" I paused, thought about what I'd just said. What had just happened? Why would that work? "I've had some experience with pixies and their like," she said. "Pixies," I repeated. "You think there are pixies in my computer?" "Hopefully not. If you're lucky, they're still on the internet and didn't follow you home." I gave her a curious look. "You're serious, aren't you?" "At times," she said, smiling again, "and this is one of them." I thought about one of my friends, an electronic pen pal in Arizona, who has this theory that the first atom bomb detonation forever changed the way that magic would appear in the world. According to him, the spirits live in the wires now instead of the trees. They travel through phone and modem lines, take up residence in computers and appliances where they live on electricity and Lord knows what else. It looked like Richard wasn't alone in his theories, not that I pooh-poohed them myself. I'm part of a collective that originated this electronic database called the Wordwood. After it took on a life of its own, I pretty much keep an open mind about things that most people would consider preposterous. I'd like to buy this, the woman went on. She held up a trade paperback copy of The Beggar's Shore by Zach Mucha. Good choice, I said. It never surprises me how many truly excellent books end up in the secondary market. Not that I'm complaining, it's what keeps me in business. Please take it as thanks for your advice, I added. You're sure? I looked down at my computer where my afternoon's work was now safely saved in its file. Oh, yes, I told her. Thank you, she said. Reaching into her pocket, she took out a business card and gave it to me. Call me if you ever need any other advice along the same lines. The business card simply said, The Kellidys, in a large script. Under it were the names Moran and Karen and a phone number. Now I knew why, earlier, she'd seemed familiar. It had just been seeing her here in the store, out of context, that had thrown me. I love your music, I told her. I've seen you and your husband play several times. She gave me another of those kind smiles of hers. You can probably turn your sweater around again now, she said as she left. Snippet and I watched her walk by the window. I took off my sweater and put it back on properly. Time for your walk, I told Snippet. But first, let me back up this file to a zip disk. That night, after the mistress and her little dog had gone upstairs, Dick Bobbins crept out of his hob-hole and made his nightly journey up to the store. He replaced the copy of The Woods Colt that he'd been reading, putting it neatly back on the fiction shelf under W for Williamson, fetched the duster and started his work. He finished the history and local interest sections, dusting and straightening the books, and was climbing up onto the poetry shelves near the back of the store when he paused, hearing something from the front of the store. Reflected in the front window, he could see the glow of the computer's monitor and realized that the machine had turned on by itself. That couldn't be good. A faint giggle spilled out of the computer's speakers, quickly followed by a chorus of other voices, tittering and snickering. That was even less good. A male face appeared on the screen, looking for all the world as though it could see out of the machine. Behind him other faces appeared, a whole gaggle of little men in green clothes, good-naturedly pushing and shoving each other, whispering and giggling. They were red-haired like the mistress, but there the resemblance ended. Where she was pretty, they were ugly, with short faces, turned-up noses, squinting eyes and pointed ears. This wasn't good at all, Dick thought, recognizing the Pixies for what they were. Everybody knew how you spelled trouble. It was Pixy. And then they started to clamber out of the screen, which shouldn't have been possible at all, but Dick was a hob, and he understood that just because something shouldn't be able to happen didn't mean it couldn't, or wouldn't. Oh, this is bad, he said mournfully. Bad, bad, bad. He gave a quick look up to the ceiling. He had to warn the mistress, but it was already too late. Between one thought and the next, a dozen or more Pixies had climbed out of the computer onto her desk, not the one of them taller than his own waist. They began riffling through her papers, using her pens and ruler as swords to poke at each other. Two of them started a pushing match that resulted in a small stack of books falling off the side of the desk. They landed with a bang on the floor. The sound was so loud that Dick was sure the mistress would come down to investigate, she and her fierce little dog. The Pixies all stood like little statues until first one, then another started to giggle again. When they began to all shove at a bigger stack of books, Dick couldn't wait any longer. Quick as a monkey, he scurried down to the floor. "Stop!" he shouted as he ran to the front of the store. And, "Here, you!" and, "Don't!" The Pixies turned at the sound of his voice, and Dick skidded to a stop. "Oh," he said. The little men were still giggling and elbowing each other, but there was a wicked light in their eyes now, and they were all looking at him with those dark, considering gazes. Poor Dick realized that he hadn't thought any of this through in the least bit properly, for now that he had their attention, he had no idea what to do with it. They might only be a third his size, individually, but there were at least 20 of them, and everybody knew just how mean a pixie could be, did he set his mind to it. "Well, will you look at that?" one of the pixies said. "It's a little hobbardy man." He looked at his companions. "What shall we do with him?" "Smash him!" "Whack him!" "Find a puddle and drown him!" Dick turned and fled, back the way he'd come. The pixies streamed from the top of Mistress Holly's desk, laughing wickedly and shouting threats as they chased him. Up the poetry shelves Dick went, all the way to the very top. When he looked back down, he saw that the pixies weren't following the route he'd taken. He allowed himself a moment's relief. Perhaps he was safe. Perhaps they couldn't climb. Perhaps they were afraid of heights. Or, he realized with dismay, perhaps they meant to bring the whole bookcase crashing down, and him with it. For the little men had gathered at the bottom of the bookcase and were putting their shoulders to its base. They might be small, but they were strong, and soon the tall stand of shelves was tottering unsteadily, swaying back and forth. A loose book fell out. Then another. "No, no, you mustn't!" Dick cried down to them. But he was too late. With cries of "Hooray!" from the little men below, the bookcase came tumbling down, spraying books all around it. It smashed into its neighbor, bringing that stand of shelves down as well. By the time Dick hit the floor, hundreds of books were scattered all over the carpet, and he was sitting on top of a tall, unsteady mountain of poetry, clutching his head, awaiting the worst. The pixies came clambering up its slopes, the wicked lights in their eyes shining fierce and bright. He was, Dick realized, about to become an ex-hob, except then he heard the door to Mistress Holly's apartment open at the top of the back stairs. Rescued, he thought, and not a moment too soon. She would chase them off. All the little men froze, and Dick looked for a place to hide from the mistress's gaze. But the pixies seemed unconcerned. Another soft round of giggles arose from them as, one by one, they transformed into soft, glittering lights no bigger than the mouth of a shot-glass. The lights rose up from the floor where they'd been standing and went sailing toward the front of the store. When the mistress appeared at the foot of the stairs, her dog at her heels, she didn't even look at the fallen bookshelves. She saw only the lights, her eyes widening with happy delight. "Oh, no," Dick thought. "They're Pixie leading her." The little dog began to growl and bark and tug at the hem of her long flannel nightgown, but she paid no attention to it. Smiling a dreamy smile, she lifted her arms above her head like a ballerina and began to follow the dancing lights to the front of the store. Dick watched as pixie magic made the door pop open and a gust of chilly air burst in. Goosebumps popped up on the mistress's forearms, but she never seemed to notice the cold. Her gaze was locked on the lights as they swooped around and around in a gallop-trap circle, then went shimmering out onto the street beyond. In moments she would follow them, out into the night, and who knew what terrible danger. Her little dog let go of her hem and ran ahead, barking at the lights, but it was no use. The pixies weren't frightened, and the mistress wasn't roused. It was up to him, Dick realized. He ran up behind her and grabbed her ankle, bracing himself. Like the pixies, he was much stronger than his size might give him to appear. He held firm as the mistress tried to raise her foot. She lost her balance, and down she went, down and down, toppling like some enormous tree. Dick jumped back, hands to his mouth, appalled at what he'd had to do. She banged her shoulder against a display at the front of the store, sending yet another mass of books cascading onto the floor. Landing heavily on her arms, she stayed bent over for a long time before she finally looked up. She shook her head as though to clear it. The pixie lights had returned to the store, buzzing angrily about, but it was no use. The spell had been broken. One by one, they zoomed out of the store, down the street, and were quickly lost from sight. The mistress's little dog ran back out onto the sidewalk and continued to bark at them long after they were gone. "Please let me be dreaming," the mistress said. Dick stooped quickly out of sight as she looked about at the sudden ruin of the store. He peeked at her from his hiding place, watched her rub at her face, then slowly stand up and massage her shoulder where it had hit the display. She called the dog back in, but stood in the doorway herself for a long time, staring out at the street before she finally shut and locked the door behind her. Oh, it was all such a horrible, terrible, awful mess. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," Dick murmured, his voice barely a whisper, tears blurring his eyes. The mistress couldn't hear him. She gave the store another survey, then shook her head. "Come on, Snippet," she said to the dog. "We're going back to bed, because this is just a dream." She picked her way through the fallen books and shelves as she spoke. "And when we wake up tomorrow, everything will be back to normal." But it wouldn't be. Dick knew. This was more of a mess than even the most industrious of Hobbs could clear up in just one night. But he did what he could until the morning came, one eye on the task at hand, the other on the windows in case the horrible Pixies decided to return. Though what he'd do if they did, probably only the moon knew, and she wasn't telling. Did you ever wake up from the weirdest, most unpleasant dream, only to find that it wasn't a dream at all? When I came down to the store that morning, I literally had to lean against the wall at the foot of the stairs and catch my breath. I felt all faint and woozy. Snippet walked daintily ahead of me, sniffing the fallen books and whining softly. An earthquake, I told myself. That's what it had been. I must have woken up right after the main shock, come down half asleep and seen the mess, and just gone right back to bed again, thinking I was dreaming. Except there'd been those dancing lights, like a dozen or more Tinkerbells, or fireflies, calling me to follow out into the night until I'd tripped and fallen. I shook my head slowly, trying to clear it. My shoulder was still sore, and I massaged it as I took in the damage. Actually, the mess wasn't as bad as it had looked at first. Many of the books appeared to have toppled from the shelves and landed in relatively alphabetical order. Snippet whined again, but this time it was her "I really have to go" whine, so I grabbed her leash and a plastic bag from behind the desk, and out we went for her morning constitutional. It was brisk outside, but warm for early December, and there still wasn't any snow. At first glance, the damage from the quake appeared to be fairly marginal, considering it had managed to topple a couple of the bookcases in my store. The worst I could see were that all garbage canisters on the block had been overturned, the wind picking up the paper litter and carrying it in eddying pools up and down the street. Other than that, everything seemed pretty much normal. At least it did until I stopped into Café Joe's down the street to get my morning latte. Joe La Peña had originally operated a sandwich bar at the same location, but with the coming of Starbucks to town, he'd quickly seen which way the wind was blowing and renovated his place into a café. He'd done a good job with the decor. His café was every bit as contemporary and urban as any of the other high-end coffee bars in the city, the only real difference being that, instead of young college kids with rings through their noses, you got Joe serving the lattes and espressos. Joe, with his broad shoulders and meaty, tattooed forearms, a fat caterpillar of a black mustache perched on his upper lip. Before I could mention the quake, Joe started to tell me how he'd opened up this morning to find every porcelain mug in the store broken. None of the other breakables, not the plates or coffee makers. Nothing else was even out of place. "What a weird quake it was," I said. "Quake?" Joe said. "What quake?" I waved a hand at the broken china he was sweeping up. "This was vandals," he said. "Some little bastards broke in and had themselves a laugh." So I told him about the bookcases in my shop, but he only shook his head. "You hear anything about a quake on the radio?" he asked. "I wasn't listening to it." "I was. There was nothing. And what kind of a quake only breaks mugs and knocks over a couple of bookcases?" Now that I thought of it, it was odd that there hadn't been any other disruption in my own store. If those bookcases had come down, why hadn't the front window display? I'd noticed a few books had fallen off my desk, but that was about it. "It's so weird," I repeated. Joe shook his head. "Nothing weird about it. Just some punks out having their idea of fun." By the time I got back to my own store, I didn't know what to think. Snippet and I stopped in at a few other places along the strip, and while everyone had damage to report, none of it was what could be put down to a quake. In the bakery, all the pies had been thrown against the front windows. In the hardware store, each and every electrical bulb was smashed, though they looked as though they'd simply exploded. All the rolls of paper towels and toilet paper from the grocery store had been tossed up into the trees behind their shipping and receiving bays, turning the bare-branched oaks and elms into bizarre, mummy-like versions of themselves. And on it went. The police arrived not long after I returned to the store. I felt like such a fool when one of the detectives came by to interview me. Yes, I'd heard the crash and come down to investigate. No, I hadn't seen anything. I couldn't bring myself to mention the dancing lights. No, I hadn't thought to phone it in. "I thought I was dreaming," I told him. "I was half asleep when I came downstairs and didn't think it had really happened. It wasn't until I came back down in the morning." The detective was of the opinion that it had been gang-related, kids out on the prowl, egging each other on until it had gotten out of control. I thought about it when he left and knew he had to be right. The damage we'd sustained was all on the level of pranks, mean-spirited to be sure, but pranks nonetheless. I didn't like the idea of our little area being the sudden target of vandals, but there really wasn't any other logical explanation. At least none occurred to me until I stepped back into the store and glanced at my computer. That's when I remembered Moran Kelledy, how she'd gotten me to turn my sweater inside out, and the odd things she'd been saying about Pixies on the web. If you're lucky, they're still on the internet and didn't follow you home. Of course, that wasn't even remotely logical, but it made me think. After all, if the Wordwood database could take on a life of its own, who was to say that Pixies on the internet was any more improbable? As my friend Richard likes to point out, everyone has odd problems with their computers that could as easily be attributed to mischievous spirits as to software glitches. At least they could be if your mind was inclined to think along those lines, and mine certainly was. I stood for a long moment staring at the screen of my computer. I don't know exactly at what point I realized that the machine was on. I'd turned it off last night before Snippet and I went up to the apartment, and I hadn't stopped to turn it on this morning before we'd gone out. So either I was getting monumentally forgetful, or I'd turned it on while sleepwalking last night, or... I glanced over at Snippet, who was once again sniffing everything as though she'd never been in the store before, or as if someone or something interesting and strange had. "This is silly," I said. But I dug out Moran's card and called the number on it all the same, staring at the computer screen as I did. I just hoped nobody had been tinkering with my files. Bookstore hobs are a relatively recent phenomenon, dating back only a couple of 100 years. Dick knew hobs back home in the old country who'd lived in the same household for 3 times that length of time. He'd been a farm hob himself once, living on a Devon steading for 212 years, until a new family moved in and began to take his services for granted. When one year they actually dared to complain about how poorly the harvest had been put away, he'd thrown every bit of it down into a nearby ravine and set off to find new habitation. A cousin who lived in a shop had suggested to Dick that he try the same, but there were fewer commercial establishments in those days, and they all had their own hob by the time he went looking, first up into Somerset, then back down through Devon, finally moving west to Cornwall. In the end, he made his home in a small cubby-hole of a bookstore he found in Penzance. He lived there for years until the place went out of business, the owner setting sail for North America with plans to open another shop in the new land once he arrived. Dick had followed, taking up residence in the new store when it was established. That was where he taught himself to read. But he soon discovered that stores didn't have the longevity of a farm. They opened and closed up business seemingly on nothing more than a whim, which made it a hard life for a hob, always looking for a new place to live. By the latter part of this century, he had moved 12 times in the space of 5 years before finally settling into the place he now called home, the bookstore of his present mistress, with its simple sign out front, Holyrood, used books. He discovered that a quality used bookstore was always the best. Libraries were good too, but they were usually home to displaced gargoyles and the ghosts of writers, and had no room for a hob as well. He tried new bookstores, but the smaller ones couldn't keep him busy enough, and the large ones were too bright, their hours of business too long. And he loved the wide and eclectic range of old and new books to be explored in a shop such as Mistress Holly's, titles that wandered far from the beaten path, or worthy books no longer in print, but none the less inspired. The stories he found in them sustained him in a way that nothing else could, for they fed the heart and the spirit. But this morning, sitting behind the furnace, he only felt old and tired. There'd been no time to read at all last night, and he hadn't thought to bring a book down with him when he finally had to leave the store. "I hate Pixies," he said, his voice soft and lonely in the darkness. "I really, really do." Fairy and Pixies had never gotten along, especially not since the last pitched battle between them in the old country, when the fairies had been driven back across the River Parrot, leaving everything west of the Parrot as Pixieland. For years, hobs such as Dick had lived a clandestine existence in their little steadings, avoiding the attention of Pixies whenever they could. Dick hadn't needed last night's experience to tell him why. After a while he heard the mistress and her dog leave the store, so he crept out from behind the furnace to stand guard in case the Pixies returned while the pair of them were gone. Though what he would do if the Pixies did come back, he still had no idea. He was an absolute failure when it came to protecting anything. That had been made all too clear last night. Luckily, the question never arose. Mistress Holly and the dog returned, and he slipped back behind the furnace, morosely clutching his knees and rocking back and forth, waiting for the night to come. He could hear life go on upstairs. Someone came by to help the mistress right the fallen bookcases. Customers arrived and left, with much discussion of the vandalism on the street. Most of the time he could hear only the mistress, replacing the books on their shelves. "I should be doing that," Dick said. "That's my job." But he was only an incompetent hob, concealed in his hidey-hole, of no use to anyone until they all went to bed and he could go about his business. And even then, any ruffian could come along and bully him, and what could he do to stop them? Dick's mood went from bad to worse, from sad to sadder still. It might have lasted all the day, growing unhappier with each passing hour, except at mid-morning he suddenly sat up, ears and nose quivering. A presence had come into the store above, a piece of an old mystery, walking about as plain as could be. He realized that he'd sensed it yesterday as well, while he was dozing. Then he'd put it down to the dream he was wandering in, forgetting all about it when he woke. But today, wide awake, he couldn't ignore it. There was an oak king's daughter upstairs, an old and powerful spirit walking far from her woods. He began to shiver. Important fairy such as she wouldn't be out and about unless the need was great. His shiver deepened. Perhaps she'd come to reprimand him for the job so poorly done. She might turn him into a stick or a mouse. Oh, this was very bad. First Pixies, now this. Whatever was he going to do? However could he even begin to explain that he'd meant to chase the Pixies away? Truly he had, but he simply wasn't big enough, nor strong enough. Perhaps not even brave enough. He rocked back and forth harder now, his face burrowed against his knees. After I'd made my call to Moran, Samuel, who works at the deli down the street, came by and helped me stand the bookcases upright once more. The deli hadn't been spared a visit from the vandals either. He told me that they'd taken all the sausages out of the freezer and used them to spell out rude words on the floor. "Remember when all we had to worry about was some graffiti on the walls outside?" he asked when he was leaving. I was still replacing books on the shelves when Moran arrived. She looked around the store while I expanded on what I'd told her over the phone. Her brow furrowed thoughtfully, and I was wondering if she was going to tell me to put my sweater on backwards again. "You must have a hob in here," she said. "A what?" It was the last thing I expected her to say. "A hobgoblin," she said. "A brownie, a little fairy man who dusts and tidies and keeps things neat." "I just thought it didn't get all that dirty," I said, realizing as I spoke how ridiculous that sounded. Because when I thought about it, a helpful brownie living in the store explained a lot. While I certainly ran the vacuum cleaner over the carpets every other morning or so, and dusted when I could, the place never seemed to need much cleaning. My apartment upstairs required more, and it didn't get a fraction of the traffic. And it wasn't just the cleaning. The store, for all its clutter, was organized, though half the time I didn't know how. But I always seemed to be able to lay my hand on whatever I needed to find without having to root about too much. Books often got put away without my remembering I'd done it. Others mysteriously vanished, then reappeared a day or so later, properly filed in their appropriate section, even if they had originally disappeared from the top of my desk. I rarely needed to alphabetize my sections, while my colleagues in other stores were constantly complaining of the mess their customers left behind. "But aren't you supposed to leave cakes and cream out for them?" I found myself asking. "You never leave a specific gift," Moran said, "not unless you want him to leave. It's better to simply forget a cake or a sweet treat on one of the shelves when you leave for the night." "I haven't even done that. What could he be living on?" Moran smiled as she looked around the store. "Maybe the books nourish him. Stranger things have been known to happen in Fairy." "Fairy," I repeated slowly. Bad enough I'd helped create a database on the internet that had taken on a life of its own. Now my store was in Fairy, or at least straddling the border, I supposed. Maybe the one had come about because of the other. "Your hob will know what happened here last night," Moran said. "But how would we even go about asking him?" It seemed a logical question, since I'd never known I had one living with me in the first place, but Moran only smiled. "Oh, I can usually get their attention," she told me. She called out something in a foreign language, a handful of words that rang with great strength and appeared to linger and echo longer than they should. The poor little man who came sidling up from the basement in response looked absolutely terrified. He was all curly hair and raggedy clothes, with a broad face that, I assumed from the laugh lines, normally didn't look so miserable. He was carrying a battered little leather carpet-bag and held a brown cloth cap in his hand. He couldn't have been more than 2 feet tall. All I could do was stare at him, though I did have the foresight to pick up Snippet before she could lunge in his direction. I could feel the growl rumbling in her chest more than hear it. I think she was as surprised as me to find that he'd been living in our basement all this time. Moran sat on her haunches, bringing her head down to the general level of the hobs. To put him at ease, I supposed, so I did the same myself. The little man didn't appear to lose any of his nervousness. I could see his knees knocking against each other, his cheek twitching. "Begging your pardon, your ladyship," he said to Moran. His gaze slid to me, and I gave him a quick smile. He blinked, swallowed hard, and returned his attention to my companion. "Dick Bobbins," he added, giving a quick nod of his head. "At your service, as it were. I'll just be on my way then, no harm done." "Why are you so frightened of me?" Moran asked. He looked at the floor. "Well, you're a king's daughter, aren't you just? And I'm only me." "A king's daughter?" I thought. Moran smiled. "We're all only who we are, no one of more importance than the other." "Easy for you to say," he began. Then his eyes grew wide, and he put a hand to his mouth. "Oh, that was a bad thing to say to such a great and wise lady such as yourself." Moran glanced at me. "They think we're like movie stars," she explained, "just because we were born in a court instead of a hob-hole." I was getting a bit of a case of the celebrity nerves myself. Court? King's daughter? Who exactly was this woman? "But you know," she went on, returning her attention to the little man, "my father's court was only a glade, our palace no more than a tree." He nodded quickly, giving her a thin smile that never reached his eyes. "Well, wonderful to meet you," he said. "Must be on my way now." He picked up his carpet-bag and started to sidle toward the other aisle that wasn't blocked by what he must see as two great big hulking women and a dog. "But we need your help," Moran told him. Whereupon he burst into tears. The mothering instinct that makes me such a sap for Snippet kicked into gear, and I wanted to hold him in my arms and comfort him. But I had Snippet to consider, straining in my grip, the growl in her chest quite audible now, and I wasn't sure how the little man would have taken my sympathies. After all, he might be child-sized, but for all his tears he was obviously an adult, not a child. And if the stories were anything to go by, he was probably older than me, by a few 100 years. Moran had no such compunction. She slipped up to him and put her arms around him, cradling his face against the crook of her shoulder. It took a while before we coaxed the story out of him. I locked the front door, and we went upstairs to my kitchen, where I made tea for us all. Sitting at the table, raised up to the proper height by a stack of books, Dick told us about the Pixies coming out of the computer screen, how they'd knocked down the bookcases and finally disappeared into the night. The small mug I'd given him looked enormous in his hands. He fell silent when he was done and stared glumly down at the steam rising from his tea. "But none of what they did was your fault," I told him. "Kind of you to say," he managed. He had to stop and sniff, wipe his nose on his sleeve. "But if I'd been braver—" "They would have drowned you in a puddle," Moran said. "And I think you were brave, shouting at them the way you did, and then rescuing your mistress from being pixie-led." I remembered those dancing lights and shivered. I knew those stories as well. There weren't any swamps or marshes to be led into around here, but there were 18-wheelers out on the highway only a few blocks away. Entranced as I'd been, the Pixies could easily have walked me right out in front of any one of them. I was lucky to have only a sore shoulder. "Do you really think so?" he asked, sitting up a little straighter. We both nodded. Snippet was lying under my chair, her curiosity having been satisfied that Dick was only one more visitor, and therefore out of bounds in terms of biting and barking at. There'd been a nervous moment while she'd sniffed at his trembling hand, and he'd looked as though he was ready to scurry up one of the bookcases, but they quickly made their peace. Now Snippet was only bored and had fallen asleep. "Well," Moran said, "it's time we put our heads together and considered how we can put our unwanted visitors back where they came from and keep them there." "Back onto the Internet?" I asked. "Do you really think we should?" "Well, we could try to kill them." I shook my head. That seemed too extreme. I started to protest, only to see that she'd been teasing me. "We could take 1,000 of them out of the web," Moran said, "and still not have them all. Once tricksy folk like Pixies have their foot in a place, you can't ever be completely rid of them." She smiled. "But if we can get them to go back in, there are measures we can take to stop them from troubling you again." "And what about everybody else online?" I asked. Moran shrugged. "They'll have to take their chances, just like they do when they go for a walk in the woods. The little people are everywhere." I glanced across my kitchen table to where the hob was sitting and thought, no kidding. "The trick, if you'll pardon my speaking out of turn," Dick said, "is to play on their curiosity." Moran gave him an encouraging smile. "We want your help," she said. "Go on." The little man sat up straighter still and put his shoulders back. "We could use a book that's never been read," he said. "We could put it in the middle of the road in front of the store. That would certainly make me curious." "An excellent idea," Moran told him. "And then we could use the old spell of bell, book, and candle. The churchmen stole that one from us." Even I'd heard of it. Bell, book, and candle had once been another way of saying excommunication in the Catholic Church. After pronouncing the sentence, the officiating cleric would close his book, extinguish the candle, and toll the bell as if for someone who had died. The book symbolized the book of life, the candle a man's soul, removed from the sight of God as the candle had been from the sight of men. But I didn't get the unread book bit. "Do you mean a brand new book?" I asked. "A particular copy that nobody might have opened yet, or one that's so bad that no one's actually made their way all the way through it?" "Though someone would have had to," Dick said, "for it to have been published in the first place. I meant the way books were made in the old days, with the pages still sealed. You had to cut them apart as you read them." "Oh, I remember those," Moran said, like she was there. I took another look at her and sighed. Maybe she had been. "Do you have any like that?" she asked. "Yes," I said slowly, unable to hide my reluctance. I didn't particularly like the idea of putting a collector's item like that out in the middle of the road, but in the end, that's what we did. The only book I had that passed Dick's inspection was The Trembling of the Veil by William Butler Yeats, number 71 of a 1,000-copy edition privately printed by T. Werner Laurie Limited in 1922. All the pages were still sealed at the top. It was currently listing on the Internet in the $450 to $500 range, and I kept it safely stowed away in the glass-doored bookcase that held my first editions. The other two items were easier to deal with. I had a lovely brass bell that my friend Tatiana had given me for Christmas last year, and a whole box of fat white candles just because I liked to burn them. But it broke my heart to go out onto the street around 2 a.m. and place the Yeats on the pavement. We left the front door to the store ajar, the computer on. I wasn't entirely sure how we were supposed to lure the Pixies back into the store and then onto the Internet once more, but Moran took a flute out of her bag and fit the wooden pieces of it together. She spoke of a calling on music, and Dick nodded sagely, so I simply went along with their better experience. Mind you, I also wasn't all that sure that my Yeats would actually draw the Pixies back in the first place, but what did I know? We all hid in the alleyway running between my store and the futon shop, except for Snippet, who was locked up in my apartment. She hadn't been very pleased by that. After an hour of crouching in the cold in the alley, I wasn't feeling very pleased myself. What if the Pixies didn't come? What if they did, but they approached from the fields behind the store and came traipsing up this very alleyway? By 3:30 we all had a terrible chill. Looking up at my apartment, I could see Snippet lying in the window of the dining room, looking down at us. She didn't appear to have forgiven me yet, and I would happily have changed places with her. Maybe we should just— I didn't get to finish with "call it a night." Moran put a finger to her lips and hugged the wall. I looked past her to the street. At first I didn't see anything. There was just my Yeats lying there on the pavement, waiting for a car to come and run over it. But then I saw the little man, not even half the size of Dick, come creeping up from the sewer grating. He was followed by two more. Another pair came down the brick wall of the temporary office help building across the street. Small dancing lights that I remembered too clearly from last night dipped and wove their way from the other end of the block, descending to the pavement and becoming more of the little men when they drew near to the book. One of them poked at it with his foot, and I had visions of them tearing it apart. Moran glanced at Dick, and he nodded, mouthing the words, "That's the lot of them." She nodded back and took her flute out from under her coat where she'd been keeping it warm. At this point, I wasn't really thinking of how the calling music would work. I'm sure my mouth hung agape as I stared at the Pixies. I felt lightheaded, a big grin tugging at my lips. Yes, they were pranksters, and mean-spirited ones at that, but they were also magical. The way they'd changed from little lights to little men, I'd never seen anything like it before. The hob who lived in my bookstore was magical too, of course, but somehow it wasn't the same thing. He was already familiar, so down to earth. Sitting around during the afternoon and evening while we waited, I'd had a delightful time talking books with him, as though he were an old friend. I'd completely forgotten that he was a little magic man himself. The Pixies were truly puzzled by the book. I suppose it would be odd from any perspective, a book that old, never once having been opened or read. It defeated the whole purpose of why it had been made. I'm not sure when Moran began to play her flute. The soft, breathy sound of it seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once, a resonant wave of slow, stately notes, one falling after the other, rolling into a melody that was at once hauntingly strange and heart-achingly familiar. The Pixies lifted their heads at the sound. I wasn't sure what I'd expected, but when they began to dance, I almost clapped my hands. They were so funny. Their bodies kept perfect time to the music, but their little eyes glared at Moran as she stepped out of the alley and Pied Pipered them into the store. Dick fetched the Yeats, and then he and I followed after, arriving in time to see the music make the little men dance up onto my chair, onto the desk, until they began to vanish one by one into the screen of my monitor, a fat candle sitting on top of it, its flame flickering with their movement. Dick opened the book, and I took the bell out of my pocket. Moran brought the flute down from her lips. "Now," she said. Dick slapped the book closed. She leaned forward and blew out the candle, while I began to chime the bell, the clear brass notes ringing in the silence left behind by the flute. We saw a horde of little faces staring out at us from the screen, eyes glaring. One of the little men actually popped back through, but Dick caught him by the leg and tossed him back into the screen. Moran laid her flute down on the desk and brought out a garland she'd made earlier of rowan twigs, green leaves, and red-berry sprigs, still attached in places. When she laid it on top of the monitor, we heard the modem dial up my internet service. When the connection was made, the little men vanished from the screen. The last turned his bum toward us and let out a loud fart before he, too, was gone. The three of us couldn't help it. We all broke up. "That went rather well," Moran said when we finally caught our breath. "My husband Karen is usually the one to handle this sort of thing, but it's nice to know I haven't forgotten how to deal with such rascals myself. And it's probably best he didn't come along this evening. He can seem rather fierce, and I don't doubt poor Dick here would have thought him far too menacing." I looked around the store. "Where is Dick?" I asked. But the little man was gone. I couldn't believe it. Surely he hadn't just up and left us like in the stories. "Hobs and brownies," Moran said when I asked, her voice gentle. "They tend to take their leave rather abruptly when the tale is done." "I thought you had to leave them a suit of clothes or something." Moran shrugged. "Sometimes simply being identified is enough to make them go." "Why does it have to be like that?" "I'm not really sure. I suppose it's a rule or something, or a guise, a thing that has to happen. Or perhaps it's no more than a simple habit they've handed down from one generation to the next." "But I loved the idea of him living here," I said. "I thought it would be so much fun. With all the work he's been doing, I'd have been happy to make him a partner." Moran smiled. "Fairy and commerce don't usually go hand in hand." "But you and your husband play music for money." Her smile grew wider, her eyes enigmatic, but also amused. "What makes you think we're fairy?" she asked. "Well, that is, I'll tell you a secret," she said, relenting. "We're something else again, but what exactly that might be, even we have no idea anymore. Mostly we're the same as you. Where we differ is that Karen and I always live with half a foot in the other world that you've only visited these past few days. And only the borders of it, I'm sure." She shrugged. "Fairy is everywhere. It just seems closer at certain times, in certain places." She began to take her flute apart and stow the wooden pieces away in the instrument's carrying case. "Your hob will be fine," she said. "The kindly ones, such as he, always find a good household to live in." "I hope so," I said. But all the same, I was really looking forward to getting to know him better. Dick Bobbins got an odd feeling listening to the two of them talk, his mistress and the Oak King's daughter. Neither was quite what he'd expected. Mistress Holly was far kinder and not at all the brusque, rather self-centered human that figured in so many old hob fireside tales. And her ladyship, well, who would have thought that one of the high-born would treat a simple hob as though they stood on equal footing? It was all very unexpected. But it was time for him to go. He could feel it in his blood and in his bones. He waited while they said their goodbyes, waited while Mistress Holly took the dog out for a last quick pee before the pair of them retired to their apartment. Then he had the store completely to himself, with no chance of unexpected company. He fetched his little leather carpet-bag from his hob-hole behind the furnace and came back upstairs to say goodbye to the books, to the store, to his home. Finally, all there was left to do was to spell the door open, step outside, and go. He hesitated on the welcoming carpet, thinking of what Mistress Holly had asked, what her ladyship had answered. Was the leaving song that ran in his blood and rumbled in his bones truly a guise, or only habit? How was a poor hob to know? If it was a rule, then who had made it and what would happen if he broke it? He took a step away from the door, back into the store, and paused, waiting for he didn't know what, some force to propel him out the door. A flash of light to burn down from the sky and strike him where he stood. Instead, all he felt was the heaviness in his heart and the funny tingling warmth he'd known when he'd heard the mistress say how she'd been looking forward to getting to know him, that she wanted him to be a partner in her store. Him, Dick Bobbins, of all things. He looked at the stairs leading up to her apartment. Just as an experiment, he made his way over to them, then up the risers one by one until he stood at her door. Oh, did he dare? Did he dare? He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. Then, setting down his carpet-bag, he twisted his cloth cap in his hands for a long moment before he finally lifted an arm and rapped a knuckle against the wood panel of Mistress Holly's door. Trading hearts at the half-calf Café. Cherish each day. Single male, professional, 30-ish, wants more out of life, likes the outdoors, animals. Seeking single female with similar attributes and aspirations. Ad number 6592. The problem is expectations. We all buy so heavily into how we hope things will turn out, how society and our friends say it should be, that by the time we actually have a date, we're locked into those particular hopes and expectations and miss everything that could be. We end up stumbling our way through the forest, never seeing all the unexpected and wonderful possibilities and potentials because we're looking for the idea of a tree instead of appreciating the actual trees in front of us. At least, that's the way it seems to me. Mona. You already tried that dress on, Sue told me. With these shoes? Sue nodded. As well as the red boots. And? It's not a first-date dress, Sue said. Unless you wear it with the green boots and that black jacket with the braided cuffs. And you don't take the jacket off. Too much cleavage? It's not a matter of cleavage, so much as the cleavage combined with those little spaghetti straps. You're just so there, and it's pretty short. I checked my reflection. She was right, of course. I looked a bit like a tart, and not in a good way. At least Sue had managed to tame my usually unruly hair so that it looked as though it had an actual style instead of the head topped with blonde spikes I normally saw looking back at me from the mirror. But the boots would definitely punk it up a little, Sue said. You know, so it's not quite so come hither. This is hopeless, I said. How late is it? Sue smiled. 20 minutes to showtime. Oh, God, and I haven't even started on my makeup. With that dress and those heels, he won't be looking at your makeup. Wonderful. I don't know how I'd gotten talked into this in the first place. 2 years without a steady boyfriend, I guess, though by that criteria it should still have been Sue agonizing over what to wear and me lending the moral support. She's been much longer without a steady. Mind you, after Pete moved out, the longest relationship I'd been in was with this grotty little troll of a dwarf, and you had to lose points for that. Not that Knacky Wild had been boyfriend material, but he had moved in on me for a few weeks. I think you should wear your lucky dress, Sue said. I met Pete in that dress. True, but only the ending was bad. You had a lot of good times together, too. I suppose. Sue grinned at me. 18 minutes and counting. Will you stop with the Cape Canaveral bit already? Lyle. Just don't do the teeth thing and you'll be all right, Tyrone said. Teeth thing? What teeth thing? You know how when you get nervous, your teeth start to protrude like your muzzle's pushing out and you're about to shift your skin. It's not so pretty. Thanks for adding to the tension, I told him. Now I've got that to worry about as well. I stepped closer to the mirror and ran a finger across my teeth. Were they already pushing out? I don't even know why you're going through all of this, Tyrone said. I want to meet someone normal. You mean not like us? I mean someone who isn't as jaded as we are. Someone with a conventional lifespan for whom each day is important. And I know I'm not going to meet her when the clans gather or in some bar. Tyrone shook his head. I still think it's like dating barnyard animals or getting a pet. Whatever made you so bitter? But Tyrone only grinned. Just remember what Mama said. Don't eat a girl on the first date. Mona. Now don't forget, Sue said. Build yourself up a little. You mean lie. Of course not. Well, not a lot. And it might help if you don't seem quite so bohemian right off the bat. Pete liked it. Sue nodded. And see where that got you. The bohemian artist type has this mysterious allure, especially to straight guys, but it wears off. So you have to show you have the corporate chops as well. I had to laugh. I'm being serious here, Sue said. So who am I supposed to be? I asked. Sue started to tick the items off on her fingers. Okay, to start with, you can't go wrong just getting him to talk about himself. You know, act sort of shy and listen a lot. I am shy. When it does come to what you do, Don't bring up the fact that you write and draw a comic book for a living. Make it more like art's a hobby. Focus on the fact that you're involved in the publishing field, editing, proofing, book design. Everybody says they like bold and mysterious women, but the truth is, most of them like them from a distance. They like to dream about them. Actually, having them sitting at a table with them is way too scary. Sue had been reading a book on dating called The Rules recently, and she was full of all sorts of advice on how to make a relationship work. Maybe that was how they did it in the 50s, but it all seemed so demeaning to me entering the 21st century. I thought we'd come further than that. In other words, lie, I repeated, and turned back to the mirror to finish applying my mascara. I couldn't remember the last time I'd worn any. On some other date gone awry, I supposed. Then I mentally corrected myself. I should be more positive. Think of it as bending the truth, Sue said. It's not like you're going to be pretending forever. It's just a little bit of manipulation for that all-important first impression. Once he realizes he likes you, he won't mind when it turns out you're this little boho comic book gal. Your uptown roots are showing, I told her. You know what I mean. Unfortunately, I did. Everybody wanted to seem normal and to meet somebody normal, so first dates became these rather strained, staged affairs with both of you hoping that none of your little hang-ups and oddities were hanging out like an errant shirt-tail or a drooping slip. Ready? Sue asked. No. Well, it's time to go anyway. Lyle. So what are you going to tell her you do for a living? Tyrone asked as we walked to the cafe. The old hunter-gatherer line? Which worked real well in Cro-Magnon times. Hey, some things never change. Like you. Tyrone shrugged. What can I say? If it works, don't fix it. We stopped in front of the half-calf. It was 5 minutes to. I'm of half a mind to sit in a corner, Tyrone said, just to see how things work out. You got the half-a-mind part right. Tyrone shook his head with mock sadness. Sometimes I find it hard to believe we came from the same litter, he said, then grinned. When he reached over to straighten my tie, I gave him a little push to move him on his way. Give him hell, he told me. Girl doesn't like you, she's not worth knowing. So now you've got a high opinion of me. Hey, you may be feeble-minded, but you're still my brother. That makes you prime. I had to return that smile of his. Tyrone was just so... Tyrone. Always the wolf. He headed off down the block before I could give him another shove. I checked my teeth in the reflection of the window, still normal, then opened the door and went inside. Mona. We were 10 minutes late pulling up in front of the half-calf. This is good, Sue said as I opened my door. It doesn't make you look too eager. Another one of the rules? Probably. Only probably? Well, it's not like I've memorized them or done that well with them myself. You're the one with the date tonight. I cut her some slack. If push came to shove, I knew she wouldn't take any grief from anyone, no matter what the rule book said. I got out of the car. Thanks for the ride, Sue. Remember, she said, holding up her phone. Folded up, it wasn't much bigger than a compact. If things get uncomfortable or just plain weird, I'm only a cell phone call away. I'll remember. I closed the door before she could give me more advice. I'd already decided I was just going to be myself. A dolled-up version of myself, mind you, but it actually felt kind of fun being all dressed up. I just wasn't going to pretend to be someone I wasn't. Easy to promise to myself on the ride over, listening to Sue, but then, my date had to be gorgeous, didn't he? I spotted him as soon as I opened the door, pausing in the threshold. I'll be holding a single rose, he'd told me. That is so romantic, Sue had said. Even with him sitting down, I knew he was tall. He had this shock of blue-black hair, brushed back from his forehead, and skin the color of espresso. He was wearing a suit that reminded me of the sky just as the dusk is fading, and the single red rose lay on the table in front of him. He looked up when I came in. If it had been me, I'd have looked up every time the door opened, too, and I could have gone swimming in those dark, dark eyes of his. I took a steadying breath. Walking over to his table, I held out my hand. "You must be Lyle," I said. "I'm Mona." Lyle. She was cute as a button. "Here's my prediction," Tyrone had said. "She'll be 300 pounds on a 5-foot frame, or ugly as sin. Hell, maybe both." "I don't care how much she weighs or what she looks like," I told him, "just so long as she's got a good heart." Tyrone smiled. "You're so pathetic," he said. And naturally I made a mess of trying to stand up, shake her hand, and give her the rose all at the same time. My chair fell down behind me. The sound of it startled me, and I almost pulled her off her feet, but we managed to get it all straightened without anybody getting hurt. I wanted to check my teeth, and forced myself not to run my tongue over them. We were here for the obligatory before-dinner drink, having mutually decided earlier on a café rather than a bar, with the unspoken assumption that if things didn't go well here, we could call the dinner off, no hard feelings. After asking what she wanted, I went and got us each a latte. "Look," she said when I got back, "I know this isn't the way it's supposed to go, first date and everything, but I decided that I'm not going to pretend to be more or different than I am, so here goes. I write and draw a comic book for a living. I usually have ink stains on my fingers, and you're more likely to see me in overalls or jeans and a t-shirt. I know I told you I like the outdoors like you said you did in your ad, but I've never spent a night outside of a city. I've never had a regular job either. I don't like being anybody's pet boho girlfriend, and I'm way more shy than this is making me sound." She was blushing as she spoke and looked a little breathless. "Oh boy," she said, "that was really endearing, wasn't it?" It actually was, but I didn't think she wanted to hear that. Searching for something to match her candor, I surprised myself as much as her. "I'm sort of a werewolf myself," I told her. "A werewolf," she repeated. I nodded. "But only sort of. Not like in the movies with the full moon and hairs sprouting all over my body. They used to call us skinwalkers." "Who did?" I shrugged. "The first people to live here, like the Kikaha up on the res. We're descended from what they call the animal people, the ones that were here when the world was made." "Immortal wolves," she said. I was surprised that she was taking this all so calmly. Surprised to be even talking about it in the first place, because it's never a good idea. Maybe Tyrone was right. We weren't supposed to mingle. But it was too late now, and I felt I at least owed her a little more explanation. "Not just wolves, but all kinds of animals," I said. "And we're not immortal. Only the first ones were, and there aren't so many of them left anymore. And you can all take the shapes of animals." I shook my head. "Usually it's only the ones who were born in their animal shape. The human genes are so strong that the change is easier. Those born human have some animal tributes, but most of them aren't skinwalkers. So if you bite me, I won't become a wolf?" "I don't know where those stories come from," I started, then sighed. "No, that's not true. I do know. These days most of us just like to fit in, live a bit in your world, a bit in the animal world. But it wasn't always like that. There have always been those among us who considered everyone else in the world their private prey, humans and animals." "Most of you?" I sighed again. "There are still some that like to hunt." Mona. You're probably wondering why I was listening to all of this without much surprise. But you see, that grotty little dwarf I told you about earlier, the one that moved in on me, did I mention he also had the habit of just disappearing, poof, like magic? One moment you're talking to him, The next you're standing in a seemingly empty room. The disembodied voice was the hardest to get used to. He'd sit around and tell me all kinds of stories like this. You experience something like that on a regular basis, and you end up with more tolerance for weirdness. Not that I actually believed Lyle here was a werewolf, but the fact that he was talking about it actually made him kind of interesting, though I could see it getting old after a while. "So," I said, "what do you do when you're not dating human girls and running around as a wolf?" "Do? You know, to make a living. Or were you born wealthy as well as immortal?" "I'm not immortal." "So what do you do?" "I'm an investment counselor." "Hence the nice suit." He started to nod, then sighed. When he looked down at his latte, I studied his jaw. It seemed to protrude a little more than I remembered, though I knew that was just my own imagination, feeding on all his talk about clans of animals that walk around looking like people. He lifted his head. "How come you're so calm about all of this?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I like the way it all fits together, I suppose. You've obviously really thought it all through." "Or I'm good at remembering the history of the clans." "That too. But the question that comes to my mind is, why tell me all of this?" "I'm still asking myself that," he said. "I guess it came from your saying we should be honest with each other. It feels good to be able to talk about it to someone outside the clans." He paused, those dark eyes studying me more closely. Oh, why couldn't he have just been a normal guy? Why did he have to be either a loony or some weird fairy creature? "You don't believe me," he said. "Well, I didn't ask for proof when you were telling me about your comic books." I couldn't believe this. "It's hardly the same thing. Besides," I got up and fetched one of the freebie copies of In the City from their display bin by the door. Flipping almost to the back of the tabloid-sized newspaper, I laid open the page with my weekly strip, Spunky Girl, on the table in front of him. This was the one where my heroine, the great and brave Spunky Girl, was answering a personal ad. "Right from your life," they always say. I guess that meant that next week's strip would have Spunky sitting in a cafe with a wolf dressed up as a man. "It's not so hard to prove," I said, pointing at the byline. "Just because you have the same name—" "Oh, please!" I called over to the bar where the owner was reading one of those glossy British music magazines he likes so much. "Who am I, Jonathan?" He looked up and gave the pair of us a once-over with that perpetually cool and slightly amused look he'd perfected once the cafe had become a success and he was no longer run ragged trying to keep up with everything. "Mona Morgan," he said, "who still owes me that page of original art from My Life as a Bird that featured the half-calf." "It's coming," I said, and turned back to my date. "There, you see? Now it's your turn. Make your hand change into a paw or something." Lyle. She was irrepressible and refreshing, but she was also driving me a little crazy, and I could feel my teeth pressing up against my lips. "Maybe some other time," I said. She smiled. "Right. Never turn into a wolf on the first date." "Something like that," I replied, remembering Tyrone's advice earlier in the evening. I wondered what she'd make of that, but decided not to find out. Instead, I looked down at her comic strip. It was one of those underground ones, not clean like a regular newspaper strip, but with lots of scratchy lines and odd perspectives. There wasn't a joke either, just this wild-looking girl answering a personal ad. I looked up at my date. "So I'm research?" I asked. She shrugged. "Everything that happens to me ends up in one strip or another." I pointed at the character in the strip. "And is this you?" "Kind of an alter ego." I could see myself appearing in an upcoming installment, turning into a wolf in the middle of the date. The idea bothered me. I mean, think about it. If you were a skinwalker, would you want the whole world to know it? I lifted my gaze from the strip. This smart-looking woman bore no resemblance to her scruffy pen-and-ink alter ego. "So who cleaned you up?" I asked. I know the idea of showing up in her strip was troubling me, but that was still no excuse for what I'd just said. I regretted the words as soon as they spilled out of my mouth. The hurt in her eyes was quickly replaced with anger. "A human being," she said, and stood up. I started to stand as well. "Look, I'm sorry," I began, but I was already talking to her back. "You owe me for the lattes," the barman called as I went to follow her. I paid him and hurried outside, but she was already gone. Slowly I went back inside and stood at our table. I looked at the rose and the open paper. After a moment I folded up the paper and went back outside. I left the rose there on the table. I could have tracked her, the scent was still strong, but I went home instead to the apartment Tyrone and I were sharing. He wasn't back yet from wherever he'd gone tonight, which was just as well. I wasn't looking forward to telling him about how the evening had gone. Changing from my suit to jeans and a jersey, I sat down on the sofa and opened my copy of In the City, to Mona's strip. I was still staring at the scruffy little blonde cartoon girl when the phone rang. Mona. As soon as I got outside, I made a quick beeline down the alley that runs alongside the café, my boots clomping on the pavement. I didn't slow down until I got to the next street and had turned onto it. I didn't bother looking for a phone booth. I knew Sue would pick me up, but I needed some downtime first, and it wasn't that long a walk back home. Misery's supposed to love company, but the way I was feeling it was still too immediate to share. For now, I needed to be alone. I suppose I kind of deserved what he'd said. I had been acting all punky and pushing at him. But after a while the animal people business had started to wear thin, feeling more like an excuse not to have a real conversation with me rather than fun. And then he'd been just plain mean. Sue was going to love my report on tonight's fiasco. Not. I'm normally pretty good about walking about on my own at night, not fearless like my friend Jilly, but I'm usually only going from my local subway stop or walking down well-frequented streets. Tonight, though, the streets in this neighborhood were quiet, and it was still relatively early, barely 9, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone was following me. You know that prickle you can get at the nape of your neck, some leftover survival instinct from when we just climbed down from the trees, I guess. A monkey buzz. I kept looking back the way I'd come, expecting to see Mr. Wolfman skulking about a block or so behind me, but there was never anybody there. It wasn't until I was on my own block and almost home that I saw the dog. Some kind of big husky, it seemed, from the glance I got before it slipped behind a parked car. Except its tail didn't go up in that trademark curl. I kept walking toward my door, backward, so that I could look down the street. The dog stuck its head out twice, ducking back when it saw me watching. The second time I bolted for my apartment, charged up the steps and onto the porch. I had my keys out, but I was so rattled it took me a few moments to get the proper one in the lock. It didn't help that I spent more time staring down the street than at what I was doing, but I finally got the key in, unlocked the door, and was inside, closing and locking the door quickly behind me. I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, positioned so that my gaze could go down the street. I didn't see the dog, but I did see a man standing there in the general area of where the dog had been. He was looking down the street in my direction, and I ducked back from the window. It was too far away to make out his features, but I could guess who he was. This was what I'd been afraid of when I'd first seen the dog, that it wasn't a dog, that it was a wolf, that Mr. Wolfman really could become a wolf, and now he turned into stalker freak man. I was thinking in capitals, like my superhero character Rocket Girl, Always did, when she was confronting evildoers like Can't Commit Man. Except I wasn't likely to go out and fight the good fight like she always was. I was more the hide-under-the-bed kind of person. But I was kind of mad now. I watched until the man turned away, then hurried up the stairs to my apartment. Once I was inside, I made sure the deadbolt was engaged. Ditto the lock on the window that led out onto the fire escape. I peered down at the street from behind the safety of the curtains in my living room, but saw no one out there. I changed and paced around the apartment for a while before I finally went into the kitchen and punched in Mr. Wolfman's phone number. I lit into him the minute he answered. Maybe you think it's a big joke, following me home like that, but I didn't appreciate it. But he started. And maybe you can turn into a wolf or a dog or whatever, or maybe you just have one trained to follow people, but I think it's horrible either way, and I just want you to know that we have an anti-stalking law in this city, and if I ever see you hanging around again, I'm going to phone the police. Then I hung up. I was hoping I'd feel better, but I just felt horrible instead. The thing is, I'd found myself sort of liking him before he got all rude and then did the stalking bit. I guess I should have called Sue at this point, but it was still too freshly depressing to talk about. Instead, I made myself some toast and tea, then went and sat in the living room, peeking through the curtains every couple of minutes to make sure there was no one out there. It was a miserable way to spend an evening that had held the potential of being so much more. Lyle. I hung up the phone feeling totally confused. What had she been talking about? But by the time Tyrone got home, I thought I had a clue. Did you follow her home? I asked. He just looked confused. Follow who home? My date. Why would I do that? Because we got into a fight, and you're always stepping in to protect me or set people straight when you think they've treated me badly. I could see that look come into his eyes, confirming my feelings, I thought, until he spoke. Your date went bad? He asked. It went horribly, but you already know that. Tyrone sighed. I was nowhere near the café or wherever you guys went after. We didn't have time to go anywhere after, I said, and then I told him about how the evening had gone. Let's see if I've got this straight, Tyrone said. She tells you she likes to dress casually and draws comics for a living, so you tell her you're a skinwalker. We were sharing intimacies. Sounds more like lunacies on your part. What were you thinking? I sighed. I don't know. I liked her. I liked the fact that she didn't want to start off with any BS. Tyrone shook his head. Well, it's done now, I guess. With any luck, she'll just think you're a little weird and leave it at that. He paused and fixed me with a considering look. Tell me you didn't shift in front of her. No, but from this phone call— Right, the phone call. I forgot. You don't think you put that idea into her head? She sounded a little scared as well as pissed off, but if it wasn't you, and it wasn't me, I guess her imagination must have been working overtime. Tyrone shrugged. Maybe. Except, did you touch her at all? Not really. We just shook hands, and I grabbed her shoulders when I stumbled and lost my balance. So your scent was on her. I nodded. I suppose. I saw where he was going. We don't actually go out marking territory anymore. At least most of us don't. But if another wolf had caught my scent on her, it might intrigue him enough to follow her. And if he was one of the old school, he might think it fun to do a little more than that. I've got to go to her place and check it out, I said. And you'll find it how? Tyrone asked. He was right. I didn't even know her phone number. That we can deal with, Tyrone said. I'd forgotten what we can do with phones these days. Tyrone had gotten all the bells and whistles for ours, and in moments he'd called up the digits of the last incoming call on the liquid crystal display. It still doesn't tell us where she lives, I said, and I doubt she'd appreciate a call from me right now, if ever. I can handle that as well, Tyrone told me, and he went over to the computer. I hadn't lied to Mona. I did deal with investments, online. I was on the computer for a few hours every day, but I wasn't the hacker Tyrone was. I watched as he hacked into the telephone company's billing database. Within minutes, he had an address match for the phone number. He wrote it down on a scrap of paper and stood up. "This is my mess," I told him, "so I'll clean it up." "You're sure?" When I nodded, he handed me the address. "Don't kill anybody unless you have to," he said. "But if you do, do it clean." I wasn't sure if he meant Mona or her stalker, and I didn't want to ask. Mona. After I finished my toast and tea, I decided to go to bed. I wasn't really tired, but maybe I'd get lucky and fall asleep, and when I woke up it would be a whole new day. And it would sure beat sitting around feeling miserable tonight. I washed up my dishes, then took one last look out the window, and froze. There wasn't one dog out there, but a half-dozen, lounging on the sidewalk across the street like they hadn't a care in the world. And they weren't dogs. I've seen enough nature specials on PBS to know a wolf when I see one. As I started to let the curtain drop, all their heads lifted and turned in my direction. One got to its feet and began to trot across the street, pausing halfway to look down the block. Its companions turned their gazes in that direction as well, and I followed suit. He was dressed more casually now, jeans and a windbreaker, but I had no trouble recognizing him. My date, Mr. Stalker Man. Oh, where was Rocket Girl when you needed her? I knew what I should be doing, finding something to use as a weapon in case they got in. Dialing 911 for sure. Instead, all I could do was slide down to my knees by the window and stare down at the street. Lyle. It was worse than I'd thought. A pack of cousins had gathered outside the address I had for Mona. From the smell in the air, I knew they were out for fun. The trouble is, skinwalker fun invariably results in somebody getting hurt. We're the reason true wolves get such a bad rap. Whenever we're around, trouble follows. The alpha male rose up into a man's shape at my approach. His pack formed a half circle at his back, a couple more of them taking human shape. I could tell from the dark humor in their eyes that I'd just raised the ante on their night of fun. I realized I shouldn't have turned down Tyrone's offer to help, but it was too late now. I had to brave it out on my own. "Thanks for the show of force," I said, with way more confidence than I was feeling, "but I don't really need any help to see my girlfriend." "She's not your girlfriend," the alpha male said. "Sure she is." "Bullshit. That little chickadee's so scared you can smell her fear a block away." "Well, you're not exactly helping matters," I told him. He gave me a toothy grin, dark humor flickering in his eyes. "I was walking by the Café when she dumped you," he said. I shrugged. "We had a little tiff, no big deal. That's why I'm here now, to make it up with her." He shook his head. "She's as scared of you as she is of us. But tell you what, back off and you can have whatever's left over. Some of us fit in as we can. Some of us live a footloose life. Then there are the ones like these that went feral in the long ago and just stayed that way. Some are lone wolves. The others run in packs. Mostly they haunt the big cities now because in places this large, who's going to notice the odd missing person? People disappear every day." "Time was," I said, "when we respected each other's territories. When we put someone under our protection, they stayed that way." It was a long shot, but I had this going for me. We're a prideful people, and honor's a big thing between us. It has to be, or we'd have wiped each other out a long time ago. He didn't like it. I don't know if I spoke to his honor or whether it was because he couldn't place my clan affiliation and didn't know how big a pack he'd be calling down upon himself if he cut me down and went ahead and had his fun. "You're saying she's your girlfriend?" he asked. I nodded. "Okay, let's go up and ask her. If she lets you in, we'll back off. But if she doesn't—" He let me fill in the blank for myself. "No problem," I said. Not like I had a choice in the matter. This was a win-win situation for him. If she let me in, he could back off without losing face. And if she didn't, no one in the clans would take my side because it would just look like I was homing in on their claim. He stepped back and I walked toward Mona's building. The pack fell in behind me, all of them in human shape now. I glanced up and caught a glimpse of Mona's terrified face in the window. I tried to look as harmless as possible. "Trust me," I told her, willing the thought up to her. "It's your life that's hanging in the balance here." But she only looked more scared. Then we were on the stairs and I couldn't see her any more. "Don't even think about trying to warn her," the alpha male said from behind me. "She's got to accept you without a word from you, or all bets are off." The door to the front hall was locked when I tried it. The alpha male reached past me and grabbed the knob, giving it a sharp twist. I heard the lock break, then the door swung open and we were moving inside. Did I mention that we're stronger than we look? Mona. I was still trying to adjust to the fact that the wolves really had turned into people when my stalker led them into the apartment building. He looked up at me just before they reached the stairs, his face all pretend sweetness and light, but it didn't fool me. I knew they were going to tear me to pieces. Get up, I told myself. Call the police. Sneak out onto the fire escape and run for it. But all I could do was sit on the floor with my back to the window and stare at my front door, listening to their footsteps as they came up the stairs. When they stopped outside my door, I held my breath. Somebody knocked, and I just about jumped out of my skin. This uncontrollable urge to laugh rose up in me. Here they were, planning to kill me, yet they were just knocking politely on the door. I was hysterical. "We can smell you in there." That wasn't Lyle, but one of his friends. I shivered and pressed up against the wall behind me. "Come see us through the peephole," the voice went on. "Your boyfriend wants to know if you'll let him in, or are you still too mad at him?" I didn't want to move, but I slowly got to my feet. "If you don't come soon, we'll huff and we'll puff, just see if we won't." I stood swaying in the middle of my living room, hugging myself, wishing so desperately that I'd never left the apartment this evening. "Or maybe," the mocking voice went on, "we'll go chew off the faces of the nice couple living below you. They do smell good." I was moving again, shuffling forward, away from the phone toward the door. It was too late to call for help anyway. Nobody was going to get here in time. If they didn't just smash through my door, maybe they really would go kill the Andersons who had the downstairs apartment. And this wasn't their fault. I was the one stupid enough to go out on a blind date with a werewolf. "That's it," the voice told me. "I can hear you coming. Show us what a good hostess you are. What a forgiving girlfriend." I was close enough now to hear the chorus of sniggers and giggles that echoed on after the voice had finished. When I reached the door, I rose slowly up on my tiptoes and looked through the peephole. They were all out there in the hall, my stalker and his pack of werewolf friends. God, I thought, looking at Lyle, trying to read his face, to understand why he was doing this. How could I ever have thought that I liked him? Lyle. I knew it was over now. There was no way Mona was going to open the door. Not if she had an ounce of sense in her, but at least I'd gotten the pack into a confined space. I couldn't take them all down, but maybe I could manage a few. I could smell Mona the same as the pack did, smell her fear. She was numbed by it. But maybe once I sat on the pack, I'd snap her out of her paralysis long enough to flee out onto the fire escape I'd noticed running up the side of the building. Or perhaps the noise would be enough for the neighbors to call the police. If they could get here before the pack battered down the door, there was still a chance she could survive. She was on the other side of the door now, looking out of the peephole. I tried to compose myself, to give her a look that she might read as hope, to convey that I meant her no harm. But then the alpha male gave me a shove. Without thinking, I snarled at him, face partially shifting, jaws snapping. He darted back, laughter triumphant in his eyes, and I knew what he'd done. He'd shown Mona that I was no different from them, just another skinwalker, another inhuman creature hungry for her blood. "All you have to do is answer a couple of questions," the alpha male said, facing the door. "Do you forgive your boyfriend? Will you invite him in?" There was a long silence. Why are you doing this?" Mona finally said, her voice muffled by the door. But we all had a wolf's hearing. "Tut, tut," the alpha male said. "You're not playing by the rules. You're not supposed to ask a question, only answer ours." I knew she was still looking from the peephole. "I'm sorry, Mona," I said, "for everything." The alpha male turned on me with a snarl. I drew him aside before he could speak, my back to the door. "Come on," I told him, my voice pitched low. "You know we had a quarrel. How is this supposed to be fair with you scaring the crap out of her, and here I haven't even apologized to her? I mean, take a vote on it or something." He turned to his companions. I could see they didn't like it, but my argument made sense. "Fine," he said. "You've made your apology." He turned to the door and let his face go animal. "Well?" he snarled. "What's your answer, little chickadee? Your boyfriend says he's sorry, so can he come in and play now?" Mona. I almost died when Lyle's face did its half-transformation. The wolfish features disappeared as fast as they had appeared. He turned to me with those beautiful dark eyes of his, and I couldn't see the same meanness and hunger in them that were in the eyes of the others. And I was looking for it, believe me. Then, while I was still caught in his gaze, he went and apologized to me, like none of this was his doing, like he was sorry for everything, the same as I was. Not just for what he'd said to me in the café, but because we'd liked each other, and then we'd let it all fall apart before we ever gave it a chance to be more. Call me naive, or maybe even stupider still, but I believed that apology of his was genuine. It was something he needed to say, or that I needed to hear, maybe both. I was so caught up in the thought of that I didn't even start when the other guy did his half-wolf face thing and began snarling at me. Instead, I flashed on something Lyle had said to me earlier in the evening, back at the café. "These days, most of us just like to fit in," he'd told me. "Live a bit in your world, a bit in the animal world. But it wasn't always like that. There have always been those among us who considered everyone else in the world their private prey." "Most of you?" I'd asked. I remember him sighing, almost like he was ashamed, when he'd shaken his head and added, "But there are still some that like to hunt, like this guy with his animal face and snarl, with his pack of wolfish friends." But I was done being afraid. I was rocket girl, or at least I was trying to be. I concentrated on this question the wolf-faced leader of the pack kept asking, focusing exactly on what it was he was asking and why. It felt like a fairy tale moment, and I flashed on Beauty and the Beast, the prince turned into a frog, the nasty little dwarf who'd moved in on me until an act of kindness set him free. All those stories pivoted around the right thing being said. That doesn't happen in real life, the rational part of my mind told me. I knew that, not usually, but sometimes it did, didn't it? Lyle. "Time's up, chickadee," the alpha male said. I got myself ready. First, I'd try to knock as many of them down the stairs as I could. Then I'd shift to wolf shape and give them a taste of what it felt like being hurt. I knew I didn't have a chance against all of them, but I'd still be able to kill a few before they took me down. I'd start with the alpha male. Except before I could leap, I heard the deadbolt disengage. The door swung open, and then she was standing there, small and blonde and human frail, but with more backbone than all of this sorry pack of skinwalkers put together, me included. We all took a step back. Mona cleared her throat. So what you're asking," she said, "is do I forgive Lyle?" The alpha male straightened his shoulders. "That's it," he said. "Part one of a two-parter." She didn't even look at him, her gaze going over his shoulder to me. "I think we were both to blame," she said, "so of course I do. Do you forgive me?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I wasn't even worrying about the pack at that moment. I was just so mesmerized with how brave she was. I think the pack was too. "Well?" she asked. All I could do was nod my head. "Then you can come in," she said, "but not your friends." "They're not my friends," I told her. The alpha male growled with frustration until one of the pack touched his arm. "That's it," the pack member said. "It's over." The alpha male shook off the hand, but he turned away and the pack trooped down the stairs. When I heard the front door close, I let out a breath I hadn't been aware I was holding. "You were amazing," I told Mona. She gave me a small smile. "I guess I have my moments." "I'll say. I don't know how you knew to do it, but you gave them exactly the right answer." "I wasn't doing it for them," she told me. "I was doing it for us." I shook my head again. "It's been a weird night, but I'm glad I got to meet you all the same." I started for the stairs. "Where are you going?" she asked. "They could be waiting out there for you." I turned back to look at her. "They won't. It's an honor thing. Maybe if I run into them some other time there'll be trouble, but there won't be any more tonight." "We never finished our date," she said. "You still want to go out somewhere with me?" She shook her head. "But we could have a drink in here and talk a while." I waited a heartbeat, but when she stepped aside and ushered me inside, I didn't hesitate any longer. "I was so scared," she said as she closed the door behind us. "Me too." "Really?" "There were 6 of them," I said. "They could have torn me apart at any time." "Why didn't they?" "I told them you were my girlfriend, that we'd just had a fight in the café. That way, in their eyes, I had a claim on you. The honor thing again. If you were under my protection, they couldn't hurt you." "So that's what you meant about my giving them the exact right answer?" I nodded. "And if I hadn't?" she asked. "Let's not go there," I said, but I knew she could see the answer in my eyes. "You'd do that even after what I said to you on the phone? You had every right to feel the way you did." "Are you for real?" "I hope so." I thought about all she'd experienced tonight. "So are you going to put this in one of your strips?" She laughed. "Maybe, but who'd believe it?" "Mona." It's funny how things work. When I was leaving the café earlier, I could have happily given him a good bang on the ear. Later, when I thought he was stalking me, I was ready to have him put in jail. When the pack was outside my window and he joined them, I was so terrified I couldn't move or think straight. And now I'm thinking of asking him to stay the night. Making a noise in this world. I'm driving up from the city when I spot a flock of crows near the chained gates of the old gravel pit that sits on the left side of the highway, about halfway to the res. It's that time of the morning when the night's mostly a memory, but the sun's still blinking the sleep from its eyes as it gets ready to shine us into another day. Me, I'm on my way to bed. I'm wearing gloves and have a take-out coffee in my free hand, a cigarette burning between the tobacco-stained gloved fingers of the one holding the wheel, a plastic bag full of aerosol paint cans, half of them empty, rattles on the floor on the passenger's side every time I hit a bump. Behind me, I've left freight cars painted with thunderbirds and buffalo heads and whatever other icons I could think up tonight to tell the world that the Indians have counted another coup. Hi-ya-ya-ya. I draw the line at dream catchers, though I suppose some people might mistake my spider webs for them. My favorite tonight has become sort of a personal trademark. A big crow, its wings spread wide like the traditional thunderbird and running the whole length of the boxcar, but it's got that crow beak you can't mistake and a sly, kind of laughing look in its eyes. Tonight I painted that bird fire engine red with black markings. On its belly I made the old Kikaha sign for Binja Gusan, the sacred medicine bag, a snake, with luck lines radiating from its head and back. I've been doing that crow ever since I woke one morning from a dream where I was painting graffiti on a 747 at the airport, smiling because this time my bird was really going to fly. I opened my eyes to hear the crows outside my window, squawking and gossiping, and there were 3 black feathers on the pillow beside me. Out on the highway now, I ease up on the gas and try to see what's got these birds up so early. Crows are sacred on the res, at least with the aunts and the other elders. Most of my generation's just happy to make it through the day, never mind getting mystical about it. But I've always liked them, crows and coyotes. Like the aunts say, they're the smart ones. They never had anything for the white men to take away, and they sure do hold their own against them. Shoot them, poison them, do your best. You manage to kill one, and a couple more'll show up to take its place. If we'd been as wily, we'd never have lost our lands. It's a cold morning. My hands are still stinging from when I was painting those boxcars all night long. Though some of that time was spent hiding from the railroad rent-a-cops and warming up outside the freight yard where some hobo-skins had them a fire burning in a big metal drum. Half the time the paint's just clogged up in the cans. If I'd been in the wind, I doubt they'd have worked at all. The colors I use are blacks and reds, greens and yellows, oranges and purples. No blues, the sky's already got them. Maybe some of the aunt's spirit talk's worn off on me, because when I'm train painting, I don't want to insult the grandfather thunders. Blue's their color, at least among my people. My tag's Crow. I was born James Raven, but Aunt Nancy says I've got too much crow in me. No respect for anything, just like my black-winged brothers. And then there's those feathers I found on my pillow that morning. Maybe that's why I pull over, because in my head we're kin. Same clan, anyway. There's times later when maybe I wished I hadn't. I'm still weighing that on a day-to-day basis. But my life's sure on the road to nowhere I could have planned because of that impulse. The birds don't leave when I get out of the car, leaving my coffee on the dash. I take a last drag on my cigarette and flick the butt into the snow. Jesus, but it's cold. A lot colder here than it was in the freight yards. There I had the cars blocking the wind most of the time. Out here it comes roaring at me from about as far north as the cold can come. It must be 20, 30 below out here, factoring in the wind chill. I start to walk toward where the birds have gathered, and I go a little colder still, but this time it's inside, like there's frost on my heart. They've found themselves a man, a dead skin just lying here in the snow. I don't know what killed him, but I can make an educated guess considering all he's wearing is a thin, unzipped windbreaker over a t-shirt and chinos. Running shoes on his feet, no socks. He must have frozen to death. The crows don't fly off when I approach, which makes me think maybe the dead man's kin, too. That they weren't here to eat him, but to see him on his way, like in the old stories. I crouched down beside him, snow crunching under my knee. I can see now he's been in a fight. I take off my paint-stained gloves and reach for his throat, looking for a pulse, but not expecting to find one. He twitches at my touch. I almost fall over backwards when those frosted eyelashes suddenly crack open and he's looking right at me. He has pale blue eyes, unusual for a skin. They study me for a moment. I see an alcohol haze just on the other side of their calm, lucid gaze. What strikes me at that moment is that I don't see any pain. Words creep out of his mouth. Who was it that said, "It is a good day to die"? I don't know, I find myself answering. Some famous chief, I guess. Sitting Bull, maybe. Then I realize what I'm doing, having a conversation with a dying man. We've got to get you to a hospital. It's bullshit, he says. I think he's going to lose his hands. They're blue with the cold. I can't see his feet, but in those thin running shoes, they can't be in much better condition. No, you'll be okay, I lie. The doctors will have you fixed up in no time. But he's not talking about the hospital. It's never a good day to die, he tells me. You tell Turk that for me. My pulse quickens at the name. Everybody on the res knows Tom McGurk. He's a detective with the NPD that's got this constant hard-on for Indians. He goes out of his way to break our heads, bust the skin hookers, roust the hobo bloods. On the res, they even say he's killed him a few skins, took their scalps like some old Indian hunter, but I know that's bullshit. Something like that, it would have made the papers. Not because it was skins dying, but for the gory details of the story. He did this to you? I ask. Turk did this? Now it doesn't seem so odd, finding this drunk brave dying here in the snow. Cops like to beat on us, and I've heard about this before, how they grab some skin, usually drunk, beat the crap out of him, then drive him 20 miles or so out of town and dump him. Let him walk back to the city if he's up for some more punishment. But on a night like this? The dying man tries to grab my arm, but his frozen fingers don't work anymore. It's like all he's got is this lump on the end of his arm, hard as a branch, banging against me. It brings a sour taste up my throat. My name, he says, is John Walking Elk. My father was an Oglala Sioux from the Pine Ridge Res, and my mother was a Kikaha from just up the road. Don't let me be forgotten. I won't. Be a warrior for me. I figure he wants his revenge on Turk, the one he can't take for himself, and I find myself nodding. Me, who's never won a fight in his life. By the time I realize we have different definitions for the word warrior, my life's completely changed. I remember the look on my mum's face the first time I got arrested for vandalism. She didn't know whether to be happy or mad. See, she never had to worry about me drinking or doing drugs. And while she knew that train painting was against the law, she understood that I saw it as bringing beauty into the world. At least you're not a drunk like your father's brother was, she finally said. Uncle Frank was an alcoholic who died in the city, choking on his own puke after an all-night bender. We've no idea what ever happened to my father, Frank's brother. One day we woke up and he was gone, vanished like the promises in all those treaties the chiefs signed. But why can't you paint on canvases like other artists do? She wanted to know. I don't know where to begin to explain. Part of it's got to do with the transitory nature of painting freight cars. Nobody can stand there and criticize it the way you can a painting hanging in a gallery or a museum, or even a mural on the side of some building. By the time you realize you're looking at a painting on the side of a boxcar, the locomotive's already pulled that car out of your sight and farther on down the line. All you're left with is the memory of it, what you saw and what you have to fill in from your own imagination. Part of it's got to do with the act itself, sneaking into the freight yards, taking the chance on getting beat up or arrested by the rent-a-cops, having to work so fast. But if you pull it off, you've put a piece of beauty back into the world, a piece of art that'll go traveling right across the continent. Most artists are lucky to get a show in one gallery, but trained painters, our work's being shown from New York City to L.A. and every place in between. And I guess part of it's got to do with the self-image you get to carry around inside you. You're an outlaw, like the chiefs of old, making a stand against the big white machine that just rolls across the country, knocking down anything that gets in its way. So it fills something in my life, but even with the train painting, I've always felt like there was something missing, and I don't mean my father. Though train painting's the only time I feel complete, it's still like I'm doing the right thing, but for the wrong reason. Too much me, not enough everything else that's in the world. I'm holding John Walking Elk in my arms when he dies. I'm about to pick him up when this rattle goes through his chest, and his head sags away from me, hanging at an unnatural angle. I feel something in that moment, like a breath touching the inside of my skin, passing through me. That's when I know for sure he's gone. I sit there until the cold starts to work its way through my coat. Then I get a firmer grip on the dead man and stagger back to my car with him. I don't take him back to the city, report his death to the same authorities that killed him. Instead, I gather my courage and take him to Jack White Duck. I don't know how much I really buy into the mysteries. I mean, I like the idea of them, the way you hear about them in the old stories, honoring the Creator and the grandfather thunders, taking care of this world we've all found ourselves living in, thinking crows can be kin, being respectful to the spirits, that kind of thing. But it's usually an intellectual appreciation, not something I feel in my gut. Like I said, train painting's about the only time it's real for me. Finding beauty, creating beauty, painting her face on the side of a freight car. But with Jack White Duck it's different. He makes you believe, makes you see with the heart instead of the eye. Everybody feels that way about him, though if you ask most people, they'll just say he makes them nervous. The corporate braves who run the casino, the kids sniffing glue and gasoline under the highway bridge and making fun of the elders, the drunks hitting the bars off the res. Press them hard enough, and even they'll admit, yeah, something about the old man puts a hole in their party that all the good times run out of. He makes you remember, though what you're remembering is hard to put into words. Just that things could be different, I guess. That once our lives were different, and they could be that way again if we give the old ways a chance. White people, they think of us as either the noble savage or the drunk in the gutter puking on their shoes. They'll come to the powwows, take their pictures and buy some souvenirs, sample the fry bread, maybe try to dance. They'll walk by us in the city, not able to meet our gaze, either because they're scared we'll try to rob them or hurt them, or they just don't want to accept our misery, don't want to allow that it exists in the same perfect world they live in. We are one or the other to them, and they don't see a whole lot of range in between. Trouble is, a lot of us see ourselves the same way. White Duck doesn't let you. As a people, we were never perfect, nobody is. But there's something about him that tells us we don't have to be losers either. White Duck's not the oldest of the elders on the res, but he's the one everybody goes to when they've got a problem nobody else can solve. So I drive out to his cabin, up past Pineback Road, drive in as far as I can, then I get out and walk the rest of the way, carrying John Walking Elk's body in my arms, following the narrow path that leads through the drifts to White Duck's cabin. I don't know where I get the strength. There's a glow spilling out of the windows, a flickering light of some kind. Oil lamp, I'm guessing, or a candle. White Duck doesn't have electricity. Doesn't have a phone or running water either. The door opens before I reach it, and White Duck stands silhouetted against the yellow light like he's expecting me. I feel a pinprick of nervousness settle in between my shoulder blades as I keep walking forward, boots crunching in the snow. He's not as tall as I remember, but when I think about it, that's always been the case, the few times I've seen him. I guess I build him up in my mind. He's got the broad Kickahaw face, but there's no fat on his body. Pushing close to 70 now, his features are a road map of brown wrinkles surrounding a pair of eyes that are darker than the wings of the crows that pulled me into this in the first place. "Heard you were coming," he says. I guess my face reflects my confusion. "I saw the dead man's spirit pass by on the morning wind," he explains, "and the Manitou told me you were bringing his body to me. You did the right thing. After what the whites did to him, they've got no more business with this poor dead skin." He steps aside to let me go in, and I angle the body so I can get it through the door. White Duck indicates that I should lay it out on his bed. There's not much to the place. A pot-bellied cast-iron stove with a fire burning in it. A wooden table with a couple of chairs, all of them handmade from cedar. A kind of counter running along one wall with a sink in it and a pail underneath to catch the runoff. A chest under the counter that holds his food, I'm guessing, since his clothes are hanging from pegs on the wall above his bed. Bunches of herbs are drying over the counter, tied together with thin strips of leather. In the far corner is a pile of furs, mostly beaver. The oil lamp's sitting on the table, but moment by moment it becomes less necessary as the sun keeps rising outside. "Miko, miss," I begin, giving him the honorific, but I don't know where to go with my words past it. "That's good," he says. "Too many boys your age don't have respect for their elders." I take offense at the designation of boy. I'll be 21 in the spring, but compared to him, I guess that's what I am. "What will you do with the body?" I ask. "That's not a body," he tells me. "It's a man, got pushed off the wheel before his time. I'm going to make sure his spirit knows where it needs to go next." "But what will you do with what he's left behind?" Maybe a better question would be, what will you do with yourself? I remember John Walking Elk's dying words, "Be a warrior for me." "I'm going to set things right," I say. White Duck looks at me, and all that nervousness that's been hiding somewhere just between my shoulder blades comes flooding through me. I get the feeling he can read my every thought and feeling. I get the feeling he can see the whole of my life laid out, what's been and what's to come, and that he's going to tell me how to live it right, but he only nods. "There's some things we need to learn for ourselves," he says finally. "But you think on this, James Raven. There's more than one way to be a warrior. You can and should fight for the people, but being a warrior also means a way of living. It's something you forge in your heart to make the spirit strong, and it doesn't mean you have to go out and kill anything, even when it's vermin that you feel need exterminating. Everything we do comes back to us, goes for whites the same as skins." I was wrong. He does have advice. "You're saying I should just let this slide?" I ask. "That Turk gets away with killing another one of us?" "I'm saying do what your heart tells you must do, Nosison. Listen to it, not to some old man living by himself in a cabin in the woods. But now go," he says, firm but not unfriendly. "We both have tasks ahead of us." I leave there feeling confused. Like I said, I'm not a fighter. Whenever I have gotten into a fight, I got my ass kicked. But there's something just not right about letting Turk get away with this. Finding the dying man has lodged a hot coal of anger in my head, put a shiver of ice through my heart. I figure what I need now is a gun, and I know where to get it. "I don't know," Jackson says. "I'm not really in the business of selling weapons." "What do you want a gun for, anyway?" That Jackson Red Dog has never been in prison is an ongoing mystery on the res. It's an open secret that he has variously been, and by all accounts still is, a bootlegger, a drug dealer, a fence, a smuggler, and pretty much anything else against the law that's on this side of murder and mayhem. I draw the line at killing people, he's said. There's no percentage in it. Today's enemy could be tomorrow's customer. He's in his 50s now, a dark-skinned Indian with a graying ponytail, standing about 6'2", with a linebacker's build, and hands so big he can hold a cantaloupe the way you or I might hold an apple. He lives on the southern edge of the res, and works out of the back of that general store on the highway, just inside the boundaries of the res, where he can comfortably do business with our people and anybody willing to drive up from the city. I figure it's something I need, I tell him. You got any that can't be traced? He laughs. You watch too much TV, kid. I'm serious, I say. I've got the money, cash. I'd cleaned out my savings account before driving over to the store. I found Jackson in the back as usual, holding court in a smoky room filled with skins his age and older, sitting around a pot-bellied stove, none of them saying much. This is his office, though come spring it moves out onto the front porch. When I said I needed to talk to him, he took me outside and lit a cigarette, offered me one. How much money? Jackson asks. How much is the gun? I reply. I'm not stupid. I tell him what I've got in my pocket, basically enough to cover next month's rent and a couple of cases of beer, and that's what he'll be charging me. He looks me over, then gives me a slow nod. Maybe I could put you in touch with a guy that can get you a gun, he says, which I translate as, we can do business. Just tell me, he adds, who are you planning to kill? Nobody you'd know. I know everybody. All things considered, that's probably true. Nobody you'd care about, I tell him. That's good enough for me. There's laughter in his eyes, like he knows more than he's letting on, but I can't figure out what it is. The gun's heavy in my pocket as I leave the store and drive south to the city. I don't know any more about handguns than I do fighting, but Jackson offers me some advice as he counts my money. You ever shoot one of these before? He asks. I shake my head. What you've got there's a .38 Smith & Wesson. It's got a kick, and to tell you the truth, the barrel's been cut down some, and it's had a ramp foresight added. Whoever did the work wasn't exactly a gunsmith. The sight's off, so even if you were some fancy shot, you'd have trouble with it. Best thing you can do is notch a few crosses on the tips of your bullets and aim for the body. Bullet goes in and makes a tiny hole, comes back out again and takes away half the guy's back. I feel a little sick listening to him, but then I think of John walking elk dying in the snow, of Turk sitting in his precinct laughing it off. I wonder how many others he's left to die the way he did walking elk. I get to thinking about some of the other drunks I've heard of that were supposed to have died of exposure, nobody quite sure what they were doing out in the middle of nowhere or how they got there. You planning to come out of this alive? Jackson asks when I'm leaving. It's not essential. He gives me another of those slow nods of his. That'll make it easier. You got the time? Tell Turk it's been a long time coming. That stops me in the doorway. How'd you know it was Turk? I ask. He laughs. Christ, kid, this is the res. Everybody here knows your business before you do. What, did you think you were excused? I think about that on the drive down to the city, how gossip travels from one end of the res to the other. It's like my paintings, traveling across the country. I don't plan where they go, how they just go. It's not something you can control. I'm not worried about anybody up here knowing what I'm planning. I can't think of a single skin who would save Turk's life if they came upon him dying, even if all they had to do was toss him a nickel. I'm just hoping my mom doesn't hear about it too soon. I'd like to explain to her why I'm doing this, but I'm not entirely sure myself, and I know if I go to her before I do it, she'll talk me out of it, and if that doesn't work, she'll sit on me until the impulse goes away. There are crows lined up on the power lines and leafing the trees for miles down the road. Dozens of them, more than I've ever seen. I know their roost is up around Pineback Road, near White Duck's cabin. A res inside the res, but they're safe there. Nobody on the res takes pot shots at our black-feathered cousins. When I come up on the entrance to the gravel pit, I see the crows are still there as well. I stand on the brakes and the car goes slewing toward the ditch. I only just manage to keep it on the road. Then I sit there looking in my rearview mirror. I see a man standing there among the crows, John Walking Elk, leaning on the gate at the entrance and big as life. I back up until I'm abreast the gates and look out the passenger window at him. He smiles and gives me a wave. He's still wearing that thin windbreaker, the t-shirt and chinos, the running shoes without socks. The big difference is, he's not dead. He's not even dying. I light a cigarette with shaking hands and look at him for a long moment before I finally open my door. I walk around the car, the wind knifing through my jacket, but Walking Elk's not even shivering. The weight of the gun in my pocket makes me feel like I'm walking at an angle, tilted over on one side. "Don't worry," he says when I get near. "You're not losing it. I'm still dead." And seeing a walking, talking dead man isn't losing it? "Only why'd you have to go leave me with that shaman?" he adds. My throat's as dry and thick as it was when I did my first 2 vision quests. I haven't done the other 2 yet. Train painting distracted me from them. I thought it was the right thing to do," I manage after a long moment. "I suppose, but he's shaking his rattle and burning smudge sticks, singing the death songs that'll see me on my way, makes it hard not to go." I'm feeling a little confused, and that's a bad thing because... He shrugs. "I'm kind of enjoying this chance to walk around one last time." I think I understand. Nobody knows what's waiting for us when we die. It's fine to be all stoic and talk about wheels turning and everything, but if it was me, I don't think I'd be in any hurry to go either. "So you're going to shoot Turk, are you?" the dead man says. "What, is it written on my forehead or something?" Walking Elk laughs. "You know the res. Everybody knows everybody else's business." He nods. "You think it's bad on the res, you should try the spirit world." "No thanks." "You try and kill Turk," he says. "You might be finding out firsthand whether you want to or not." He gives a slow shake of his head. "I've got to give it to you, though. I don't think I'd have the balls to see it through." "I don't know that I do either," I admit. "It just seems like a thing I've got to do." "Won't bring me back," Walking Elk says. "Once the shaman finishes his ceremony, I'll be out of here." "It's not just for you," I tell him. "It's for the others he might kill." The dead man only shakes his head at that. "You think it starts and stops with Tom McGurk?" "Hell, this happens any place you got a cold climate and white cops. They just get tired of dealing with us. I had a cousin who died the same way up in Saskatchewan, another in Colorado. And when they haven't got the winter to do their job for them, they find other ways." "That's why they've got to be held accountable," I say. "You got some special sight that'll tell you which cop's decent and which isn't?" "I know there are good cops. Hell, Chief Morningstar's brother is a detective with the NPD, but we only ever seem to get to deal with the ones that have a hard-on for us." I shake my head. "But I know Turk hasn't got any redeeming qualities." He sighs. "Wish I could have one of those cigarettes of yours." I shake one out of the pack and light it for him, surprised that he can hold it, that he can suck in the smoke and blow it out again, just like a living man. I wonder if this is like offering tobacco to the Manitou. "How come you're trying to talk me out of this?" I ask him. "You're the one who told me to be a warrior for you." He blows out another lungful of smoke. You think killing's what makes a warrior? Now you sound like White Duck. He laughs. I've been compared to a lot of things, but never a shaman. So what is it you want from me? I ask. Why'd you ask me to be a warrior for you? You look like a good kid, he says. I didn't want to see you turn out like me. I want you to be a good man, somebody to make your parents proud, make yourself proud. I've no idea what would make my father proud, but my mom, all she wants is for me to get a decent job and stay out of trouble. I can't seem to manage the first, and here I am walking straight into the second. But he's annoying me all the same. Funny how fast you can go from feeling awed to being fed up. You don't think I have any pride? I ask. I don't know the first damn thing about you, he says, except you were decent enough to stop for a dying man. He takes a last drag and drops his butt in the snow. Studies something behind me, over my shoulder, but I don't turn. He's got a look I recognize. His gaze is turned inward. See, someone told me that once, he goes on, his gaze coming back to me, except I didn't listen. I worked hard, figured I'd earned the right to play hard, too. Trouble is, I played too hard. Lost my job, lost my family, lost my pride. It's funny how quick you can lose everything and never see it coming. I think about my Uncle Frank, but I don't say anything. I guess it was my grandma told me, the dead man says, how there's no use in bringing hurt into the world. We do that well enough on our own. You meet someone, you try to give them a little life instead. Let them take something positive away from whatever time they spend with you. Makes the world a better place in the short and the long haul. I nod. Putting beauty in the world. That's a warrior's way, too. Stand up for what's right. Yahahe, make a noise. I can remember powwow dancing. There'd be so many of us out there, following the drum beat and the singing, you'd swear you could feel the ground tremble and shake underfoot. But these last few years, I've been too drunk to dance, and the only noise I make is when I'm puking. I know what he means about the powwows, that feeling you can't get anywhere else except maybe a sweat, and that's a more contemplative kind of a thing. In a powwow, it's all rhythm and dancing, everybody individual, but we're all part of something bigger than us at the same time. There's nothing like it in the world. Yeah, the dead man says, we used to be a proud people for good reason. We can still be a proud people, but sometimes our reasons aren't so good anymore. Sometimes it's not for how we stand tall and honor the ancestors and the spirits with grace and beauty. Sometimes it's for how we beat the enemy at their own game. You're starting to sound pretty old school for a drunk, I tell him. He shakes his head. I'm just repeating things I was told when I was growing up, things I didn't feel were important enough to pay attention to. I pay attention, I say. At least I try to. He gives me a considering look. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but what part of what you were taught has to do with that gun in your pocket? The part about standing up for ourselves, the part about defending our people. I suppose. I hear what you're saying, I tell him, but I still have to go down to the city. He gives me a nod. Sure you do, he says. Why would you listen to a dead drunk like me? He chuckles. And I mean dead in the strictest sense of the word. He pushes away from the gates. Time I was going. White Duck's doing a hell of a job with his singing. I can feel the pull of that someplace else getting stronger and stronger. I don't know what to say. Good luck? Goodbye? Spare another of those smokes? He asks. Sure. I shake another one free and light it for him. He pats my cheek. The touch of his hand is still cold, but there's movement in all the fingers. It's not like the block of ice that tried to grab my sleeve this morning. You're a good kid, he says, and then he fades away. I stand there for a long time, looking at the gate, at the crows, feeling the wind on my face, bitter and cold. Then I walk back to my car. Before I first started train painting, I thought graffiti was just vandalism, a crime that might include a little creativity, but a crime nonetheless. Then one day I was driving back to the res, and I had to wait at a crossing for a freight train to go by. It was the one near Brendan Road, where the tracks go uphill and the freights tend to slow down because of the incline. So I'm sitting there, bored, a little impatient more than anything else, and suddenly I see all this art going by. Huge murals painted on the sides of the boxcars, and all I can do is stare, thinking, where's all that coming from? Who did these amazing paintings? And then, just like that, there's this collision of the synchronicity at seeing those painted cars and this feeling I've had of wanting to do something different with the iconology I grew up with on the res. You know, like the bead patterns my mum sews on her powwow dresses. I turn my car back around and drive for the freight yards, stopping off at a hardware store along the way. I felt a kinship to whoever it was that was painting those boxcars, a complete understanding of what they'd done and why they'd done it. And I wanted to send them a message back. I wanted to tell them, I've seen your work, and here's my side of the conversation. That was the day Crow was born, and my first Thunderbird joined that ongoing hobo gallery that the freights take from city to city across the country. It's a long ride down to the city. I leave the crows behind, but the winter comes with me, wind blowing snow down the highway behind my car, howling like the cries of dying buffalo. It's full night by the time I'm in the downtown core. It's so cold, there's nobody out, not even the hookers. I drive until I reach the precinct house where Turk works and park across the street from it. And then I sit there, my hand in my pocket, fingers wrapped around the handle of the gun. Comes to me, I can't kill a man, not even a man like Turk. Maybe if he was standing right in front of me and we were fighting. Maybe if he was threatening my mom. Maybe I could do it in the heat of the moment, but not like this, waiting to ambush him like in some Hollywood Western. But I know I've got to do something. My gaze travels from the precinct house to the stores alongside the street where I'm parked. I don't even hesitate. I reach in the back for a plastic bag full of unused spray cans, and I get out of the car to meet that cold wind head on. I don't know how long I've got, so I work even faster than usual. It's not a boxcar, but the paint goes on the bricks and glass as easy as it does on wooden slats. It doesn't even clog up in the nozzle. Maybe the grandfather thunders are giving me a helping hand. I do the crow first, Thunderbird style, a yellow one to make the black and red words stand out when I write them along the spread of its wings. Tom McGurk kills Indians. I add a roughly rendered brave with the daubed clay of a ghost dancer masking his features. He's lying face up to the sky, power lines flowing up out of his head as his spirit leaves his body, a row of crosses behind him, not Christian crosses, but ours, the ones that stand for the 4 quarters of the world. He hauls them out of town, I write in big sloppy letters, and leaves them to die in the cold. I'm starting a monster, a cannibal Wendigo, all white fur and blood, raging in the middle of a winter storm when a couple of cops stop their squad car abreast of where I parked my own. They're on their way back to the precinct, I guess, ending their shift, and look what they've found. I keep spraying the paint, my fingers frozen into a locked position from the cold. "Okay, Tonto," one of them says, "drop the can and assume the position." I couldn't drop the can if I wanted to. I can barely move my fingers. So I keep spraying on the paint until one of them gives me a sucker punch in the kidneys, knocks me down, kicks me as I'm falling. I lose the spray can and it goes rattling across the sidewalk. I lose the gun, too, which I forgot I was carrying. There's a long moment of silence as we're all 3 staring at that gun lying there on the pavement. They really worked me over then. So as I sit here in county, waiting for my trial, I think back on all of this and find I'm not sorry that I didn't try to shoot Turk. I'm not sorry that I got busted in the middle of vandalizing a building right across the street from the precinct house either. But I do regret not getting rid of the gun first. The charges against me are vandalism, possession of an unlicensed weapon, carrying a concealed weapon, and resisting arrest. I'll be doing some time, heading up to the pen, but I won't be alone in there. Like Leonard Peltier says on that song he does with Robbie Robertson, it's the fastest growing res in the country, and he should know they've kept him locked up long enough. But something good came out of all of this. The police didn't have time to get rid of my graffiti before the press showed up. I guess it was a slow news day because pictures of those paintings showed up on the front page of all 3 of the daily papers and made the news on every channel. You might think, what's good about that? It's like prime evidence against me. But I'm not denying I painted those images and words, and the good thing is, people started coming forward, talking about how the same thing had happened to them. Cops would pick them up when the bars closed and would dump them 10, 20 miles out of town. They identified Turk and a half-dozen others by name. So I'm sitting in county, and I don't know where Turk is, but he's been suspended without pay while the investigation goes on, and it looks like they've got to deal with this fair and square because everybody's on their case now, right across the city. Whites, blacks, skins, everybody. They're all watching what the authorities do, writing editorials, writing letters to the editor, holding protest demonstrations. This isn't going away. So if I've got to do some jail time, I'm thinking the sacrifice is worth it. My cousin Tommy drives my mom down from the res on a regular basis to visit me. The first time she comes, she stands there looking at me, and I don't know what she's thinking, but I wait for the blast I'm sure's coming my way. But all she says is, "Couldn't you have stuck with the boxcars?" Then she holds me a long while, tells me I'm stupid, but how she's so proud of me. Go figure. Some of the Creek aunts have connections in the city, and they found me a good lawyer, so I'm not stuck with some public defender. I like him. His name's Marty Kane, and I can tell he doesn't care what color my skin is. He tells me that what I did was morally correct, if legally indefensible, but we'll do our damnedest to get you out of this anyway. But nobody's fooled. We all know that whatever happens to the cops, they're still going to make a lesson with me. When it comes to skins, they always do. I see Walking Elk one more time before the trial. I'm lying on my bunk, staring up at the ceiling, thinking how, when I get out, I'm going on those last 2 vision quests. I need to be centered. I need to talk to the Creator and find out what my place is in the world, who I'm supposed to be, so that my being here in this world makes a difference to what happens to the people in my life, to the ground I walk on, and the spirits that share this world with us. I hear a rustle of cloth and turn my head to see John Walking Elk sitting on the other bunk. He's still wearing the clothes he died in. I assume he's still dead. This time he's got the smokes, and he offers me one. I swing my feet to the floor and take the cigarette. Let him light it for me. "How come you're still here?" I ask. He shrugs. "Maybe I'm not," he says. "Maybe White Duck sent my spirit on and you're just dreaming." I smile. "You'd think if I was going to dream, I'd dream myself out of this place." "You'd think." We smoke our cigarettes for a while. "I'm in all the papers," Walking Elk says after a while, "and that's your doing. They wrote about how White Duck sent my body down to the city, how the cops drove me up there and dumped me in the snow. Family I didn't even know I had anymore came to the funeral. From the res, from Pine Ridge, hell, from places I never even heard of before. I wasn't there, but I heard about it. Skins came from all over the country to show their solidarity. Mom told me that the Warrior Society up on the res organized it." "Yeah, I heard it was some turnout," I say. "Made the cover of Time and everything." Walking Elk nods. "You came through for me," he says, "on both counts." I know what he's talking about. I can hear his voice against the northern winds that were blowing that day without even trying. "Don't let me be forgotten. Be a warrior for me." But I don't know what to say. "Even counted some coup for yourself," he adds. "Wasn't about that," I tell him. "I know. I just wanted to thank you. I had to come by to tell you that. I lived a lot of years, just looking for something in the bottom of a bottle. There was nothing else left for me. Didn't think anybody'd ever look at me like I was a man again. But you did. And those people that came to the funeral, they were remembering me as a man too, not just some drunk who got himself killed by a cop." He stands up. I'm curious. Is he going to walk away through the wall or just fade away like he did before? "Any plans for when you get out?" he asks. I think about that for a moment. "I was thinking of going back to painting boxcars," I say. "You see where painting buildings got me." "There's worse places to be," he tells me. "You could be dead." I don't know if I blinked or woke up, but the next thing I know, he's gone and I'm alone in my cell. But I hear an echo of laughter, and I've still got the last of that cigarette he gave me smoldering in my hand. "Yahahe," I say softly, and butt it out in the ashtray. Then I stretch out on the bed again and contemplate the ceiling some more. I think maybe I was dead, or half dead anyway, before I found John Walking Elk dying in the snow. I was going through the motions of life instead of really living, and there's no excuse for that. It's not something I'll let happen to me again. Freak. 1. Do you understand the charges as they've been read to you? Yes, sir, I do. How do you plead? Guilty, Your Honor. 2. Get your head out of them comic books, Daddy'd say. They're gonna rot your brain. And I guess they did. Or something happened to me that don't have any kind of an explanation that makes a lick of sense, 'cause there's a mess inside the bones of my head that's been giving me a world of grief pretty much ever since I can remember. I hear voices, see? Sometimes they're only pictures, or a mix of the two, but mostly it's them voices. Words. People talking. The voices show up inside my head with no never you mind from me, and I can't shut 'em out. They come to me about the same time I learned how playing with my pea stick could be a whole lot of fun. I never knew it was good for anything but peeing until I woke up one night with it grown all big in my hand, and I never felt anything near as good as when out comes this big gush of white creamy pee. I felt bad after, like I was doing something dirty, but I couldn't seem to stop. But when I finally did, the voices didn't. For the longest time, I thought I was imagining them. I didn't have me a whole lot of friends living out by the junkyard like we did, so it makes sense how maybe I'd get me an imaginary friend. But they was just voices. They didn't talk to me. They talked at me. Sometimes them voices used words I couldn't tell what they meant. They'd be too big or in some foreign language. And sometimes the pictures that come to me were of things that I'd never seen before. Hell, stuff that I couldn't even start to imagine on my own, and sometimes they were of things I didn't want to imagine. People doing things to each other, mean, terrible things. I figured maybe the voices were punishment for all that playing I'd done with my pea stick. You know, instead of growing hair on my palms, I got all this noise in my head. But because they wasn't telling me nothing personal, they wasn't talking to me, I mean, like telling me I'd been bad or something, I come to realize that maybe I got something broke in my head. It was just something that happened, no accounting for it. Like I'd become a kind of radio, tuned to a station only I could hear, and these voices was just coming to me out of the air. I can't remember when I finally worked out that they was other people thinking, but that's what they are, sure enough. Funny thing about 'em is how they come with a smell. Like, take Blind Henry, lives on the street, same as me. His thinkin's like the tobacco juice used to build up in the spit pot in Daddy's office. It was my job to dump it. I'd take it out to that cinder block building at the back of the junkyard where we'd been dumping all manner of things. Oil and dirty gas. Yeah, but other stuff too. You'd go into that building and your eyes would start to sting something fierce and the taste of puke would rise up in your throat. I remember the first time I saw the pirates come. I knew they was pirates because they had the Jolly Roger on the side of the barrels they brought in that big truck of theirs, and they come late at night, secret-like. I looked hard, but I never saw no one with a peg leg or a parrot. Still, they had the skull and crossbones, so I knew 'em for what they was. That first night I snuck out of the trailer and followed Daddy and them pirates to the cinder block building and stared in at 'em through the window. But they wasn't hiding any treasure. Them barrels with the Jolly Roger on 'em only had some kind of watery goo that Daddy dumped into the pit. Anyways, I was telling you how every voice's got its own smell. Daddy's was sweaty leather, like that old belt of his he used to whoop me whenever he got in a mood. Mama's was like fruit, rotting on the ground, kind of sweet, but not right. The best voice is Jenny Winston's. It smells just like she looks, fresh and kind, like apple blossoms and lilacs when the scent of them comes to you from a few backyards over. Not too strong, but you can't mistake it. I learned pretty damn quick to hide the fact I could hear what a body was thinking. People don't like it. It don't make no never mind that I can't stop from hearing it. They just assume you're a-doing it on purpose. But I'd give anything to make it stop. I can't never make 'em go away completely, I guess, not unless I went to live on some desert island where there was nobody else to do any thinking. But how would I live in a place like that? I can't do much for myself, 'cept look for handouts as it is. But I can tune 'em down some by listening to music. I don't know why it works, it just does. That's why I always had me spare batteries for this little transistor radio of mine. I'd make sure I got batteries afore I saw to getting me enough to eat. It's hard in here without that radio. The voices that fill my head are cold and mean and hurting. But better'n the radio was live music. Sometimes, afore they put me in here, I'd go in back of the Radigan, that little jazz club over on Palm Street. I'd sit in the alley by the back door and listen to the house bands play. It was best in the summer when they got the door propped open and them cool, moody sounds come floating out. They don't just take the voices away. That music makes me feel good, even when the band's playing a sad song or the blues. 3. Bernie, can I call you Bernie? Sure, that's my name. You know I'm here to help you. Sure. The court may have appointed me to represent you, but that doesn't mean I don't care about winning this case. Sure. I think we need to send you in for psychiatric evaluation. I'm not crazy. Bernie, copping an insanity plea is the only chance we're going to have to save you from long-term incarceration or worse. I'm not crazy. This state still has a death penalty. I know that. If we don't do something, Bernie, you could end up on death row. Maybe that's the best place for something like me. 4. Daddy died first of the cancer. It just started growing in him one day, and afore you'd know it, it was spread all through him. He was in a lot of pain by the time it finally took him, which made him real hard to be around. My head was filled with the screaming of his thoughts the whole time. That was an ugly time. Mama died not long after. Cancer took her, too, but she went quietly, like a long, drawn-out whimper. Cousin Henry took possession of the junkyard and become my guardian until I turned 16. Then he sent me packing with hard words and meaner thoughts. That's how I come to be living on the street this past couple of years. I tried to find work, but nobody wants something as ugly as me to look at day after day. See, I never had no chance at a normal life. It's not my hearing the voices. I learned pretty damn quick to keep that to my own self. It's that I look like a freak. Got no meat on my bones, but I got a big... Oh, no, not a... Got no meat on my bones, but I got a head big and round as a damn pumpkin, and my skin's all splotchy with big red marks, like I got me freckles on steroids. It made the kids laugh afore I dropped out of school, but now people just stare, then look away, like I turn their stomach or something. I always had that big head, and I never did grow into it. There's times I wish it was even bigger so that I could get a steady gig in a sideshow or something. People'd still make fun of me, but it wouldn't be the same, would it? It'd be like my job. I'd be getting paid for being a freak. In them comic books I used to read, I'd have been a hero, what with being able to read people's minds and all. I would have got myself some fancy clothes and a mask, and I'd go out and save people's lives and stuff. It wouldn't have mattered if I looked like a freak, 'cause I'd be part of some gang of It wouldn't matter if I looked like a freak, 'cause I'd be part of some gang of superheroes, saving the world and stuff, and people admire us and like us, even me. In the comic books, a freak like me can still live a good life. Hell, sometimes they even get them a girl. I think I better do that again. In the comic books, a freak like me can still live a good life. Hell, sometimes they even get them a girl. But I don't live in no comic book, and the only time I tried to be a hero is what put me in here. I ain't saying I didn't mean to do what I done. Hell, I'd do it again if the situation come round same as it done before. How it happened was I was panhandling outside the gates of Fitzhenry Park. It's mostly women give me money. I guess, ugly as I am, they still want to mama me. Or maybe they're mamas themselves, thanking God their own kids didn't turn out like me, and they drop a couple of bills in my cap like they would an offering of thanks in church. I don't ask. I just keep my head down and say thank you, ma'am. Earphones in my ears and the music from my radio keeping me from hearing too much of what anybody's thinking. The day it all went down, Jenny Winston comes by like she often does. She's one of Angel's people, them sort of social workers who help street people 'cause they care, not 'cause it's some job. Jenny's good on the inside and out. I should know. She's the prettiest woman I ever saw, but anybody can see that. But I hear her thinking, and there's not a bad thought in her head. She can look at me, and all she sees is a person, not some freak with an oversized head. This day she gives me a sandwich and a little carton of milk, asks me if I need anything, so I take the phones out of my ears to answer her properly. That's when I hear the thinking of the guy standing behind her. The look of me turns his stomach, but that's no big surprise. It's what he's thinking about Jenny that makes my blood run. It's what he's thinking about Jenny that makes my blood run cold. It's what he's thinking about Jenny that makes my blood run cold. Lots of people think bad things. The difference between bad people and good is that good people don't act on 'em. If you didn't know better, you might get confused as to which a fellow might be, but I've got so as I can tell the difference. And I can see in his head he's done this afore. Courted a pretty gal and then done away with her. He's got him a whole set of graves laid out in a nice little row way back up in the mountains. How come he never got caught? You'd think somebody'd have figured out he's got all these girlfriends disappearing on him. But there he is, standing behind Jenny, not a care in the world, just kind of daydreaming of the day he's going to do her in, too, so I guess he's got something working for him, But there he is, standing behind Jenny, not a care in the world, just kind of daydreaming of the day he's going to do her in, too, so I guess he's got something working for him. There's folks like that. There's folks get away with pretty much anything. It's like common sense just turns its head away from them. Don't ask me why. And the more I listen to him, the more I see he's a sly one. Not many folks know how serious him and the gal's getting. Usually he pretends he's getting a divorce, so they can't let on how it is between 'em. Usually he pretends he's getting a divorce, so they can't let on how it is between 'em until the paperwork's done. So this gal, she's got herself a true love. They're going to get married and all, but she can't tell anyone just yet. I see all that in his head. It's something he thinks about all the time. These are the things that make him feel good. And this time he's going to do it to my Jenny. I don't mean I ever thought she'd be interested in the likes of me. Hell, I'm just an ugly freak. I ain't stupid. But she's been kind to me. She's kind to everyone. She's not like some of the others who work with Angel to help us street people. Most of the others come up off of the streets, and it's their chance to give something back. But Jenny wasn't like that. She's helping 'cause she's got her too big a heart. She wasn't hurt as a kid. She didn't live on the streets. The thing is, she just can't stand by when others are in need. It's as simple as that. So she's ripe for the plucking of a man like the one standing behind her now, accompanying her on their rounds afore they go to dinner, pretending to care so much for her. She don't see through him 'cause she can't read what's inside another's head like I can. 'Cause she only sees the good in people, while he's a glorying in what's to come. How come somebody as good as her attracts that kind of person? I don't know. Same reason that people like my parents are allowed to have them kids, I guess. There's no sense to it, not unless we were really bad people in some other life and this is payback time. But I don't buy that. Life's just the way it is. Kids get born into families that don't even want 'em, never you mind love 'em. And good always attracts evil. The strong feed on the weak. Guess if there's any rule to living, that's what it is, and it's up to each of us to put what charity and kindness we can muster back into the world. So I get up off my feet and I walk over to him. I reach under my coat to where I got me a sheath hanging under my armpit, and pull out that old Randall knife I stole from my daddy's office afore Cousin Henry sent me packing. It's got an edge sharp enough to shave with, which I've done a time or two. I don't say a word. I just whip the blade across his throat and cut him deep. People mistake me. They think 'cause I'm so skinny, got this big head, that I can't move fast. But it ain't like that at all. It's over and done afore anybody can make a move. Then he's falling, blood spurting out of his neck. Jenny's screaming. Oh, what she thinks of me hurts something fierce. There's other people on the sidewalk screaming and rushing around. I try to tell Jenny what he was thinking, how I can read what's in people's heads, but she won't listen. She can't hear me, and I realize it don't make a whole lot of difference anywise. I just drop the knife on the pavement and stand there, watching the real freak die, while I wait for the cops to come and take me away. 5. Do you have any last words? I look through the plate glass window to where the witnesses are sitting, staring back at me, all strapped down and waiting to die. There's a lot of dark thoughts coming my way, but I can pick out Jenny's real easy. I just follow the scent of apple blossoms and lilacs. She's sad, but there's a hardness in her too. She's looking at me, thinking, there's the man who killed the fella I loved. He deserves to die for what he done, but she's not easy about this business of a death penalty. It feels too much like revenge to her, and though there's a part of her wants revenge, she knows it's not right. Trouble is, she's not strong enough to stand up and say it's wrong, neither. Do I have any last words? I could tell back what Jenny's thinking right now so that she'd know I was telling the truth. I could go right into her head and pull the thoughts out word for word. But then she'd have to live with her part in putting to death the man who up and saved her, and I can't let that happen. She's safe now. That's all that matters. Yes, sir, I say. I ain't sorry for what I done. Best you give me that injection now. And they do. Big City Littles. The fates seem to take a perverse pleasure out of complicating our lives. I'm not sure why. We do such a good job of it all on our own that their divine interference only seems to be overkill. It's not that we deliberately set out to screw things up. We'd all like to be healthy and happy, not to mention independently wealthy, or at least able to make our living doing something we care about, something we can take pride in. But even when we know better, we invariably make a mess of everything, in both our private and our public lives. Take my sister. She knows that boyfriends are only an option, not an answer, but that's never stopped her from bouncing from one sorry relationship to another, barely stopping to catch her breath between one bad boy and the next. Though I should talk. It's all well and fine to be comfortable in your own skin, to make a life for yourself if there's no one on the scene to share it with you. But too often I still feel like the original spinster, doomed to end her days forever alone in some garret. I guess for all the strides we've made with the women's movement, there are some things we can still only accept on an intellectual level. We never really believe them in our hearts. The little man sitting on Sherry Piper's pillow when she opened her eyes was a good candidate for the last thing she would have expected to have woken up to this morning. He wasn't really much bigger than the length from the tip of her middle finger to the heel of her palm, a small hamster-sized man, dressed in raggedy clothes, with the look of a bird about him. His eyes were wide-set, his nose had a definite hook to it, his body was plump, but his limbs were thin as twigs. His hair was an unruly tangle of short brown curls, and he wore a pair of rectangular wire-framed eyeglasses, not much different than those Sherry wore for anything but close work. She tried to guess his age. Older than herself, certainly. In his mid-40s, she decided. Unless tiny people aged in something equivalent to dog years. If this were happening to one of the characters in the children's books she wrote and illustrated, now would be the time for astonishment and wonder, perhaps even a mild touch of alarm, since after all, tiny though he was still a strange man, and she had woken up to find him in her bedroom. Instead, she felt oddly calm. "I don't suppose I could be dreaming," she said. The little man started, the way a pedestrian might when an unexpected bus suddenly roars by the corner where they're standing. Jumping up, he lost his balance and would have gone sliding down the long slope of her pillow if she hadn't slipped a hand out from under the bedclothes and caught him. He squeaked when she picked him up, but she meant him no harm and only deposited him carefully on her night-table. Backing away until he was up against the lamp, his tiny gaze darted from side to side as though searching for escape, which seemed odd, considering how, only moments ago, he'd been creeping around on her pillow mere inches from her face. Laying her head back down, she studied him. He weighed no more than a mouse, but he was definitely real. He had substance the way dreams didn't. Unless she hadn't woken up yet and was still dreaming, which was a more likely explanation. "Don't talk so loud," he cried as she opened her mouth to speak again. His voice was high-pitched and sounded like the whine of a bug in her ear. "What are you?" she whispered. He appeared to be recovering from his earlier nervousness. Brushing something from the sleeve of his jacket, he said, "I'm not a what. I'm a who." "Who, then?" He stood up straighter. "My name is Jenky Wood, at your service, and I come to you as an emissary." "From where? Lilliput?" Tiny eyes blinked in confusion. "No, from my people, the Caldwin tribe." "Who live where? In my sock drawer? Behind the baseboards?" Why couldn't this have happened after her first coffee of the morning, when at least her brain would be slightly functional? He gave her a troubled look. "You're not like we expected." "What were you expecting?" "Someone kinder." Sherry sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm not a morning person." "That's apparent. Mind you, I do feel justified in being a little cranky. After all, you're the one who's come barging into my bedroom." "I didn't barge. I crept in under the door ever so quietly." "Okay, snuck into my bedroom then, which, by the way, doesn't give you points on any gentlemanly scale that I know of." "It seemed the best time to get your attention without being accidentally stepped on or swatted like a bug." Sherry stopped herself from telling him that implying that her apartment might be overrun with bugs his size also wasn't particularly endearing. "Would it be too much to ask what you're doing in my bedroom?" she asked. "Not to mention in my bed?" "I might as well ask what you're doing in bed." "Now who's being cranky?" "The sun rose hours ago." "Yes, and I was writing until 3 o'clock this morning, so I think I'm entitled to sleep in." She paused to frown at him. "Not that it's any of your business. And," she added as he began to reply, "you haven't answered my question." "It's about your book," he said, "The Traveling Littles." As soon as he said the title, she wondered how she could have missed the connection. Jenky Woods, at her service, looked exactly like she'd painted the Littles in her book, except— "Littles aren't real," she said, knowing how dumb that sounded with an all too obvious example standing on her night table. "But you told our history." "I told a story," Sherry said, feeling sorry for the little man now. "One that was told to me when I was a girl." "So you can't help us?" "It depends," she said, "on what you need my help for." But she already knew. She didn't have to go into her office to take down a copy of the book from her brag shelf. She might have written and illustrated it almost 20 years ago. She might not have recognized the little man for what he was until he'd told her himself. But she remembered the story. It had been her first book, and its modest, not to mention continuing, success was what had persuaded her to try to make a living at writing and drawing children's books. She'd just never considered that the story might be true, never mind what she'd said in the pages of the book. The Traveling Littles. There are many sorts of little people, tiny folk, no bigger than a minute. And I don't just mean fairies and brownies, or even pennymen and their like. There are the Lilliputians that Gulliver met on his travels, Mary Norton's borrowers, the Smalls of William Dunthorne's Cornwall, all sorts. But today I want to tell you about the Traveling Littles who live like gypsies, spending their lives always on the move. This is how I heard the story when I was a small girl. My grandpa told it to me, just like this, so I know it's true. The Littles were once birds. They had wings and flew high above the trees and hills to gather their food. When the leaves began to turn yellow and red and frost was in the air, they flew to warmer countries, for they weren't toads to burrow in the mud, or bears to hibernate away the cold months, or crows who don't allow the weather to tell them where to live or when to move. The Littles liked to travel. They liked the wind in their wings and to look out on a new horizon every morning. So they were always leaving one region for another, traveling more to the south in the winter, coming back north when the lilacs and honeysuckle bloom. No matter how far they traveled, they always returned to these very hills, where the sprucey pine grow tall, and the grass can seem blue in a certain light, because even traveling people need a place they can call home. But one year, when the Littles returned, they could find nothing to eat. They flew in every direction looking for food. They flew for days with a gnawing hunger in their bellies. Finally they came upon a field of ripe grain, the seeds so fat and sweet they'd never seen the like before or since. They swooped down in a chorusing flock and gorged in that field until they were too heavy to fly away again. So they had to stay the night on the ground, sleeping among the grain, straw, and grass. You'd think they would have learned their lesson, but in the morning, instead of flying away, they decided to eat a little more and rest in that field of grain for one more night. Every morning they decided the same thing, to eat a little more and sleep another night, until they got to be so heavy that they couldn't fly any more. They could only hop, and not quickly either. Then the trees began to turn yellow and red again. Frost was on the ground, and the winter winds came blowing. The toad burrowed in his mud. The bear returned to his den. The crows watched from the bare-limbed trees and laughed. Because the littles couldn't fly away, they couldn't fly at all. They were too fat. The grain straw was getting dry. The tall grass browned, grew thin, and died. After watching the mice and squirrels store away their own harvests, the littles began to shake the grain from the blades of grass and gather it in heaps with their wings, storing it in hidey holes and hollow logs. The downy feathers of their wings became all gluey, sticking to each other. Their wings took the shape of arms and hands, and even if they could manage to lose weight, they were no longer able to fly at all now, for they'd become people, tiny people, 6 inches tall. That winter they had to dig holes in the sides of the mountains and along the shores of the rivers, making places to live. And it's been like that ever since. In the years to follow, they've come to live among us, sharing our bounty the way mice do, only they are so secret we never see them at all. And they still travel, from town to town, from burrow to burrow, from city block to the next one over, and then the next one over from that. That's why we call them the traveling littles. But the traveling littles are still birds, even if their arms are no longer wings. They can never see a tall building or a mountain without wanting to get to the top. But they can't fly anymore. They have to walk up there, just like you or me. Still, the old folks, those who know this story and told it to me, say that one day the traveling littles will get their wings back. They will be birds again. Only no one knows when. "You want to know how to become a bird again," she said. Jenky Wood nodded. "We thought you would know. Eula Gry came across a copy of your book in a child's library last year and told us about it at our year's end celebration. Palko John. Who are these people? Eula is the sister of my brother's cousin Sammy, and Palko John is our big man. He's the chief of our clan, but he's also the big chief of all the tribe. He decided that we should look for you. When we found out where you lived, I was sent to talk to you. Why were you chosen?" He had the decency to blush. "Because they all say I'm too good-natured to offend anyone or take offense." Sherry stifled a laugh. "Well," she said, "I'm usually much less cranky when I've been awake for a little longer and have had at least 1 cup of coffee. Speaking of which, I need one now. I also have to have a pee." At that he went beet red. "What, you people don't? Never mind," she added. "That was just more crankiness. Can I pick you up?" When he gave her a nervous nod, she lowered her hand so that he could step onto her palm, keeping her thumb upright so he'd have something to hang on to. She took him into the kitchen, deposited him on the table, plugged in the kettle, then went back down the hall to the washroom. 10 minutes later she was sitting at the table with a coffee in front of her. Jenky sat on a paperback book, holding the thimbleful of coffee she'd given him. She broke off a little piece of a bran cookie and offered it to him before dipping the rest into her coffee. "So why would you want to become birds again, anyway?" she asked. "Look at the size of us. Can you imagine how hard it is for us to get around while still keeping our secret?" Point taken. Neither spoke while they ate their cookies. Sherry sipped at her coffee. "Did your grandfather really tell you our story?" Jenky asked after a moment. Sherry nodded. Could you bring me to him? He passed away a couple of years ago. I'm sorry. Silence fell again between them. Look, Sherry said after a moment. I don't know any more than what you read in my book, but I could look into it for you. Really? No, I'm actually way too busy. Joke, she added as his face fell. It was a joke. Polko John said we could offer you a reward for your help. What sort of reward? Anything you want. Like a magic wish? Sherry asked, intrigued. He nodded. We only have the one left. Why don't you use it to make yourselves birds again? They only work for other people. Figures. There's always a catch, isn't there? But I don't want your wish. He went all glum again. So you won't help us? Didn't I already say I would? I just don't like the idea of magic wishes. There's something creepy about them. I think we should earn what we get, not have it handed to us on a little silver platter. That earned her a warm smile. I think we definitely chose the right person to help us, he said. Well, don't start celebrating yet, Sherry told him. It's not like I have any idea how to go about it. But like I said, I will look into it. I've decided to give up men, Sherry told Holly Rue later that day. She'd arrived early at Holly's store for the afternoon book club meeting that the used bookshop hosted on the last Wednesday of every month. The book they'd be discussing today was Alice Hoffman's The River King, which Sherry had adored. Since she had to wait for the others to get here to talk about it, she kept herself busy talking with Holly and fussing with Snippet, Holly's Jack Russell Terrier, much to the dog's delight. I thought you'd already done that, Holly said. I did, but this time I really mean it. Have a bad date? It's not so much having a bad date as A, not wanting to see him again after said date, but he does and keeps calling, or B, wanting to see him again because it seemed we were getting along so well, but he doesn't call. I'm worn out from it all. You could call him, Holly said. I could. Would you? Holly sighed. Not to ask him out. I thought Women's Lib was supposed to have sorted all of this out by now. I think it's not only society that's supposed to change, but us, too. We have to think differently. So why don't we? Holly shook her head. Same reason they don't call, I guess. Give me a hob over a man any day. Sherry cocked her head and studied Holly for a long moment. What? Holly said. Did I grow an extra nose? No, I'm just thinking about hobs. I wanted to talk to you about them. Holly's gaze went to an empty chair near the beginning of the store's furthest aisle, then came back to Sherry's. What about them? She asked. There was now something guarded in the bookseller's features, but Sherry plunged on anyway. Were you serious about having one living in your store? She asked. Serious as in, is it true? A few months ago, they'd been out celebrating the nomination of one of Sherry's books for a local writing award she hadn't won. That was when Holly had mentioned this hob, laughed it off when Sherry had asked for more details, and then changed the subject. Because the thing is, Sherry said, I could use some advice about little people right about now. You've got a hob living in your apartment? No, I've got a little, though he's only visiting. But littles aren't real, Sherry finished for her. Any more than hobs. We both know that. Yet there he is, waiting for me in my apartment all the same. I've set him up on a bookshelf with a ladder so that he can get up and down, and got some of my old Barbie furniture out of my storage space in the basement. You kept your Barbie stuff? And it's a good thing I did, seeing how useful it's proven to be today. Jenky, that's his name, Jenky Wood, likes the size, though he's not particularly enamored with the colors. You're serious? So it seems, Sherry told her. Apparently, he thinks I can find out how they can all become birds again. Like in your story. Sherry nodded, though I haven't got the first clue. Well, But just then the front door opened, and Catherine Welland, one of the other members of their book club, came in. "I think I know someone who can help you," Holly said, before turning to smile at the new arrival. Snippet lifted her head from Sherry's lap with interest, hoping for another biscuit like the one Sherry had given her earlier, no doubt. "Someone tall, dark, and handsome, not to mention single?" Sherry asked after they had exchanged hellos with Catherine. "Not exactly." "Who's tall, dark, and handsome?" Catherine asked. "The man of my dreams," Sherry told her. Catherine smiled. "Aren't they all?" Sherry was helping Jenky rearrange the Barbie furniture on the bookshelf she'd cleared for his use when the doorbell rang. "That'll be her," she said, suddenly nervous. "Should I hide?" Jenky asked. "Well, that would kind of defeat the whole purpose of this, wouldn't it?" "I suppose. It's just that letting myself be seen goes so against everything I've ever been told. My whole life has been a constant concentration of secrets and staying hidden." "Buck up," Sherry told him. "If all goes well, you might be a bird again, and it won't matter who sees you." "I'd rather be both," he said as she went to get the door. She paused, hand on the knob. "Really?" "Given a choice, wouldn't you want to be able to go back and forth between bird and little?" She gave a slow nod. "I suppose I would." She turned back to open the door, and everything just kind of melted away in her head. Jenky's problem, the conversation they'd just had, the day of the week. "Oh, my," Sherry said. The words came out unbidden, for standing there in the hallway was the idealization of a character she'd been struggling with for weeks. The new picture book hadn't exactly stalled, but she kept having to write around this one character because she couldn't quite get her clear in her head. She'd filled pages in her sketchbook with drawings, particularly frustrated because while she knew what the character was supposed to look like, she was unable to get just the right image of her down on paper. Or perhaps a better way to put it was that she didn't so much know what the woman should look like, she just knew when it was wrong. But now here the perfect subject was, standing in the hallway. Where were her watercolors and some paper, or just a pencil and the back of an envelope? Hell, she'd settle for a camera. Though really, none of that would be necessary. Now that she'd seen her, it would be impossible for Sherry to forget her. It wasn't that the woman was particularly exotic, though there were those striking green streaks that ran through her nut-brown hair. She wasn't dressed regally either, though her simple white blouse and long flower-print skirt nevertheless left an impression of royal vestments. It wasn't even that she was so beautiful. There were any number of beautiful women in the world. No, there was an air about her, a quality both mysterious and simple that had been escaping Sherry for weeks when she was doing her character sketches. But she had it now. She'd begin with a light golden wash, creating a nimbus of light behind the figure's head, and then— "I hope that's a pleased oh my," the woman said. Her voice brought Sherry back into the present moment. "What? Oh, yes, it was. I was just—" The woman offered her hand. "My name's Moran Kelledy. Holly did tell you I was coming by, didn't she?" Her voice was soft and melodic, with an underlying touch of gentle humor. "I'm sorry," Sherry said as she shook Moran's hand. "I can't believe I've left you standing out there in the hall." She stood aside. "Please come in. It's just that you caught me by surprise. See, you look exactly like the forest queen I need for this book I'm working on at the moment, and—" She laughed. "I'm babbling, aren't I? What sort of forest is she the queen of?" "An oak forest." Moran smiled. "Well, that's all right, then." With that enigmatic comment, she came into the apartment. Sherry watched her for one drawn-out moment longer, then shut the door to join Moran and Jenky in the living room. I should also tell you that there's a wish up for grabs, Sherry said after she and Janky had taken turns telling their story. The two women were sitting at the kitchen table, Janky on the table in a pink plastic chair. They all had tea, Janky in his thimble since he didn't like the plastic Barbie dishware, the women in regular porcelain mugs. For the one who helps the littles with this, I mean, Sherry added. Moran shook her head. I have no need for wishes. Of course she wouldn't. Moran was probably the calmest woman that Sherry had ever met. Neither meeting the little nor the story the two of them had told seemed to surprise her. She'd simply given Janky a polite hello, then sat and nodded while they talked, occasionally asking a question to clarify one point or another. What world does she live in? Sherry had found herself thinking. A magical one, no doubt, like the forest in Sherry's latest picture book. You can have it, Moran said. But Sherry shook her head right back. I don't believe in something for nothing. Good for you. What an odd response. But Sherry didn't take the time to dwell on it. So can you help us turn them back into birds again? She asked. Unfortunately, no. Odd as it came to be, the littles have evolved into what they now are, and that kind of thing can't be turned back. It's like making the first fish who came onto land return to the sea, or forcing the monkeys to go back up into the trees once more instead of becoming men and women. Evolution doesn't work that way. It moves forward, not back. But magic operates from what appears to be a different law of physics. I'll admit, but that's only because it's misunderstood. If you have the right vocabulary, it can make perfect sense. Sherry sighed. So we're back where we started. No, because the clock doesn't turn backwards. I don't understand. Sherry might have felt dumb, but Janky looked as confused as she was feeling, and he was a piece of magic himself, so she decided not to worry about it. What's to stop the littles from continuing to evolve? Moran asked. Into, say, beings that can change from bird to little at will, the way Janky here has said he'd like to. Well, for one thing, we don't know how. Now there I can help you, or at least I can set the scene so that you can help him. I'm still not following you. There's an old tribe of words, Moran explained, not the kind we use today, but the ones that go back to the before, when a word spoken created a moment in which anything can happen. The before? Sherry asked. It's just another way to say the first days of the world, Janky told her. Our storytellers still tell the stories of those days, of Raven and Cody and the Crow Girls and all. It was a time of story, Moran said, though of course every age has its stories, just as every person does. But these were the stories that shaped the world, and part of that shaping had to do with this old tribe of words. A tribe of words, Sherry repeated, feeling way out of her depth here. Moran nodded. I can wake one of those words for you, she said. Not for a long time, but for long enough. So you'll just say one of these words and everything will be the way we want it to be? Hardly, Moran said with a smile. I can only wake one of that old tribe. You will need to say the words. It's a form of communal magic, which is mostly the kind I know. One person wakes it, another gives it focus. But I wouldn't know what to say. Maybe Janky should do it. No, this works better when a human speaks the words. That gave Sherry pause, the way Moran said the word human. It was the way humans spoke of other species. She wanted to ask Moran what she was, but she supposed now wasn't the time, and it would probably be impolite. So what words do I say? She asked instead. You'll know when the time is right. But, Moran gave her another of her smiles, don't worry so much. Okay. Sherry looked from the magical woman sitting across the table from her to the even more magical little man sitting on a Barbie kitchen chair between them. Janky watched her expectantly. Moran said nothing, did nothing. There was an odd, unfocused look to her gaze, but otherwise she seemed to merely be waiting, managing to do so without conveying the vaguest sense of pressure. But there was pressure all the same, self-imposed on Sherry's part, but no less urgent for that. What if she didn't say the right thing? How much was she supposed to say? How was she supposed to know when the time was right? It was all so nebulous. "So when do we start?" Sherry asked. Moran's gaze came into focus and found Sherry's. "Breathe," she said, "slowly. Try to still the conversations that rise up in your head, and don't concentrate on anything until you feel a change. You'll know it when you feel it." Then she slowly closed her eyes. Sherry copied her, closing her own eyes. Breathing deeply and slowly, she tried to feel this change. Something, anything. Maybe a difference in the air. Some sense that they were sideways from the world as she knew it, inhabiting a pocket of the world where magic could happen. If magic was real, that was. She wasn't sure where it originated, the sudden impression of assurance that came whispering through her, calm and sure and secret. She felt like she was at the center of some enormous wheel, and that all the possibilities of what might be were radiating out from her like 100,000 filigreed spokes. It was like floating, like coming apart and reconnecting with everything, but it was also like being utterly focused as well. She could look at all those threads arcing away from her and easily find and hold the one that was needed in her mind. "Hope," she said. "Is that word for them or for you?" As soon as Moran asked the question, Sherry saw how it could go. She realized that under the connection she felt to this wheel of possibilities, she'd continued to harbor her own need, continued to reach for that elusive partner every single person looked for, whether they admit it or not. He could be called to her with Moran's old tribal word, the right partner, the perfect partner. All she had to do was say, "For me." Because magic was real, she knew that now. At least this magic was real. It could bring him to her. But then she opened her eyes. Her gaze went to Janky, watching her with expectant eyes and held breath. Promises made, promises broken. What good were promises if you didn't keep them? How could you respect yourself, never mind expect anyone else to respect you, if you could break them so easily? What would the perfect man think of her when he learned how she'd brought him to her? Not to mention what she'd said barely 10 minutes ago, how it wasn't right to have something for nothing. But that was before she'd realized it could really be made to happen. That was before all the lonely nights were washed away with the promise of just the right man coming into her life. "No," she said, "I meant faith, belief, that bird and little can be one again, the shape they wear being their own choice." Moran smiled. "Done," she said. Sherry felt a rumbling underfoot, like a subway car running just under the basement of her apartment building. But there was no subway within blocks of her place. The tea mugs rattled on the table, and Janky gripped the seat of his chair. Something swelled inside her, deep and old, too big for her to hold inside. And then it was gone. Sherry blinked and looked at Moran. Was that it? She wanted to ask. What happened? Did it work? But before she could speak, there was a blur of motion in the middle of the kitchen table. Janky leaped up, knocking his little chair down. He lifted his arms, and they seemed to shrink back into his body at the same time as his fingers grew longer. Feathers burst from them in a sudden cloud. His birdish features became a bird's head in truth, and then the whole of the little man was gone, and a gray and brown bird rose up from the tabletop, flapping its wings. It circled once, twice, 3 times around the room, then landed on the table again, the transformation reversing itself until Jenky was standing there. He looked up at her, grinning from ear to ear. Sherry smiled back at him. "I guess it worked," she said. A couple of days later, Sherry looked up from her drawing table, distracted by the tap-tap-tapping on her window pane. A little gray and brown bird looked in at her, his head cocked to one side. "Jenky?" she said. The bird tapped at the glass again, so she stepped around her table and opened the window. The bird immediately flew in and landed on the top of her drawing table, where it became a little raggedy man. Sherry wasn't even startled any more. "Hello, hello!" Jenky cried. "Hello yourself. You're looking awfully pleased with yourself." "Everyone's so happy. They all wanted to come by and say thank you and hello, but Polko John said that would be indecorous, so it's just me. Well, I'm glad to see you, too." Jenky looked like he wanted to dance around where he was standing, but he made himself stand straight and tall. "I'm supposed to ask you if you've decided on your wish," he said. "I already told you. I don't want a wish." "But you helped us, and that was our promise to you." Sherry shook her head. "I still don't want it. You should keep it for yourselves." "And I already told you we can't use it for ourselves." Sherry shrugged. "Then find someone who really needs it, a person whose only home is an alleyway, a child fending off unwelcome attention, someone who's dying or hurt or lonely or sad. You littles must go all over the city. Surely you can find someone who needs a wish." "That's your true and final answer?" "Now you sound like a game show host," she told him. He wagged a finger at her. "It's too late in the day to be cranky. Even you have to have been up for hours now. You still don't get my jokes, do you?" "No," he said, "but I'll learn. Anyway, that's my true and final answer. Then I'll find such a person and give them your wish." With that he became a bird once more. He did a quick circle around her head, followed by a whole series of complicated loops and swirls that took him from one end of the room to the other, showing off. "Come back and visit," Sherry called as he headed for the window. The bird twittered. Then it darted out the window and was gone. "So what's the deal with Moran?" Sherry asked Holly the next time she came by the bookstore. "Where do you know her from? I had a Pixie incident that she helped me out with last year." "A Pixie incident?" Holly nodded. "The store was overrun with them. They came off the internet like a virus and were causing havoc up and down the street until she helped us get them back into the net." "Us being you and your hob?" Just as she had the last time the subject of the hob came up, Holly's gaze went to an empty chair near the beginning of the store's furthest aisle, only this time there was a little man sitting there, brown-faced and curly-haired. He gave Sherry a shy smile and lifted a hand in greeting. "Oh, Kay," Sherry said. She could have sworn there was no one sitting there a moment ago, and his sudden appearance made the whole world feel a little off-kilter. She'd only just gotten used to little men who could turn into birds. "Sherry, this is Dick Bobbins," Holly said. "Dick, this is Sherry Piper." "I like your books," the hob said. His compliment gave Sherry perhaps the oddest feeling that she'd had so far in all of this affair, that a fairy-tale being should like her fairy-tale books. Thank you," she managed. "He didn't appear out of nowhere," Holly assured her, undoubtedly in response to the look on Sherry's face. "Hobs have this ability to be so still that we don't notice them unless they want us to." "I knew that." Holly grinned. "Sure you did." "Okay, I didn't. But it makes sense in a magical, nothing really makes sense sort of a way. Kind of like birds turning into littles, and vice versa." So was Moran able to help you? The hob leaned forward in his chair, obviously as interested as Holly was. Sherry nodded and told them about how it had gone. I understand why you didn't let Moran's magic bring you the right guy, Holly said when she was done. I mean, after all, you were calling it up for the littles. What I don't understand is, why didn't you use the wish they offered you? Because it's something for nothing. It's like putting a love spell on someone. Isn't it better to get to know someone at a natural pace, work out the pushes and pulls of the relationship to make it stronger, instead of having it all handed to you on a platter? I suppose. But what if you never meet the right guy? That's the risk I have to take. So here I am, still waiting like an idiot on the man of my dreams. I don't know which bugs me more, that he hasn't shown up yet, or that I'm still waiting. But I got to do a good turn, and my picture book is done. Moran loved the paintings I did of her as the forest queen. Her husband even bought one of the originals once I'd gotten the color transparencies made. What else? I've got a new friend who's a hob, and at least once a week Janky Wood flies up to my windowsill in the shape of a bird, tapping on my window pane until I let him in. I've got my Barbie furniture permanently set up for him on a shelf in my studio, though I have repainted it in more subdued colors. So what am I saying? I don't know. That we all have ups and downs, I guess, whether we bring them on ourselves or they come courtesy of the fates. The trick seems to be to roll with them, learn something from the hard times, appreciate the good. I didn't really need fairy encounters to teach me that, but I wouldn't trade the experience of them for anything, not even for that elusive, perfect man. Sign here. 1. You'll never guess who came over last night. You're right, I won't. Come on, you could at least try. Why do you want me to work for this? Just tell me already. It was Brenda. Bullshit. I'm serious. I thought she dumped you. No way, I dumped her. Nobody ever dumps me. Whatever. So what did she want? Cheap sex. Now it really is bullshit. I'm kidding. She wants us to get back together. What did you say? What do you mean? Are you getting back together? Maybe you dumped her, but you're always talking about her. She was a great kisser. But? No buts. I just don't know. I didn't say yes or no. So what did you do? Nothing. We just talked. About getting back together? No. More about what we've been doing. Old times, stuff like that. We must have been up until almost 3. And then you had sex? No. Then she kissed me good night and went home. Still a good kisser? She was always the best. We're supposed to get together again tonight. So it's semi-serious? I don't know what it is. You know what I did last night? Jumped your own bones? Oh, very funny. No, I met this guy in the Crossroads bar and he showed me this trick. Look at this. How'd you do that? I figure it's mostly a mental thing. What, like you only hypnotized me into seeing it? No, the flame's real. Good trick, isn't it? Be a great way to pick up a girl in a bar. Just light her cigarette with a snap of your fingers. How'd you do it, really? It's this way of, I don't know, seeing things differently. Like you can actually see the molecules of the air, and you just kind of convince them to be something other than what they are. Apparently, when you get good at it, you can do it with anything, and not just a tiny flame like this. But air to fire's supposed to be one of the easier ones, so that's why he started me out with it. And he just showed it to you, out of the blue? Pretty much. He said he's been looking for someone to teach all the stuff he knows to, and I looked like the right kind of guy. He said I was receptive. More like gullible. Hey, this is real. Let me... Ooh! I told you. So what's he get out of it? Nothing, really. Come on, he's got to want something. Well, he had me sign this piece of paper. Jesus, what did you sign away? My soul? Get real. That's all it said. He gets it when I die. This is too weird. Don't go all Catholic on me. I don't believe in souls, and neither do you. Hell, when was the last time you were in a church? Yeah, but think about it. That was based on limited knowledge. What are you talking about? Well, souls are kind of like magic, right? And this trick the guy showed you is like magic? So? So if one kind of magic can be real, maybe other kinds can too. Maybe we do have souls. You think? Well, I'm leaning more to the affirmative right now. I've screwed myself, haven't I? I guess it depends. What did he look like? I don't know. Kind of normal. No horns? No tail? Oh, for Christ's sake. You're the one he taught to make a flame by snapping your fingers. That's real. I know it's real. I saw it. I guess he looked kind of like Elvis, circa the Vegas years, only older. Elvis. Not exactly like him. More like Harvey Keitel, sort of playing him in that movie we rented a while ago. Finding Graceland? Yeah, that's the one. And you just up and traded him your soul to be able to light smokes for women in bars without using matches or a lighter? I don't own a lighter. I know you don't. I'm making a point here. I don't get it. The point is, how stupid can you be? Hey, he's going to teach me other stuff. I'm going to be his protégé. Until you die and he gets your soul. Something like that. If I even have a soul. The more I think about it, the more I'm betting we do. I mean, why else would the guy ask you to sign it over to him? But the difference between you and me is, I still own mine. I am so screwed. Maybe, maybe not. We're smart guys. Maybe we can figure a way out of this. Hell, maybe we can even come out ahead. I'd settle on having my soul back. It's not gone yet. You know what I mean. Let me think on this. 2. So did you ask him how to live forever? Yeah. He said if I can't figure it out for myself, then I don't deserve to know. But he showed me another good trick. All I have to do is concentrate, sort of like you do with the air molecules, except this is with molecules of time. I don't get it. It lets you predict the future. Get out of here. No, really, but it's a bitch. I can only look 10 seconds or so ahead, and it gives me a headache that makes a hangover feel good. But it's like the other thing he said. The more I practice, the easier it'll get and the further ahead I can see. So you could predict lotteries and horse races and all kinds of crap. I guess. Did you get a name from this guy? He said I could call him Mr. Parker, meaning it's not really his name. That's just all he'll give you, I guess. Well, I figured out the living forever bit. Bullshit. No, he was right. It's pretty simple, really. Here, look at these. What are these? Souls. How'd you get them? Well, I figured I'd try buying them. So I went into your second home and kept offering the losers drinking in there $5 if they'd sign over their soul to me. You'd be surprised at how many people who swear they don't believe in God will balk at signing over their soul, but I got a few takers. Yeah? Well, I wish I'd been smart enough not to sign away mine. Doesn't matter now. You've got these. I don't get how it works. I don't either, not yet. But there's got to be a reason your Mr. Parker wanted your soul, and I figure this has to be it. You must be able to use the souls you acquire to prolong your own life. And if you don't die, then he doesn't get yours. I don't know. Just take them. Ask him if you can trade for yours. Only don't offer them all at once. I won't. 3. So how'd it go? He didn't want them. He says there's varying grades of souls. The ones you got are only worth a year or so because the people that signed them over don't really care about their lives anymore. He could tell that just by looking at pieces of paper? Apparently. He says you need higher quality ones to buy you a decent amount of time. But we're on the right track. I suppose, but it doesn't feel right. What doesn't? Trading people's souls like this. Hey, they didn't have to sign them away. But they didn't know. So what are you saying? I should give them back? I don't know. It's just, after signing away my own, I can feel for them. I was just trying to help. I know, and I appreciate it. So what did he teach you today? Nothing new. He just showed me some meditation techniques to make it easier for me to narrow my focus, you know, so that when I practice, it's more productive. Figures. He's already got you hooked. It's not what you're thinking. Maybe he conned me with the soul business, but the rest of what he's showing me is on the level. Here, look how hot I can make this flame. Jesus, it's like a tiny blowtorch. Cool, huh? Sure, if you ever want to weld anything really, really small, I guess. 4. Mr. Parker? Yes? My name's Robert Chaplin. Oh, yes, Peter's friend, the one who's trying to help him break his deal with the devil. Are you the devil? The devil is rather a recent conceit. I'm much older than that. Which doesn't really answer my question. It's not really relevant. Was that all you wanted to know? No, this stuff you're teaching Peter, is it all just going to be parlor tricks? What I've taught him and will teach him are hardly tricks. They are lessons that will help him to understand the underpinnings of the world. The more proficiency he gains, both in understanding the makings of the world and in manipulating them, the closer he will come to achieving the potential I see inside him. Unless he dies first. Everyone dies, Mr. Chaplin. Everything has an expiry date. Except for you. Even me. I'm long-lived, not immortal. So why Peter? He has a bright fire in his soul. He has so much potential. But what's that to you? I like to help people. By stealing their souls? That isn't how I'd phrase it. Then how would you phrase it? I'm bound to help others. It's part of the bargain I made. Of course. You had to make a bargain, too. Who'd you sell your soul to? What exactly is it that you want from me, Mr. Chaplin? Can you teach me? Teach you what? Everything. That depends. What can you give me in return? I guess I've only got one thing you want. If you're referring to your soul, I'm afraid not. Even knowing you have it does not make you value it any more than you did before you gained that knowledge. And Peter did? Valued his soul, I mean? He did indeed. He didn't believe any more than I did. I assume that's simply what he led you to believe. Your friend has hidden depths that it appears he never shared with you. Whatever, so I'm out of the loop. Not necessarily. Offer me the soul of someone who values what they have, and perhaps we can do business. And once it's accepted, the contract can't be broken? Not so long as both parties adhere to its conditions. 5. I've got this weird idea, Brenda. What's that? Well, things didn't work out so well before, did they? Between us, I mean. I don't blame you. Neither of us was pulling our weight. It takes two to make a relationship work. I know that. But I was just thinking, if we're really going to try to make it work this time, maybe we should, I don't know, put it all down in writing, make it official. You want to get married? Not this minute or anything, but that's certainly something to work toward. For now, I was thinking more of a kind of contract, something to show that we're taking all of this seriously. A contract? Yeah, we each write down what we're putting into this and what we expect from the other person. We keep it simple. How do you think that will change things? I don't know. It'll be a commitment in black and white, something we can reread if we start to get frustrated or antsy, to remind us of how we really feel so that we don't say or do anything stupid, like writing our own wedding vows. Sort of, except this would be more our relationship vows. You're right, it is weird. Yeah, I thought it was. Too weird, right? No, I actually like the fact that you're taking the time to think about this sort of thing. 6. This is really nice. Thanks, but I can see I got a little long-winded now that I'm reading yours. It's not about the length, Brenda, it's about what we mean. But you were able to put it so succinctly. If you give me your soul, I will always honor, cherish, and respect you. That's beautiful. Thanks. Only why do you say soul instead of heart? I don't know. Heart didn't seem to encompass everything that we should be giving to each other. You know, I never saw this side of you before. I've had a lot of time to reflect since we broke up. Is it something you can sign? I can certainly sign yours. Hand me the pen. 7. So, what do you think, Mr. Parker? She has an extraordinary spirit, strong and true and full of grace. You can tell that just by holding the paper up to your face and smelling it? Hardly, but her essence permeates the paper. I was simply admiring its potency. That good, huh? Well, she always was a looker, and she kisses like you wouldn't believe, though I guess you wouldn't be into that kind of thing. Let's just say I'm selective. I certainly appreciate your bringing her to my attention. Well, I know the best way for you to show that appreciation. I'm sure you do, Mr. Chaplin. So, do we have a deal? Her soul for what you can teach me? I think an agreement can be made. Great. So where do we start? With a little flame business, or can we cut right to the living forever trick? Patience, please. You haven't simply dialed an 800 number. Hey, I delivered. I expect you to do the same. And so I will. But first I need you to go home and reflect on your place in the world, where you are now and where you would wish to be in, let's say, start with 5 years from now. What for? Then when you return to me, we will have a better understanding of how to begin your education. That's not how it worked with Peter. You just started right in on showing him stuff. Indeed I did. But each of us is different, and so the paths we need to take to reach the same goal can also be very different. Peter doesn't jump into a new thing, so the best way to begin with him was by doing just that. You, on the other hand, are already an impetuous individual. So for you, we need to balance that higher energy with elements of a quieter, meditative process. It all has to do with balance. So I just think about who I am, what I want? Indeed. Okay, I guess I can live with that. Only tell me this. It's not all going to be this mumbo-jumbo, right? You're going to show me something practical, too. I believe, Mr. Chaplin, that you will find that I can be the most practical of men. 8. I can't believe you did that, man. Did what? Tried to trade off Brenda's soul to Mr. Parker. Oh, please, what the hell was she doing with it? You just don't get it, do you? What's to get? It's not about taking people's souls and using them to live longer yourself. It's about giving. It's only by helping other souls reach their full potential that your own lifetime is extended. Is that what Parker told you? He didn't have to. I've been working on those meditative exercises he gave me, and damned if I'm not starting to see connections between everything. There's not a thing we say or do that doesn't have repercussions. The smallest kindness can blossom into an age of renaissance, while one cruel deed can bring down an empire. Jesus, did he see you coming or what? Yeah, I think he did, but not the way you think. I'm honored that he felt I already had such potential. And what about his not taking the souls of all those losers I offered him because they'd only give him a year or so more of life? It's because they require too much work, Robert. There are so many people in the world that it's better to work with those that have the higher potential, because if you can win them over, then they'll start doing the work, too. Work, work. What the hell are you talking about? An enlightened world where everyone takes care of each other and the planet they live on. Right. That's why he was so happy when I traded him Brenda's soul. You didn't trade her soul. It wasn't yours to trade. Bullshit. I handed it over to him, signed and delivered. You're missing the point. If you don't keep up your side of the bargain, then the contract is void. I haven't had time to keep up my side. You had time enough to try to trade her soul. Then why was he so happy to get it? He wasn't happy about that. He was happy because she's such an advanced soul. Waking her up to her full potential will take a fraction of the time it would normally take with others. Like you? Sure, like me. I'm not ashamed to say I've got a ways to go, but at least I'm on the road. And I'm not? I don't know what you are, Robert. I guess I never did. You're a hell of a lot darker than I could ever have guessed. I mean, what do you even care about besides yourself? Wait a minute here. If Parker's helping people, why does he need them to sign over his soul to them? It's just to make a connection, a powerful connection. Yeah, it's sort of freaky when you realize that you really do have a soul and you've just signed it away. But the more you work at what he gives you, the quicker you come to understand that he couldn't possibly keep it. If he did, he wouldn't advance anymore. He wouldn't be able to help other people anymore. This is such a load of crap. Let me tell you about this thing I found, Robert. It's a void. You know, a place where none of your senses can come into play because there's nothing there for them to sense. Am I supposed to be listening to this? There's a place like that inside each one of us. I think it's where we go when we need to mend, like when you go into a coma. And your point is? I think you need to go there, not just because you're hurting yourself, but because you're hurting others. Hey, keep back. I'm not going to hit you. I'm just going to touch you. Here. Where? What the hell did you do? I can't see anything. Mr. Parker says that sight goes first, hearing last. I'm going to kill you, you... You're not going to do anything. You're not going anywhere. Christ, I can't feel anything. Don't do this to me, Peter. Peter? Come on, quit screwing around. I'm not a bad guy. Peter? Oh, Jesus, anybody? 7 Wild Sisters. Quote, "It's a long lane that never has no turns." End quote. Ari Carpenter. Spirits in the Woods. There's those that call it ginseng, but round here we just call it sang. Don't know which is right. All I know for sure is that bees and sang don't mix, leastways not in these hills. Their rivalries got something to do with sweetness and light and wild flower pollen set against dark, rooty things that live deep in the forest dirt. That's why bee spirits'll lead the sang poachers to those hidden sang beds. It's an unkindness you'd expect more from the mean fairy. You know, the way he shows up at parties after the work's all done. He's happy as all get out, flirting around and drinking and playing music, but then he can just turn no-account mean, especially when he has a woman alone. What's that? Course there's spirits in the hills. How could there not be? You think we're alone in this world? We have us a very peopled woods, girl, and I've seen all kinds in my time, big and small. The father of cats haunts these hills. Most times he's this big old panther, sleek and black, but the Kikaha say he can look like a handsome black-haired man. The fancy takes him. I only ever saw him as a panther. Seeing yourself a panther is unusual enough, though I suppose it's something anybody who spends enough time in these woods can eventually claim. But I heard him talk. Don't you smile, girl. I don't tell lies. Then there's the green boy. You want to watch out for him. He lives in the branches of trees, and he's got him this great big smile because he's everybody's friend. That's a certain fact. He loves company, loves to joke and tell stories, but one day with him is like a year for everybody else you left behind. See, some places you've got to be careful on how the time passes. There's caves round these parts that can take you right out of this world and into another, but the days go by slower there, like they did for Rip Van Winkle. I met an artist once. He was gone 20 years in this world, but only a few days had passed for him on the other side. What happened? He went back. That's another caution you need to heed. Places like that can take a powerful hold of you, make you feel like everything in your life is empty because you're not breathing magic. There's wonders, no question, but there's danger too, and that's not the only one. You listen to what I'm telling you. Old Bubba's been seen more than once in these parts, but you stay wide clear of him. I know there's some have said they got the better of that old devil man, but if you bargain with him, I believe you'll carry a piece of his darkness inside you way into forever. Doesn't matter that you got the best of him. And you meet a blacksmith in these woods, you stay clear of him too. I don't care how honey-sweet his voice is, or what nice things he might be telling you. He's just waiting for pretty girls like you. He takes them back into the fairy mound, and once you're there, no one's ever going to see you again. I suppose the one I know best is the apple tree man. Lives in the oldest tree of the orchard. Do you know that old song? Jimmy had a penny, he put it in a can. He give it to the night and the apple tree man, singing, pour me a cider, like I never had me one. Pour me a cider, give everybody some. I've known him since I was younger than you, but he hasn't changed much in all those years. He's still the same wrinkled, gnarly old fellow he was the first time I met him. The time is right. Maybe I'll introduce the two of you. Fairies? Oh, I've seen them all right. Not every day, but I know they're out there. First time I was just a little girl. They were these little foxfire lights dancing out there in the field like flicker bugs. It wasn't any snake-bit fever that let me see them, though I did have the venom in me from a bite I got earlier in the day. I could have died, lit a shook right out of this world, and there's me, no more than 12 years old, but the apple tree man drew the poison right out of me with a mad stone soaked in milk. Him and the father of cats, they saved my life, though only the father of cats wanted payment, so I owe him a favor. If I can't pay it when he comes asking, then one of my descendants has to. Trouble is, I never had any children. I'm the last of this line of kindreds, so far as I know. Anyways, instead of dying, I got me a big piece of magic that night. It was hard to hang on to for a time, but I know no matter what else I experience in this world, scraps and pieces of that magic'll be with me forever. I don't question that. You get on in years, and it can be hard for a body to tell a difference between things that happened and things you thought might have happened, but I know better. There's a veil, thin as a funeral shroud, that divides this world from some other. You do it right, and you can walk on either side of it. The world you find on one side or the other, the people you meet, they're all real. I reckon it's been 70 years, maybe longer, since the father of cats came out of the forest and made me beholden to him. I'm getting on in years now. I'm not saying my time has come, but it's getting there, year by year, and I guess I'd just like to see him again. Pay my debt before it's time for me to move on. 2. Sarah Jane Dillard didn't think the old woman was crazy, though most everybody else did. Folks liked her well enough. They'd pass the time with her when she came into town and all. But what else could you think about a woman in her 80s, living alone on a mountain top, an hour's walk in from the county road? It wasn't like she was a granny woman who needed her solitude. She had her herbs and simples, and she'd be the first to lend a hand. Somebody needed help. But she wasn't known in these parts for cures and midwifery like the Welsh women were. She was just an old woman, kept herself to herself. Not unfriendly, but not looking to step into social circles any time soon either. What does she do up there all on her own? Someone or other would ask from time to time. They might not know, but Sarah Jane did. Aunt Lillian lived the same now as she had since she was a child. She had no phone, no electricity, no running water. The only food she bought was what she couldn't grow herself or gather from the woods around her. So most of her time was taken up with the basic tasks of eking out a living from her land and the forest. It took a lot of hours in a day to see after her gardens, the cow and chickens, the orchard and hives, to go into the woods in season to gather greens and herbs, nuts and berries, and sing. There was water needed to be carried in from the spring house, a wood box to be filled, and any number of other day-to-day chores that needed doing. It wasn't so much a question of what she did, as there hardly being the time in a day to get it all done. "But don't you find it hard?" Sarah Jane had asked her once, "keeping up with it all?" Aunt Lillian smiled. "Hard's being confined to a sick bed like some my age are," she said. "Hard's not having your health and being able to look after yourself. What I do, it's just living, girl." "But you could buy your food instead of having to work so hard at growing it." "Sure I could, but I'd have to have me the money to do that. And to get the money, well, I'd have to work just as hard at something else, except it wouldn't necessarily be as pleasing to my soul." "You find weeding a garden pleasing?" "You should try it, girl. You might be surprised." The trail to Aunt Lillian's house started in the pasture beside the Welch's farm, then took a winding route up into the hills, traveling alongside the creek as it flowed down the length of the hollow. In spring, the creek grew swollen, the water tumbling over stone staircases, overflowing pools, and running quickly along the narrows, until it finally reached the pasture where it dove under the county road before continuing on its way. By fall, the creek was reduced to a trickle, though it never dried up completely. There were always a few deep pools even in the hottest months of the summer, home to fish, spring peepers, and deep-throated bullfrogs, and perfect for a cool dip on a sweltering day. Tall, sprucey pine grew on either side of the trail, sharing the steep slopes of the hollow with yellow birch, oak, and beech. Under them was a thick shrub layer of rhododendrons and mountain laurel. Higher up, tulip trees and more sprucey pine rose on either side with a thick understory of redbud, magnolia, and dogwood. Even with her yellow hound Ruth at her side, Sarah Jane had seen deer, fox, hares, raccoons, and possum, not to mention the endless chorus of birds and squirrels, scolding all intruders from the safety of the trees, when they weren't occupied with their own business, that is. The walk through these woods, with the conversation of the creek as constant company, was something Sarah Jane quickly grew to love. It didn't matter if she was just ambling along with Ruth, or pulling Aunt Lillian's cart, fetching the supplies that were dropped off for Aunt Lillian at the Welch's farm, or bringing them back to her old house up in the hills. Sarah Jane's own family lived next door to the Welches on what everybody still called the old Schaefer farm. Though they'd been living there for the better part of 10 years now, and her grandparents for 5 years before that, she'd become resigned to knowing that it would probably never be called the Dillard farm. They'd moved here from Hazard after her father died, she, her mother, and her 6 sisters, to live with Granny Burrell, her maternal grandmother. The Burrells had bought the farm from the Schaefers a few years before Sarah Jane's family arrived, and hadn't had any more luck losing the Schaefer name than they did. When Granny Burrell died, she left the farm to Sarah Jane's mother, and now it was home to their little clan of red-haired, independent-thinking women. "If you weren't so bullish," Granny Burrell would say, "you'd have better luck getting another father for those wayward girls of yours." "Maybe they don't want another father," Sherry Dillard would tell her mother, "and I sure plan to be choosy about the next man I have in my life. I'd just as soon have none than get me one that won't match up to my Jimmy." "You're going to ruin your life." "Least it's my life," their mother would say, an unspoken reference to her brother Ulysses, who'd so badly mismanaged the investment company he'd opened that its failure left a trail of bankruptcies from one end of the county to the other. But if their mother had a mind of her own, her daughters gave a whole new meaning to independent thinking. Adie, named after their paternal grandmother Ada, was the eldest at 19. From the time she could walk, she'd always been in one kind of trouble or another, from sassing the teachers in grade school to eloping at 16 with Johnny Garland, the 2 of them hightailing it out of the county on Johnny's motorcycle. She came back 7 months later, unrepentant, but done with boyfriends for the time being. Her celibacy had lasted about a month, but so far she hadn't taken off again. The twins, Laurel and Bess, were born the year after her. They were also mad about boys, but their first love was music, making it, dancing to it, anything there might be that had to do with it. They both sang, making those sweet harmonies that only sisters can. Laurel played the fiddle, Bess the banjo, and the 2 could be found at any barn dance or hoolie within a few miles' radius of the farm, kicking up their heels on the dance floor with an ever-rotating cast of partners, or playing their instruments on the stage, keeping up with the best of them. When they were home, just the 2 of them, they'd amuse themselves arranging pop music from the 70s and 80s into old-timey and bluegrass settings. Sarah Jane was born 2 years after the twins. She was the middle child, double-named because this time her mother meant to be ready if she had another set of twins. They'd be Sarah or Jane if they were girls, Robert or William if they were boys. When she got just the one girl, she couldn't decide which of the 2 girls' names to pick, so she used them both. As the middle child, Sarah Jane bridged her sisters not only in years, but also in temperament. Like her older sisters, she loved to dance and run a little wild. But she also loved reading and drawing, and could sit quietly with her younger sister Elsie for hours, watching the light change on the underwater stones as the creek streamed above them, or contemplating the possibility that what the crows rasped and cawed at each other might actually be some ancient hidden language that people had forgotten. Elsie was different from her sisters in other ways. While the Dillard women before her had grown early into their women's bodies, at 15 she still had a boyish figure. She was lean and wiry, the quietest of the girls, more so since they'd moved here. Now she spent all her time in the surrounding woods and hills, stalking anything and everything, from bugs and birds to fox and deer. Their mother jokingly referred to Elsie as her feral daughter, and that wasn't far off the mark. Elsie was always happiest out in the woods, day or night, and no matter what the season. She could run as fast as a deer, but she could be almost preternaturally still, too. Sarah Jane had never known anyone who could sit so quietly for so long. "I'm just watching the grass grow," Elsie would say when she was found in a meadow, gazing off across the wild flowers and weeds. And finally there were Ruth and Grace, also twins. 13 now, they'd belied the biblical ring of their names from the moment they came home from the hospital, working like a tag team as they ensured that if they couldn't get a full night's sleep for their first 2 years in the world, then no one else in the household would either. No sooner would one drop off than the other would start in crying, and there would be 2 fussing infants to be dealt with once more. The older they grew, the more of a handful they became. They could never simply do a thing without first knowing the how and why of its needing to be done, and that knowing had to be explained in great and painstaking detail. But it was better to take the time to explain, else they could take a thing apart just to see how it worked, and it might never get put back together again. They grew up to be practical jokers, though never mean-spirited ones. And stubborn? A mule was a pushover compared to trying to shift them once they had their minds set on a thing. Sarah Jane had known for years that some old woman lived at the end of the trail that began in the Welch's pasture. She'd even seen her a few times, if only from a distance, which suited Sarah Jane just fine. Adie and the older twins were forever scaring the younger girls, telling them that if they weren't good, the old witch woman who lived in the hills would come and get them. She'd take them away, and no one would ever see them again. She had this oven, see, big enough to hold a child trussed up like a roasting chicken. For ages, Sarah Jane and her younger sisters had lived in fear of her. But one summer, 3 years ago, when Sarah Jane was 13 and Elsie was 12, they dared each other to follow the trail to see where the old woman lived. They took Ruth with them. That yellow, short-haired hound of Sarah Jane's was a couple of years old at the time and full of beans, forever digging in the garden or wherever else he thought he might find a bone or a rabbit burrow, though Mama swore that he didn't need an excuse. Ruth was just a dog that was happy digging. "It's your own fault," she'd tell Sarah Jane, "giving him such a name." How she got that dog was a whole other story in and of itself. She was lying abed one night the fall before, watching the shadow branches of the beech tree outside her window slowly make their way across the ceiling of her room, cast by the moon as it made its own journey across the night sky. She hadn't been able to sleep, but she didn't know why. Her head was filled with everything and nothing, a fairly common occurrence, really. She heard the dog start to cry an hour or so after midnight, a distant whining that occasionally broke into louder barking. At first she thought that one of the neighbors had gotten a new pet and had either left it home alone or put it out on a chain for its first night out. There was that desperation in its voice that dogs do so well, and sometimes made her believe the theory that they live entirely in the present with no recollection of the past, no hopes for the future. This dog had been put out, and so far as it could see, that was where it had to be for the rest of its life. But as she lay there, alternately dozing and waking up when the cries got louder, she got to thinking about what if the dog was really in trouble. It might have broken loose from somewhere and gotten its chain wrapped around a tree or something. It had happened before, and not so far from here. She'd overheard George Welch telling her mother about finding the bones of a dog one spring, how it had still been wearing a collar, its lead entangled in the roots of a tree. "That was a hard death," she remembered him saying. "I wouldn't wish it on anyone, man or critter." Sighing, she threw back the comforter and sat up. The floor was icy on her bare feet as she padded across the room to where she'd left her clothes on a chair. Elsie began to stir as Sarah Jane was getting dressed. "What ya doing?" Elsie asked, her voice thick with sleep. "Nothing," Sarah Jane told her. "I'm just going to get a little air." "But it's the middle of the night," Elsie murmured. Like she herself hadn't been out and about in the woods in the middle of the night 100 times before, looking for owls and bats and who knew what. "Go to sleep," Sarah Jane said. She thought Elsie might protest. After all, this was a midnight excursion into her beloved woods, but she'd already fallen back to sleep before Sarah Jane finished dressing and left the room. Downstairs she put some biscuits in her pocket, got a length of rope from the shed, and went out into the fall night with a lantern that she didn't bother to light. The moonlight was enough. Once she'd closed the door behind her, she stood quietly for a long moment and tilted her face up to the sky, drinking in the stars, the dark, the wind. Then she heard the dog again. It took her a moment to decide where the sound was coming from. It was always tricky with a wind. Then she started across the back fields and into the woods, going right up the mountain. It didn't take her long to find the dog, trapped as it was. He had a rope around his neck, the loose end of which had gotten caught in some old barbed wire. By the time she reached him, he was so entangled that his head was pressed right against the old fence post. A barb from the wire was pricking him just above his eye, and there was blood on his fur. She approached quietly, speaking in a low and comforting voice. When she was close enough, she put out her hand so that he could smell her. She wasn't exactly nervous, but you never could tell. When he gave her hand a little lick, she gave up all pretense at caution. He lay still while she worked the rope loose, wishing she'd brought a knife. Before she had him completely free, she made a noose with the rope she'd brought and slipped it over his neck. When she got the last of the old rope untangled, the dog stood up on trembling legs and leaned against her. He looked up at her, his eyes big in the moonlight. "Now who do you belong to?" she asked, ruffling the short hair between his ears. He bumped his head against her. She smiled and brought him home, taking him right up into her room. After the night he'd had, she couldn't bear the idea of tying him up outside or locking him in a shed. He lay down on the floor beside her bed. As soon as she got under the covers, he was up on the bed with her, stretched out along her side. Mama was going to kill her, she remembered thinking before she fell asleep with her hand on his chest. When she woke, he was lying on the floor, and that was how Mama found them. She always felt that he'd done that on purpose, just to get on Mama's good side, and it had worked, once Sarah Jane told her story. "You can keep him till we find who he belongs to," Mama said. "Maybe we never will," Elsie said, her face hopeful. All her sisters had immediately fallen in love with him. "A dog that good-natured has to have someone who loves him," Mama replied. "He does," Sarah Jane said. "He has us. You know what I mean." Sarah Jane nodded. But no one knew whose he was. No one came to claim him, and by the time the snows came, he and Sarah Jane were inseparable. He couldn't come to school with her, but wherever else she went, he was usually somewhere nearby. And best of all, he made Mama feel safer about when she or Elsie went wandering in the woods like they were doing now. So with Ruth ranging ahead of them on the trail, or crashing through the underbrush on one side or the other, the two girls followed the well-worn path into the hills, walking arm in arm. Sarah Jane felt brave enough with the company. But then Ruth took off, and halfway to the old woman's cabin, Elsie got intrigued by a hornet nest and insisted on studying it for a time. Sarah Jane was scared of bees and hornets, ever since a classmate of hers got stung to death last summer. It was an allergic reaction, she'd heard at the funeral, but she couldn't shake the thought that it could happen to anybody, like getting bit by a snake. So the last thing she wanted to do was stand around looking at that great big papery gray nest hanging from the branch of a small laurel. And that was the thing. How could such a slender branch support such a big nest anyway? There was just something not right about it. "Come on, Elsie," she said. "What happened to our adventure?" "I need to see this," Elsie said. Her voice was distracted, and Sarah Jane could tell that she was already in what Adie called full Indian scout mode. When she got like this, you could set off a firecracker under her feet and she wouldn't notice. "You go on ahead," Elsie added. Go on by herself? Sarah Jane looked up the trail. The sun was breaking through the trees in cathedraling beams, and it was pretty as all get out, but looks could be deceiving, especially when you knew the trail ended at a witch's house. Except she didn't have to actually talk to the witch, she reminded herself. She could just go close enough to have a look at her house and then come back. That wouldn't be so hard. And it sure beats staring at that great paper wasp's nest, waiting to get stung. So on she went, but more slowly now, because nothing felt quite the same anymore. It might only be her imagination, but the shafts of sunlight didn't seem to penetrate the canopy as brightly as they had before, and the woods felt darker. The sound of the squirrels as they rustled through the leaves was magnified so that she thought she heard much larger shapes moving about, just out of sight. Bears, panthers, wolves. Her heart beat far too quickly. "Stop it," she thought. "You're just scaring yourself." She looked back and saw Elsie scrunched up in the small space between a bush and a hemlock, happily contemplating the wasp's nest, oblivious to any danger, either from wasps or whatever else might be in the woods, hungry to have itself a bite of a teenaged girl. "I'm not scared of these woods," she thought, trying to convince herself that she actually believed it. There was nothing here that was going to hurt her so long as she kept out of its way, and that included witches. She could go and spy on her just like Elsie was spying on those wasps. It was a time to be cautious, yes, but not scared. So she squared her shoulders and set off again, whistling for Ruth. She wasn't ready to admit it just then, having already convinced herself that she could be brave all on her own, but she felt a great sense of relief when the dog came bounding down the hillside and skidded to a stop beside her. He mooshed his head against her leg, tongue lolling, gaze turned up to her face, and plainly asking, "Where are my pats?" "Yes, yes," she told him, as she ruffled his short fur with both her hands. "You're my good boy." Dog at her heel, she proceeded along the path, giving Ruth a soft call back every time he looked to go off exploring. And that was how she finally crept up on Aunt Lillian's homestead back in the hills. Aunt Lillian wasn't doing any sort of witchy things when Sarah Jane finally left the path and crept through the bushes to spy on her. Not unless tending garden had some witchy significance that Sarah Jane didn't know anything about. In fact, nothing about the old woman's homestead seemed to have anything to do with the grisly business of being a witch, or at least Sarah Jane's imagining of what a witch would be like and where she'd live. There was no aura of evil and dread, no children's bones dangling from the trees, no strange and noxious liquids bubbling in cauldrons, unless those were hidden in the house, no capering goblins, or familiars or other unholy consorts. With a warning hand on Ruth's head to keep him quiet, she settled down in the bushes and studied the old woman's homestead. Closest to her was the garden where Aunt Lillian was weeding her vegetables, using a hoe that was no different from the one Sarah Jane used on their own garden back home. To the right, rising up the slope, was an apple orchard and several beehives. A clapboard house with a tin roof, corn crib, and front porch stood on the far side of the garden, surrounded by a gaggle of hangers-on, a wood pile, a chicken house, a smoking shed, a spring house, and various storage sheds. On the far side of the house, and a little to the left, she could make out the roof of a small barn and what looked to be a cornfield, the young stalks no more than a foot high at the moment. The woods pressed close on the far side of the barn and along the edges of the orchard. It all looked so normal, just as the old woman did, hoeing her garden. Sarah Jane was so caught up on trying to find some hidden, shadowy meaning to Aunt Lillian's work that when the old woman suddenly started to speak, she thought her heart would simply stop in her chest. The old woman didn't look directly at her, but it soon became obvious that she knew Sarah Jane was there. "Now the way I see it," Aunt Lillian said, "is there are only two reasons a body would hide in the bushes to spy on someone. Either they mean them harm, or they're too shy to say hello, hello, and spend their time skulking around in the bushes instead. I wonder which you are, girl." Sarah Jane held herself stiller than she ever had before, her fingers tightening their pressure on Ruth's head until he began to squirm a little, but it was no use. The old woman knew she was there as surely as Sarah Jane's mother could spot a lie. She wasn't even looking in Sarah Jane's direction, but it was plain as plain could be who she was talking to. "Course I'm hoping you're just shy," Aunt Lillian went on, "as I wouldn't be minding me someone to talk to every once in a while. I'm not saying I get lonely, living up here on my own some the way I do, but everybody enjoys a spot of company, maybe a lending hand with a strong young back to put behind it." She didn't sound so awful, Sarah Jane thought. She didn't sound like her older sister's stories at all. Swallowing her fear, Sarah Jane slowly rose from the bushes. She and the old woman looked at each other for a long moment, the woman patient, Sarah Jane not sure what she should say or do. Ruth broke the silence. Freed of Sarah Jane's hand, he bounded out of the bushes. "Shoo!" Aunt Lillian said. "Get out of my greens, you big lug." To Sarah Jane's surprise, Ruth stopped dead in his tracks and carefully backed out of the garden. "How'd you do that?" she asked. "It takes me forever just to get his attention long enough to make him stop digging or whatever." The answer came to her even while she was speaking. Magic. The old lady was a witch woman. Of course she could make an animal do what she wanted it to. She wished she'd never asked the question, but Aunt Lillian only smiled. "He has to know you mean business," she said. "That's all. Dog's like a man. He doesn't think you're serious. He'll just carry right on with whatever mischief he's getting himself into." She cocked her head and winked. "Course you've still got a few years to go before you need to be worrying about men." "I know all about men." "Do you now?" "Sure. I've got 3 older sisters. Adie says they only ever want one thing." "What's that?" "Sex." Aunt Lillian nodded. "I suppose most of them do. You want some lemonade, girl?" "Sure. My name's Sarah Jane." "I'm guessing you'll be one of the Dillard girls, the ones living on the old Schaefer farm." Sarah Jane shook her head. "No, it's the Dillard farm," she tried. Aunt Lillian smiled again. "I'm Lily Kindred, but everybody calls me Aunt Lillian." "Why do they do that?" "Same reason some folks ask a lot of questions, I guess, and that's a different reason for each person. Now how about that lemonade?" Sarah Jane followed the old woman back to her house. She sat on the steps of the porch with Ruth while Aunt Lillian went inside. Though the house itself was shaded by a beech tree on one side and a pair of old oaks on the other, there were no trees growing on the side where she was sitting. She had a fine view of the meadows that ran down the slope to the creek and watched a handful of crows playing in the air, dive-bombing each other like planes in an old war movie, until Aunt Lillian returned with a glass pitcher of lemonade. Ice clinked against the sides as she poured them each a tall glass. "The ice house needs replenishing," Aunt Lillian said as she sat down beside Sarah Jane. "Reckon it's time to take a walk into town and make me a few orders." "You really live out here all alone?" "I do now. Used to live with my aunt, but she passed away some time ago, God rest her soul." "Without running water or TV or anything?" "Without anything? "Girl, I've got the whole of the Lord's creation right at my front door." "You know what I mean." Aunt Lillian nodded. "I'm happy out here. It's where I've lived the most of my life. It's not so easy now as it was when I was younger, but I get help. Folks in town will help pack my goods up the trail, and there's a fellow lives deeper in the woods comes by from time to help me with the heavy work." Sarah Jane couldn't imagine it. "And what about you, girl?" Aunt Lillian said. "What brings you so far from home?" Sarah Jane sighed. "I guess you just forgot," she said. "My name's Sarah Jane." She hoped she didn't sound impolite, but the way the woman kept referring to her as "girl" felt too much like someone talking about their dog or a cat. "I didn't forget," Aunt Lillian said. "I may be a lot of things, but forgetful isn't one of them. I just don't like to be using a body's name too often. You never know who or what might be listening in." That's when she first began to tell Sarah Jane her stories about the apple tree man and the other magical creatures that peopled these hills. 3. So while Aunt Lillian wasn't really Sarah Jane's aunt, she as much became the one that Sarah Jane didn't have. After that first meeting, Sarah Jane was a regular visitor to the Kindred homestead, sometimes with one or more of her sisters in tow, but usually it was just Ruth and her. The old woman was happy for the company, and Mama didn't seem to mind Sarah Jane neglecting some of her chores at home because she worked twice as hard for Aunt Lillian. "She's being a good neighbor," Mama said one time when Laurel complained that, as far as she was concerned, the rest of them were doing far too many of what were supposed to be Sarah Jane's chores. "We should all be so lucky to have someone help us out when we get to Lillian Kindred's age." But chores didn't seem like work around Aunt Lillian. There was so much to learn, things that Sarah Jane had never even realized a curiosity about before, because there was so much about her life that she'd always taken for granted. You wanted milk or eggs or butter? She'd always gone to the supermarket. But with Aunt Lillian, you had to milk the cow, churn the butter, chase down the secret nests of the hens to find their eggs. In the Dillard household, you simply put something in the fridge to keep it cold. Aunt Lillian had an ice house that was as easy to use in the winter, but come summer, you had to haul in the ice from where it was dropped off for her at the Welch farm, chipping pieces off to make ice cubes for their tea. You didn't turn on the stove to cook. Before you could put on a single pot, you chopped wood, laid a fire in the big cast-iron stove in the kitchen, started it up, and waited for the heat to build. Honey came fresh from a comb rather than a jar, though that was something Sarah Jane let Aunt Lillian harvest on her own. "You don't have to worry about my bees," Aunt Lillian assured a skeptical Sarah Jane. "I gift the spirits connected to them, so they don't sting me. It's the wild ones you need to be careful of." Soap started with making lye by pouring water over the fireplace ashes in the ash hopper, the resulting liquid caught in an old kettle. When there was enough lye for a run of soap, it was brought to a boil, dipping a chicken feather into the solution from time to see if it was ready. When the lye took the fuzz off the stem of the feather, it was strong enough to make soap. At that point, Aunt Lillian added fat that the Welches had saved for her from when they killed their hogs. The lye would eventually eat the fat and become a thick brown soap. Aunt Lillian didn't take vitamins. Instead, she made a tonic with a recipe that included ratsbane, bark from the yellow poplar, red dogwood and wild cherry, the roots of burdock, yellow dock, and sarsaparilla. She boiled it all in water until the result was thick and black, then bottled it with enough whiskey added to keep it from spoiling. It tasted terrible, but Aunt Lillian took a tablespoon every day and she was never sick. And on it went. Every new revelation gave Sarah Jane a deeper appreciation for all the necessities that she'd simply taken for granted before this. and then there was the satisfaction of knowing that they had this bounty from work they'd done themselves. Food was where it really stood out in Sarah Jane's mind. Everything tasted so much better. The ice cream they made in summer was thick and creamy, bursting with flavor. Biscuits, breads, fried pies, stews, soups, salads, everything. "That's because you're making it from the ground up," Aunt Lillian told her. "You know every moment of that plant's life, from when you put the seed in the dirt to its sitting on the table in front of you. It's like eating with family instead of strangers." Sarah Jane couldn't explain to her sisters why it seemed like such a better way to live. She couldn't even remember how she'd once been as incredulous as they were now that someone could ignore 100 years of progress that had made the simple business of living so much easier. All she could say was that she liked to do things Aunt Lillian's way. She finally understood what the term "an honest day's work" meant, because after an afternoon tending to the animals and working in the garden, she just felt righteously tired, as Aunt Lillian would put it. She would return home with a spring in her step, never mind the long days she'd put in. And then there were the stories. The stories. Sarah Jane loved them all. It didn't matter if it was the simple history of some herb they were out looking for in the woods, the offhand explanation of why a strip of white cloth tied to a stake kept deer out of the garden, or the strange and tangled stories that centered around the magical neighbors that Aunt Lillian assured her lived in the woods all about them. It got so Sarah Jane expected to see fairies, or the father of cats, or some magical thing or other every time she made the trip through the woods to and from Aunt Lillian's homestead. But she never did, not even the apple tree man. "He's a shy old fellow," Aunt Lillian explained one day when they were sitting on the porch shucking peas. "I left biscuits under his tree every morning for more years than I can remember before he finally stepped out of the bark one day to talk to me." "Does he still visit you?" The old woman shook her head. "Not so much these past few years. Time was, if I didn't talk to him every day, I'd at least see him crossing the meadow at dusk, and we'd smile and wave to each other. But he's a funny old fellow. Gets all these notions in his head." "Like what?" Sarah Jane wanted to know. She was always full of questions when it came to Aunt Lillian's magical neighbors. The more she heard about them, the more she needed to know. Aunt Lillian shrugged. "Oh, you know. Troubles brewing is a favorite of his. Like there isn't always some sort of feud going on with the fairy folk. They can be as cantankerous as old Bill Widgeons at the post office, ready to take offense at the slightest provocation." "So do they fight each other? You mean like with sticks and little swords and the like?" Sarah Jane nodded. "I suppose they might, but I've never seen it. From what I can tell, mostly they play tricks on each other. I guess the longest-running feud in these hills is the one between the Sangmen and the bee fairies. The apple tree man has a song about how it all started, but I can never remember the words." "I do recall the melody, though. It's a lot like the one folks use for Shady Grove these days." "So who are the good guys?" Sarah Jane asked. "The Sang fairies or the bee fairies?" Aunt Lillian laughed. "There's no real good or bad when it comes to fairies, girl. Not the way we think of it. They just are, and their disagreements can be pretty much incomprehensible to the likes of you and me. The only thing I do know for sure is not to get mixed up in the middle of it. That's the one sure road to trouble." "I wouldn't," Sarah Jane assured her. Easy to say, sitting on the porch the way they were, shaded from the afternoon sun, sharing a pleasant task with a friend. But quite another matter, alone in the dark in the midnight woods, when the one sure thing it seemed was to choose a side or die. "Away, Sarah Jane." "I was never much good in school. I don't know why. Grammar, math, geography, none of it meant all that much to me. I liked English for the stories, but I didn't take to all the rules about language. I liked history, too, more stories, only these were true, but I couldn't seem to care about what order they went in. Memorizing dates and names and such sure didn't seem to make them any better or worse than they already were. I was 16 and didn't know what I was ever going to do with my life. Laurel and Bess were 18 now, and they had their music. At 15, Elsie had her nature studies and art. The younger twins were only 13 and not of an age where it mattered much yet. That left only Adie, at 19, and me with our futures unaccounted for. I suppose you could say that Adie had already taken on the role of the black sheep, though she hadn't done anything particularly colorful in months. "I don't know what's going to come of you," Mama would say when I brought home another report card and none of it good. I didn't either. Leastways, not until I met Aunt Lillian, and you already know how that came about. But once I understood how there was another way a body could live than the one that seemed to lie afore me, well, I took to it like a kitten chasing a butterfly. I guess my story really starts that year I was 17, the third year I went harvesting sang for Aunt Lillian, and maybe I should have started there. Miss Cook, my English composition teacher, says that's the way to do it. You start when the story's already underway and fit in whatever background you find yourself needing as you go along. But I don't think that way. I like to know the long history of a thing, not just where and what it might be now, and since this is my story, I suppose I can tell it any way I like. It's not like Miss Cook's going to mark me on it. The beginning of September is the start of sang season, running through to the first frost. Sang's one of the few things Aunt Lillian takes out of the ground that she didn't put in herself, and it's pretty much the only thing she takes to market. Most anything she needs she can grow or collect in the hills around her home, but she needs a little cash for the few items she can't, and that's where the sang comes in. She never takes much, just enough for her own needs and for the few extra dollars she spends in town. I asked her about that the first time we went harvesting, me trailing after her like the big-footed, clumsy town girl I still was, her walking with the grace and quiet of a cat, though she was 5 times my age. And she seemed tireless, too, like her old bones didn't know the meaning of being old. I learned to walk like her. I learned pretty much everything I know from her. It doesn't pay to be greedy, she told me. Truth is, I feel a little bad as it is, taking more than I need to pay my bills. But if I wasn't selling sang, I'd still be selling something, and the sang and me, we've come to an agreement about all of this. I was kind of surprised when she let me go on my own that morning. It was the first time I can remember that she'd begged off on a ramble. She didn't come right out and say she was feeling too old. "Got a mess of chores to do this morning. You go on ahead, girl." But I knew that's what it was, and my heart near broke. Still, I didn't say anything. Aunt Lillian was like us Dillard girls. She had her own mind about things, and once it was made up, there was no shifting it. So I wasn't going to argue and say she wasn't too old, but I couldn't help remembering something Mama said earlier in the summer. "It makes you wonder," she said as we were sitting down to breakfast. "What's she going to do when she can't make it on her own any more?" "She's got me," I said. "I know, sweetheart, but you've got a life to live, too. There's going to come a point when Lily Kindred's going to need full-time care, and I hate to think of her in a state-run nursing home." "She'd die first." Mama didn't say anything. She just nodded, standing at the stove, her back to me. I didn't say anything about how I was planning to move up to Aunt Lillian's and live there full-time once I was finished with school. Anyway, I went out on my own that morning, leaving Ruth with Aunt Lillian. I love that dog, but all he's got to do is see me digging and he'd be right in there, helping me out, and 2 shakes of a stick later, the whole patch would be dug up, and that's not the way to do it. I had a knapsack on my back and a walking stick in hand, and I made good time through the woods, heading for the north slopes where the sang grows best under a thick canopy of poplar and beech, maple, dogwood, and oak. The ground's stony here and drains well, home to a whole mess of plants, each of them useful or just pretty. I smiled, thinking about that. "That's got no use except to be pretty," Aunt Lillian told me once when I asked about some flower we came upon during one of our rambles. Then she grinned. "Though I guess pretty's got its own use, seeing how it makes us feel so good just to look on it." In season, these slopes are home to all the sang's companion plants. Blue cohosh, baneberry, and maidenhair fern, jack-in-the-pulpit, yellow lady-slippers and trilliums, bloodroot, false Solomon's seal, and what some call the little brother of the sang, golden seal. You find them, and if the conditions are right, you could find yourself some sang. Now there's a right and a wrong way to harvest sang. The wrong way's to go in and just start in digging up plants with no never you mind. Stripping the area or harvesting the first plants. You do any of that, it rankles the spirits, and when you come back, you won't find nothing growing but memories. The right way's complicated, but it ensures that the spirits understand your respect for them, and the patch'll keep growing. You've got to come with humility in your heart and offer up prayers before you even start in considering to dig. I remember thinking it was funny the first time I saw Aunt Lillian doing it, this old woman making her offerings of words and smoke and tobacco to invisible presences that I wasn't entirely convinced were even there. But then she had me do it with her, the two of us saying the words, waving our smudge sticks, laying our tobacco offerings on the ground as we went through it all, once for each of the 4 directions, and I'll be damned if I didn't feel something. I can't explain exactly what, a stir in the air, a warm feeling in my chest, the sure knowing that we weren't alone in that old patch, that there were invisible presences all around us who accepted our offerings and in return would allow us to take some of the bounty of this place. I looked at Aunt Lillian with big, wide eyes, and she just grinned. "Start in a diggin', girl," she said. "We've got our permission. Only mind you, don't take a plant until it's at least 6 years old." "How can you tell? You ever see sang growing in the wild?" "Ginseng, I guess some folks calls it. It doesn't grow much above a foot and a half in these hills, and has a stiff stalk holding up a pair of leaves, each leaf divided in 5 like the fingers on your hand and looking a bit like those you'd find on a chestnut. The little cluster of yellow-green flowers turns to red berries that drop off around the end of August. It takes a couple of years to come up from seed, slow-growing and long-lived if left alone. The roots are what gets used for medicine, but there's some that use the leaves for tea. See these prongs?" Aunt Lillian asked me. "Where the leaves are growing?" I nodded. "You only want to dig these here with 4 or 5 prongs. They stay at a 2-prong for at least 2 or 3 years, then grow into a 3-prong and finally a 4, if they stand long enough. We don't want to take them too young. The roots won't be that big, you see. But if we leave them stand, we can harvest them in a year or 2. This is an old patch that the poachers haven't found, so the ones we're going to take could be anywhere from 6 or 7 years old to 25. "Where did you learn all this?" I asked. "Some I got from Aunt Em," she told me, "but most of this I learned from John Creek. That's his grandson Oliver I told you about before. Camps up in the woods behind my place in the summer and comes down from time to lend me a hand with the heavy work when it's needed." She shook her head and smiled. He was a busy man, John was. Had him 16 daughters, plus another from his wife's first marriage. I remember thinking then that I couldn't imagine sharing a bathroom with that many sisters, and nothing's changed since. After harvesting, Aunt Lillian carefully washed those green roots and air-dried them under a shaded lean-to by the barn that she kept just for that purpose. It took maybe a month for them to dry. If you tried to heat them or dry them in the sun, they lost their potency. Once the roots were dried, Aunt Lillian boxed them up and took them into town to sell, though she always kept a few for her own tinctures and medicines. When I got to the patch, I set down my walking stick and took off my knapsack. First thing I did was have me a long swallow of water. Then I pulled out the things I'd need before I could start digging. It wasn't much. Smudge stick and matches, dried tobacco leaves, rolled up and tied with red thread. I was a little nervous, this being the first time I'd done this on my own, but by the time I was facing the last compass point, I was feeling not so much confidence, but at peace. Everything seemed real quiet in the woods around me, and I could sense a pressure in the air, pushing at me. Not like a wind, more like the air was leaning against me on all sides. I laid down the last of the tobacco and picked up the smudge stick. Waving it slowly back and forth in front of me, I spoke through the smoke, talking to the spirits, honoring them the way Aunt Lillian taught me. When I was done, I stuck the end of the smudge stick back into the ground and sat on my heels, drinking in the sensation that the prayers had left with me, this comforting feeling of being a part of something bigger than myself. I was still me, but whatever haunted this sang patch was letting me feel part of it as well. Finally, I reached over to my knapsack to get out the little wooden trowel I'd brought, and froze. I hadn't given much consideration to the little pile of sticks and moss and leaves that I'd set my knapsack down beside, but it was gone now, and in its place was the strangest little creature I'd ever seen. It was a little man, I guess, if you can imagine a man that small, with roots for arms and legs, and mossy hair, skin brown as the dirt and wrinkled like cedar bark. He was maybe a foot long, dressed in some kind of mottled green and brown shirt that looked like it was made of leaves and belted at the waist. His head was heart-shaped, his features all sharp edges and angles. He made a little moan, and I started, suddenly aware that I hadn't been breathing. His eyes fluttered open, then closed again, huge saucer-shaped eyes as dark as blackberries. It was obvious that there was something wrong with him, and it wasn't hard to see what. He looked like he'd lost an argument with a porcupine, as there were hundreds of little quills sticking out of his skin. I leaned closer to look at them and realized they were arrows, tiny arrows. I looked quickly around, expecting at any minute to be ambushed myself by a horde of little creatures with bows and arrows, but the sang patch was still. The little root man and I had it to ourselves. His eyes fluttered open again. This time they stayed open, and I didn't flinch back. Are you okay?" I asked. Stupid question. Of course he wasn't okay. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "Arrows," he said. His voice was husky and lower in timbre than I was expecting from a man the size of a small raccoon. "Lots of them," I agreed. "Need out." I gave a slow nod. "I could do that." "Is it going to hurt you?" I asked. "Not as much as dying from their venom." "Great, tiny, poisoned arrows." I pulled my knapsack over to me and took out the little pair of pliers I kept in it for when Ruth got himself a mouthful of porcupine quills. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over a nearby twig, waiting for it to turn into a snake or who knows what. But it didn't, so I picked it up and held it near his mouth. "Bite on this," I told him. "It'll help with the pain." He made no response except to open his mouth. I swallowed quickly as I caught a glimpse of wicked-looking teeth. When I put the stick in his mouth, I heard the wood crunch as he bit down on it. I moved closer and put 2 fingers on either side of one of the tiny arrows, grasped its shaft with the pliers, and pulled. He grunted, and I heard the wood crunch again. I held the arrow up for a closer look. At least it wasn't barbed, but the tiny heads were still going to hurt as I pulled them out. He passed out again by the time I'd gotten a dozen or so out. I felt horrible for him, but at least it let me work more quickly. I didn't have to wince in sympathy every time I pulled one out and saw the pain it caused him. I counted the arrows as I got each one out and dropped them in a little pile on the ground by my knee. There were 137 in total. Sitting back on my ankles, I reached forward and brushed some of the mossy hair from the little man's brow. "What can I do now?" I asked him. "Is there someplace I can take you?" There was no response. He was still alive. I could tell that much by the faint rise and fall of his chest, but that was it. I didn't know what to do. I assumed he had friends or family nearby, but though I called out for a while, no one answered. I soaked a bit of my sleeve with water from my drinking bottle and washed his brow. I knew I couldn't just leave him here. "Hello, hello!" I tried one last time. Finally, I made an envelope from a folded-up piece of paper torn from the journal Elsie was trying to get me to keep, and carefully scooped the arrows into it, using a twig and the little wooden trowel I'd brought along to dig up the sang roots. I put it and everything else in my knapsack and slipped my arms into the straps. Then, leaning my walking stick up against a beech where I'd be able to easily find it when I came back to actually harvest some sang, I carefully picked up the little man and started back to Aunt Lillian's. It was a good 2 hours' hike from the sang patch to Aunt Lillian's. The return journey should have been quicker because more of it was downhill, but because of the little man, it ended up taking me a lot longer. I felt I had to be careful not to jostle him too much, so I went slower than I normally would. Ruth would have gone mad at my pace. Every once in a while I stopped to make sure he was still breathing. Then off I'd go again, wishing I was a crow and could fly straight back instead of tramping up one steep hill and down the other. All in all, it was a disconcerting trip. I kept expecting an attack by whatever it was that had turned the little root man into a pincushion. No matter how much I argued against it with myself, it made too much sense that his enemies would still be out here in the woods with us somewhere. That was nerve-wracking all on its own, as you can imagine, but then from time to time the little man would suddenly become nothing more than a heap of sticks and roots and what-not in my arms. The first time it happened, I pretty near dropped him. The bundle of twigs and leaves cried out, more at my tightening grip than the sudden movement, I guess, and then he returned, the bird's nest of debris in my arms changing back into a little root man. "I'm sorry," I said, but he'd already drifted off on me again. It was kind of funny, if you think about it. For 3 years I'd been desperate to see one of the fairy people from those stories Aunt Lillian was always telling me, but now that I had, I couldn't wait to get back to her house and be done with it. I just hoped she could figure a way out of this mess I'd found myself in, because I sensed that my troubles had just begun. 2. It was closer to supper than lunch by the time I finally crossed the stream and started up the hill to Aunt Lillian's house. "Oh, girl," Aunt Lillian said as I pushed the kitchen door open with my hip and came in. "What have you got us mixed up in now?" Ruth lunged up from the floor, but I blocked him with my leg and laid the little man down on the kitchen table. "It's not like I did it on purpose," I said. Aunt Lillian took charge like I'd been hoping she would. She got a swallow or two of her tonic in between his lips and rubbed his throat to make sure it went down, then wrapped the little man in a blanket and put him in a basket near the stove. Ruth was exiled outside the second time he came sniffing up to the basket, hoping to get him a decent look at the root man. "Tell me what happened," Aunt Lillian said. We sat on either side of the basket while I explained how I'd come to be bringing the little man to her house in the first place. "I didn't know what else to do," I said, finishing up. "I couldn't just leave him there." Aunt Lillian had been studying the little man while I spoke. She looked up now. "You did the right thing," she said. Her lips twitched with a smile. "Do you know what you've got here, girl?" I shook my head. "A sangman." "You mean he's made of sang?" "No, I mean he's one of the spirits we've been paying our respects to whenever we go harvesting. Looks like you finally got your wish and stepped into your own fairy story." "I never wanted anybody to get hurt," I said. Aunt Lillian nodded. "Guess there's always got to be some hurt to get the story started. In my own case, I got snake bit." I knew that one by heart, how the snake bite led to her finally meeting the apple tree man and all. "Let's have a look at those arrows," Aunt Lillian said. I fetched the makeshift envelope from my knapsack and carefully spilled the arrows onto the top of the kitchen table. Aunt Lillian lit a lantern and brought it over. It wasn't dusk yet, but the sun was on the other side of the house, so it was dark enough to need it here. With a pair of tweezers, she picked up one of the arrows and studied it in the light. "Lord knows I'm no expert," she said, "but I'm guessing these are bee stings." I gave her a blank look. "They're also called fairy shots," she explained. "These ones here are what the bee fairies use on their enemies. They don't have stingers, so they can't exactly sting the way their bees do." The sangman said they were poison." Aunt Lillian nodded. "I'm sure they are, and a lot more dangerous for the likes of me or you than to another fairy." "Do you think he's going to die?" "I don't expect so. If he's still breathing after, how many of those arrows did you take out of him?" 137. "I think he'll pull through. I'm more worried about you." I gave her a startled look. "Why me?" "Because you've done the one thing we're never supposed to do with the fairies, girl. You've gone and stepped smack into the middle of one of their differences of opinion." "Was I supposed to leave him to die?" "Not according to the sangmen, I'd say. But the bee fairies will have a whole other take on the situation. They're the ones we've got to worry about now." I didn't want to think about that. I stood up. "I've got to go," I said. "Can I leave the sangman with you?" "You can't go now," Aunt Lillian said. "But I never told Mama I was staying overnight, and she'll be worried." "Which do you expect would trouble her more? To have you stay here tonight, which I'm guessing she'll figure out pretty quick, even if she does feel like giving you a licking when you do get back home, or to have you dead?" Dead? Think about it, girl. But bees don't come out at night." "No, I don't suppose they do, but we don't know that bee fairies don't. Besides, I need you here for when we talk to the apple tree man. We need advice from someone who's got himself an inside track on such things." My eyes went big. "We're going to talk to the apple tree man?" Aunt Lillian smiled. "Well, we're going to try." 3. The sun had set by the time we left the house and went out into the orchard. "No point us going out until after dark," Aunt Lillian had said earlier. "Folks like the apple tree man aren't particularly partial to us seeing them in the daylight. Don't ask me why. So we might as well have us a bite to eat." There was a half moon coming up over the hill behind the house as we walked through the apple trees to the oldest one in the orchard. According to Aunt Lillian, this was the apple tree man's home. Unlike the other trees, she never trimmed this one. It grew in a rough tangle of gnarly limbs, surrounded by a thorn bush that was half the height of the tree. I'd wondered about it choking the apple man's tree, but Aunt Lillian assured me that while we might not be able to tell the difference, he kept its growth in check. I always like being out at night. There's a quality to moon and starlight that makes the commonplace bigger than life, like you're seeing everything for the first time, never mind how often you've seen it before. It was no different tonight, except for the added excitement of finally having me a look at this mysterious apple tree man. We'd brought a blanket with us, and I spread it on the ground while Aunt Lillian had a one-sided conversation with the tree. Anybody watching us would have thought she was just as crazy as some folks already figured she was. I guess I might have had my own questions concerning the matter if I hadn't found that little man in the sang patch earlier in the day. After a while, Aunt Lillian sat down on the blanket beside me, slowly easing herself down. "I guess he's not coming," I said, when we'd been sitting there a time. I didn't know if I was disappointed or relieved. "Maybe, maybe not," Aunt Lillian said. "It's been a while since we spoke. Could be he's just mulling over what I told him." I wanted to ask if he really lived in the tree, if she'd really ever talked to him, but I'd always taken her stories the way she told them to me, matter of fact and true, and didn't want to start in on questioning her now. Besides, it wasn't like I could pretend this kind of thing might not be real, not after my own adventure. "What are you going to do when you can't stay here by yourself any more?" I asked, when we'd been sitting there a while longer. "Where will you go?" I was thinking of the coming winter. Looking back, I realized I'd been doing more and more work around the homestead this past summer. Not just the heavy work, but easy tasks as well. What was Aunt Lillian going to do now that I had to go back to school during the week and couldn't come out here as often? "I 'spect I'll go live with the apple tree man, unless he's moved away. Is that what's happened?" she asked in a louder voice directed at the tree. "Did you move away? Or do you just not have the time for an old friend any more?" "There's no quit in you, is there, Lily Kindred?" a strange raspy voice suddenly asked, and I pretty near jumped out of my skin. Aunt Lillian's teeth flashed in the moonlight. "Just doing my neighborly duty," she said, "sharing news and all." He came out from the far side of the tree, and if it hadn't been for the sangman I'd found, I'd have said he was the strangest man I'd ever seen. He was as gnarled and twisty as the limbs of his tree, long and lanky, a raggedy man with tattered clothes, bird's nest hair and a stooped walk. It was hard to make out his features in the moonlight, but I got the sense that there wasn't a mean bone in his body. Don't ask me why. I guess he just radiated a kind of goodness and charm. He acted like it was a chore having to come out and talk to us, but I could tell he liked Aunt Lillian, maybe missed her as much as she surely did him. He sat down near the edge of the blanket and looked back and forth between us, gaze finally holding on Aunt Lillian. "So is it true?" he asked. "You found a sangman?" "I wouldn't trouble you if it wasn't true. I know how you feel about your kind and mine mixing with each other." He looked at me. "I don't know what she might have told you, miss, but—" "My name's Sarah Jane," I told him. "Sarah Jane Dillard." He sighed. "But the first thing should have been not to share your name with any stranger you might happen to meet in the woods." "He's right about that," Aunt Lillian said. "I've heard so much about you," I said. "I didn't think you were a stranger." "No, he's a stranger, all right," Aunt Lillian corrected me. "That's what you call folks you never see." "The point Lily and I keep circling around like two old dogs," he said, "is that it's dangerous for humans to be with fairies. It wakes things in you that can't be satisfied, leaving you with a hunger that lasts until the end of your days, a hunger for things you can't have or be, that only grows stronger as the years pass. It wasn't always so, but our worlds have drifted apart since the long ago when magic was simply something that filled the air instead of what it's become now, a thing that's secret and rare." "How he goes on," Aunt Lillian said. There was no real anger in her voice. I couldn't recall a time when she'd ever seemed really angry about anything. But I knew this old argument that lay between the two of them was something that vexed her. The apple tree man ignored her. "How do you feel, Sarah Jane?" he asked me. I thought it an odd sort of question until I started to consider it. How did I feel? Strange, for sure. It's disconcerting, to say the least, to find out that things you really only half believed in turn out to be real. It starts this whole domino effect in your head where you end up questioning everything. If men can step out of trees, How do I know they won't come popping out of my salad bowl when I sit down to eat? I glanced up at the moon. For all I knew, it really was made of cheese, with some round-faced old fellow living in the hollowed-out center. Who was to say where the real world stopped and fairy tales began? Maybe anything was possible. Just thinking that made the world feel too big, the smallest thing too complicated. The ground under the blanket seemed spongy, like we could slip right into the dirt, or maybe sideways, to some fairy place and we'd never return. I guess I feel different, I managed to say, but I can't explain exactly how. It's like everything's changed and nothing has, all at the same time. Like I'm seeing two things at the same time, one on top of the other. He nodded, but before he could say anything, Aunt Lillian spoke up. "What do we do with the Sangman?" she asked. The apple tree man turned in her direction. "The night's full of listening ears," the apple tree man said. "Perhaps we could take this indoors." Aunt Lillian shrugged. "You've always been welcome in my house," she said. 4. If it was odd just seeing the apple tree man and knowing he existed, it was odder still to have him in Aunt Lillian's house. Inside, he seemed taller than he had in the orchard. Taller, thinner, and wilder. His bird's nest hair looked twice the size it had been, with leaves and twigs and burrs, and who knew what all caught up in it. He brought with him a strange feral scent. Mostly it was of apples, but underneath was a strong musk that made me feel twitchy. His knees were too tall to go under the kitchen table we all sat around, so he had to sit to the side, those long, twisty legs stretching out along the floor. I went and got the Sangman in his basket and set it on the table in front of the apple tree man. The little man was still unconscious, but Aunt Lillian said he seemed to be sleeping now. The apple tree man agreed with her. "They're tough little fellows, no question," he said. "Have to be to survive. How many stings was it?" I was about to answer when we heard a low, mournful howl from outside. That was Ruth, I thought. He really didn't appreciate being locked up in the barn with nothing but Aunt Lillian's cow Henny and a handful of half-wild cats for company. 137, I said. The apple tree man nodded. So I'm thinking he must have really ticked somebody off. Usually it's no more than a sting or two, just as a reminder that they're not friends. Not no way, not no how. "Why are they feuding?" I asked. "It's like in the song." Aunt Lillian said there was a song, but she couldn't remember it. A Sangman fell for one of the bee fairies and took her away from her hive. Everybody used to know the chorus. He began to sing softly. Once he took her in his arms and kissed her long and true. Once he took her in his arms, wasn't nothing nobody could do. Halfway through, Aunt Lillian began to sing with him. I liked the way their voices blended. It was a natural sound, like when Laurel and Bess sing together. "That does sound a lot like Shady Grove," I said. The apple tree man smiled. "The old tunes go around and around," he said. "You can't give any of them just the one name or the one set of words." "So why did Sang and bee fairies get mad at each other?" I asked. "Falling in love's supposed to be a happy thing." The apple tree man glanced at Aunt Lillian, then looked back at me. "The bee fairy that the Sangman in the song stole away was a princess," he said, "and the bee folk didn't much cotton to one of their high-born ladies living in the dark woods, in a hole in the ground. They've been fighting about it ever since." "Sounds like pretty much any feud in these hills," I said. "It starts with something small and then goes on until hardly anybody remembers the why for. They just know they don't like each other." The apple tree man nodded. "I suppose we're not so different from you in a lot of ways." "You can certainly be as stubborn," Aunt Lillian said. He gave her this look again, kind of sad, kind of moony, and it got me to wondering about the two of them. Aunt Lillian never made out like there was much of anything between them, except friendship, but they sounded a bit like the way it could get when Addie'd run into one of her old boyfriends. If they'd ever been a couple, I guess he'd been the one to end it. I already knew that Aunt Lillian wasn't too happy about it, but now I got the sense that maybe he wasn't either. I thought about some of the things he'd been saying, then looked at the pair of them. Old as she was, with her own wrinkles and all, Aunt Lillian was probably more like an apple tree fairy now than she'd probably ever been in all the time he'd known her. Maybe the reason he'd been seeing less of her now than he used to wasn't so much because of what fairies can wake in a human, but because year by year she grew more attractive to him and he didn't trust himself around her. Figured they'd be happy for a time, but then she'd be gone, seeing how our lives are so fleeting while theirs go on forever. Maybe he just knew he couldn't bear the heartbreak. And maybe I was just being a hopeless romantic, and there wasn't any such thing going on between the pair of them. "Can you take him with you?" Aunt Lillian was asking. "Let him finish his mending in your tree?" "It's not him I'm worried about. It's you and Sarah Jane." "Because of the bee fairies?" The apple tree man nodded. "There's no telling what they might do when they find out you've helped him. And they will find out. Not much goes on in the meadows or in the woods that they don't know about." I didn't like to hear that. I'd always found it a little creepy in Sunday school when we were told that God was always watching us. Then I decided I didn't believe in God, or at least not the way they talked about him, and I felt like I'd got my privacy back. Now I had fairies to think about. "What can we do?" Aunt Lillian asked. "We need to find you a safe place to stay for the next couple of days, just until we can see how the land lies. We need to find a way to tell both the Sandmen and the bee fairies that you weren't taking sides. You were just being neighborly, helping someone in their need." "It's the truth," Aunt Lillian said. The apple tree man nodded. "But you know as well as I that sometimes the truth isn't enough." I liked the sound of this even less. "I can't just be going off without telling Mama where I'll be," I told them. "She's going to be mad enough I didn't come home tonight." "I don't know what else to do," the apple tree man said. "It's too dangerous for either of you to go anywhere right now, and I doubt your Mama would listen to the likes of me." Just saying she believed her eyes in the first place, I thought. The apple tree man stood and picked up the basket with the Sandman in it. "Come with me," he said. "And don't bother bringing anything. You'll find whatever you need where we're going." Aunt Lillian and I exchanged glances. When she finally shrugged and stood up, I joined her. I know the apple tree man said I needn't bring anything with me, but I grabbed my knapsack by its strap and brought it along all the same. We walked back through the garden, out into the orchard. The moon was all the way on the other side of the sky now, but still shining bright enough to light our way. I couldn't tell what Aunt Lillian was feeling, but I admit I was somewhat scared my own self. Right about then she took my hand and I felt a lot better. I gave the thorn bush a dubious look when we reached the apple tree man's tree. "Just walk through with me," he said. All Aunt Lillian and I could do was stare at him, the way you do when someone says something that particularly doesn't make sense. "Don't worry," he added. "What you see as barriers are only there if you think they are. It might help to shut your eyes." I couldn't decide which would be worse, seeing where I was going or not, but in the end I did close my eyes. I counted the steps, and right about where I'd reckoned the bush would be, I felt something feathery tickle every inch of my skin. I guess I could have been concerned about any number of things right then, from the danger we were in to what Mama was going to say when and if I ever got myself home, but the last thing I thought about as we passed out of this world and into some other was that we'd left Ruth in the barn. Who was going to look after him and Henny? Who was going to feed Aunt Lillian's chickens? And then that got swallowed up by an even bigger question, one I hadn't even considered until now, when it was too late. I started thinking in on too many of Aunt Lillian's stories, and the fear rose sharp and jittery inside me. How much time was going to pass in the world outside while we were hidden away in fairyland? I didn't want to spend a day or two here and come back to find Mama and my sisters 20 years older, or worse, all long dead and gone, like that artist Aunt Lillian had met once, who'd spent a couple of days in fairyland only to find 20 years had passed back here in the world he'd left behind. But it was too late for that now. We'd already stepped outside the world, Aunt Lillian and me both, following a smooth-talking apple-tree man into his tree. 5. I opened my eyes to a buttery yellow light that seemed too bright after the dark night we'd left behind. I'd figured we'd end up right inside the tree and hadn't quite worked my mind round what it would be like. But instead of anything I might have imagined, we looked to be in somebody's house, a house that was a whole lot bigger than anything that could fit inside the trunk of any apple tree I'd ever seen. Back in the world we'd left behind, I could easily wrap my arms around its trunk, if I could get past the thorn tree protecting it. But here, I was still holding hands with Aunt Lillian, and we had us a look at each other, neither of us quite ready to believe what we were seeing, though there it was all the same, right in front of our noses. "Welcome to my home," the apple-tree man said as he set the Sangman's basket down by a stone hearth. There wasn't any fire burning in it, but the big room we were in was cozy warm all the same. I looked around, trying to see where the light was coming from, but couldn't tell. It smelled like the apple-tree man in here, of apples and wood, with that faint underlying shiver of musk. I guess we were in the living area of his house. The floor was polished wood with a thick hooked rug in the center. There were a pair of battered armchairs in front of the hearth with a table between them. One wall was floor-to-ceiling books, like in a library, big, fat books, all bound in leather. Later I found out they were the annals of these here hills, written by the apple-tree man himself, some of them. There were a couple of paintings and a handful of framed drawings on the other walls. Familiar landscapes, I realized, as I recognized some of the subjects. Aunt Lillian got a funny look on her face when she spied them. She let go of my hand and walked over to give the nearest one a closer study. Across from the hearth was a kitchen area that had a long wooden table running most of the length of the wall and all sorts of herbs and such hanging down from the rafters above it. Shelves held jars with dried mushrooms and tomatoes, and I didn't know what all. There was a smaller wooden kitchen table set out a little from the longer one with a couple of ring-back chairs around it. Over against another wall was a chest with clothes hooks above it. A coat as raggedy as the clothes the apple-tree man wore was tossed on top of the chest. I saw 2 doors, but they were both closed, so I couldn't tell where they led. "Where does the light come from?" I asked. "Making light is one of the first things we learn," the apple-tree man said. "And these paintings and drawings?" Aunt Lillian asked. "They were gifts from a friend." "Did you ever thank her for them?" "I thought I did." Aunt Lillian just made a kind of rumphing sound. I looked back and forth between them, sensing that undercurrent of old history again. I decided it was none of my business. "When we get back," I asked, "how much time's going to have passed?" Nobody answered for a long moment. Those 2 old folks, Aunt Lillian and the apple-tree man, just keep on looking at each other, a conversation happening in their eyes that only they could hear. The apple-tree man finally shifted his gaze to me. "The same as passes here," he said. "Time runs at different speeds throughout the other world, but in this place you'll notice no difference." That was a relief. "What about Ruth?" I went on. "We left him in the barn, and Henny's going to need her milking." "We'll worry about that in the morning. For now, have a seat by the hearth. I'll make us some tea." "Aunt Lillian?" I said. Maybe he was calm as all get out, but I had 100 worries and questions running through my head, and sitting around drinking tea and not talking about any of them wasn't going to be the least help at all, so far as I could see. "Not much else we can do right now," she said, moving away from the picture she'd been studying to take a seat in one of the 2 armchairs. We might as well make ourselves comfortable." I sighed and started to walk over to where she was sitting when a weird buzzing sound filled the air. I thought it was something of the apple-tree man's doing, but when I looked at him, he appeared as confused as Aunt Lillian and I were. The buzzing grew louder, turning into a deep, rumbling drone. We all looked around, searching for its source. "It's the Sangman," Aunt Lillian said. I glanced in his direction. The little man was still lying in his basket, his mouth open. I remember thinking, is this what a Sangman's snores sound like? And then they came streaming out of his mouth, a yellow and black cloud of bees, thick as smoke, pouring out from between his lips like steam from a kettle. "Down!" the apple-tree man cried. "Get down and lie still." I knew what he meant. Elsie had told me about this before, how if you lay still on the ground, didn't so much as blink, bees that hadn't been disturbed might just ignore you. So I did as the apple-tree man said and dropped to the floor. Aunt Lillian was already lying down. I never even saw her move. She must have done it so fast. The apple-tree man opened one of the 2 doors I'd seen earlier, then stretched out on the floor himself. I tried not to even breathe as the buzzing cloud of bees circled the room at about the height of my head if I'd still been standing. They made a circuit of the room, once, twice, a 3rd time. Then they finally went streaming out of the door. Long after they were gone and the apple-tree man had already stood up, I lay there on the floor, shivering and nervous, my heart beating way too fast. "What in tarnation was that?" Aunt Lillian said. I sat up then and gave the Sangman a wary glance, waiting for more of the bees to come buzzing out of his mouth, but it looked like the stream of bugs was done coming out of him. The apple-tree man stood up and closed the door he'd opened earlier, but not before I caught a glimpse of what lay beyond. There was a hillside meadow out there, not much different from the one that lay outside the apple tree in Aunt Lillian's orchard, except everything about it was, I don't know how to put it, more, I guess. It was like the difference between a black and white movie and one you see in color. That hillside pulled at me like an ache in my heart. I didn't have me but the one peek at it, but I felt myself drawn to it like no piece of land had drawn me before. I was actually on my feet and making for the door when the apple-tree man closed it shut. "You don't want to go out there," the apple-tree man said, though we both knew that's all I wanted to do. "I'd almost forgotten the ache that place can wake in a body," Aunt Lillian said. She was looking at that closed door like her best friend had just walked out, never to return. The apple-tree man shook his head. I thought it was because of what Aunt Lillian said, because of what he knew I wanted to do, but it turned out I was wrong. "This is never going to work," he said. "What's not?" He looked at me. "I was going to take the 2 of you with me to the Sangman's hold, to bring the little rootman back to his kin and see if maybe they've got an idea or 2 that might get you out from the middle of this feud of theirs. But I can't bring you into that world. You'll never want to return. And when I do bring you back, you'll spend the rest of your lives heartsick for the wanting of it." I didn't argue. That one glimpse I got made me think what he was saying might well be true. But Aunt Lillian wasn't buying none of it. "You need to give us a little more credit than you do," she said. "Sure, we've got the wanting to be in that place, and maybe, when we come back, we'll be pining for it. But we're stronger than you think. Everybody lives without things they figure they're desperate to have. That's just part of living. The sick person wants to be well. The rejected suitor can't stop thinking of the girl who turned him down. One person needs a fat bank account, another what that money might buy. We don't get what we want, life still goes on. We make do. We don't shut down and lie down in a corner and cry for the rest of our lives." "Some do," the apple-tree man said. "Some people come back and they're never happy again." "Maybe," Aunt Lillian replied, "but I'm not one of them, and I find it insulting how you keep on insisting I am, like somehow you know me better than I know my own self. I just think—" "Too much sometimes," Aunt Lillian said. "No reason to be ashamed of it. It's a failing common to my people as well." They stood there looking at each other, no give in either of them, until finally the apple-tree man gave a slow nod. "My apologies," he said. "I should learn to take folks at their word." "Would surely simplify a lot of things," Aunt Lillian agreed. "And you?" the apple-tree man asked, turning to me. I looked at Aunt Lillian, but she shook her head. "I can't help you here, girl," she said. "This is one of those things that each of us needs to work out on our own. You understand what I mean?" I nodded. I didn't like it, but I knew what she meant. I turned my attention to the apple-tree man. "I guess the bees will be out there," I said. "But they won't be concerned with us," he said. "Not unless we run into the bee fairies before we reach the Sangman's hold." "How did they get to be inside the Sangman in the first place?" I asked. "It's part of the bee sting magic. Their fairy shots are poison through and through, there's no denying that. But they also give rise to new tribes of bees. What we saw coming out of the Sangman was like a new hive, born in fairy blood and bee venom, and now out swarming to make themselves a new home. They're going to be too busy to bother with the likes of us unless someone sets them on us." "That's not where bees come from," I said. I was always a good listener, and I could remember any number of Elsie's stories about bees, from the old bee gum hives that people used to make out of the hollowed sections of black gum tree trunks, to how the best honey came from the nectar of sourwood tree blossoms. "It's where these come from," the apple-tree man said. "If you hadn't pulled out all of those arrows, they would have consumed the Sangman before they swarmed. As it is, there was just enough venom in him to make a small swarm, but not enough to harm him." "But you're stalling," Aunt Lillian said. I was. The truth was, I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I was as strong as Aunt Lillian. I found myself remembering one of those stories of hers, the one about folks crossing over, how they came back either poets or crazy, and I sure couldn't rhyme more than the odd verse or two of doggerel. "You can wait for us here," the apple-tree man said. I thought Aunt Lillian would take offense to that, considering how she'd been going on earlier about us being stronger than the apple-tree man gave us credit for, but she just gave me a kind look. "There's no shame in staying behind," she said. "Considering all the stories about the trouble one can get into on the other side, maybe it makes more sense to stay clear of that land." I could tell she meant it, that she wasn't going to think the less of me if I stayed behind. But that stubborn Dillard streak wouldn't let me off the hook as easily as Aunt Lillian would. "No," I said, wondering if I'd live to regret it. "I've got to see this through now." Nobody asked was I sure or tried to argue me out of it. Aunt Lillian just gave me an encouraging smile. The apple-tree man picked up the Sangman's basket and off we went, through the door and away. Awful sharp thing a bee is. Adie and Elsie. "I'm starting to get worried," Mama said. Adie shrugged, a gesture that was lost on her mother since Adie was lying on the couch, idly flipping through a magazine while watching some boy band on the music video channel with Laurel and Bess. "Oh, you know Janey," she said. "She'll jump at any chance she can get to be up at that old woman's place. She didn't say she was staying overnight. I'm going to have words with that girl when you bring her back." Adie sat up straight. "When I bring her back? Why do I have to go? Elsie's our nature girl. She'd jump at the chance to go into the woods." "I'm sure she would, and you can certainly take Elsie or any of the other girls with you, but you're the oldest, and if something happened to Sarah Jane on the way back from Lily's place, I'd feel better knowing you were there to deal with the problem." Adie had to smile. That was Mama for you, always making you feel like something you didn't much care for was actually something special that only you could do for her. Even at 19 years old and knowing this trick of Mama's, Adie couldn't quell the flicker of pride that rose up in her. Closing her magazine, she got up to find her running shoes. "And take this with you," Mama said when she had her shoes and coat on and was making for the door. "You can put it in a knapsack." Adie sighed when she saw the jar of preserves and bag of muffins Mama was holding out to her. It seemed like you couldn't say hello to someone on the road around here without exchanging some kind of food or other. But she dutifully fetched a knapsack and loaded it up. "And no dawdling," Mama said. "You tell Sarah Jane she's to come straight home." Adie rolled her eyes. "There's nothing to dawdle over between here and Aunt Lillian's. Be that as it may, see, this is why we need a cell phone. If we had one right now, we could just call Janey and tell her to get her butt back home." Mama smiled. "And you'd be happy with her taking it with her whenever she goes to see Lily?" Adie thought about how often her sister went to the old woman's place and shook her head. "I'll just go get her," she said. She found Elsie in the pasture, carefully drawing a study of some little animal's skull she'd discovered in the grass. Mouse, vole, Adie couldn't tell. Elsie was still like a little kid in this, 15 years old, and she'd just get all excited about finding a nest or a feather or some little animal's skeleton. But she knew more about what went on in the fields and woods around the farm than any of them. Adie supposed there was something to say about paying the kind of attention Elsie did to every little thing she came across in her wanderings. "Come on, Skinny Knees," she said. "Mama says we've got to go look for Janey. Just a sec." She waited while Elsie finished her drawing, made a notation under it and dated it, then carefully stowed away her pencil and journal in her own knapsack. "How come we have to get her?" Elsie asked. She stood up, brushing grass and dirt from the knees of her jeans. "She never came home last night, and Mama's worried." "I just thought she was staying over." "Well, she forgot to tell Mama that, so we're stuck fetching her back." "You don't think anything's happened to her, do you?" Adie thought of teasing her, but then realized that she was carrying around a little nag of worry herself. "What could happen to her between here and there?" she asked. She held up her hand as Elsie was about to answer. Elsie, being the family expert on everything that grew or lived in these hills, could probably come up with 100 things that might have gone wrong. "No," she said quickly, "I don't need to know. Everything's going to be fine. We'll find her and Aunt Lillian hoeing the garden or shucking peas or whatever it is that they do up at that place to keep themselves busy." But they didn't. It was strangely quiet around the Kindred homestead an hour or so later when they came into the last meadow and started up the hill to the house. The little nagging feeling in Addie's chest blossomed into real worry as they called ahead and got no answer. It grew stronger still when they heard Ruth barking from the barn. There was a frantic quality to his voice that made Addie's pulse beat way too fast. The two girls ran to the barn, fumbling to unbar the door. When they finally got the bar off and the door open, Ruth bounded by them and took off up the hill, running into the orchard. Adie and Elsie exchanged worried glances, then hurried after him. They found him lying by an old apple tree half choked with thorn bushes, whining, his head on his paws as he stared at the tree. "What is it, boy?" Adie asked. "What's wrong?" "That's the apple tree man," Elsie said. "The what?" "The apple tree man. It's what Aunt Lillian calls the oldest tree in the orchard." "And that means?" Elsie shrugged. "I don't know. It's just what she calls it." Adie looked away from the tree, back to the house. She didn't come up here very often. It wasn't that she disliked Aunt Lillian. She just found it too weird up here. You couldn't even use the washroom to have a pee because there wasn't one. There was only the outhouse where you knew there was a spider getting ready to climb onto your butt as soon as you sat down. Adie couldn't imagine living without electricity or running water, especially not on purpose. "It's too quiet," she said. "It's always quiet up here," Elsie said, but she sounded doubtful. Adie knew just what she was thinking. There was something wrong, but neither of them wanted to say it aloud. "I guess we should check the house," she said. Elsie nodded. Adie remembered what Mama had said to get her to come up here. You're the oldest, and if something happened to Sarah Jane on the way back from Lily's place, I'd feel better knowing you were there to deal with the problem." Maybe she was the oldest, but she didn't know where to start right now. She didn't feel at all capable. All she felt was panic. She swallowed hard. "They're just inside," she said, "where they can't hear us, that's all." "Then why did they lock Ruth up in the barn?" "I don't know, okay?" Elsie looked like she was going to cry. "I'm sorry," Adie said quickly. "I'm worried too." She took her sister's hand and started off toward the house. "Come on, Ruth," she called over her shoulder. But the dog wouldn't budge. All he did was stare at that stupid old tree and whine. "Everything's going to be fine," she assured Elsie as they approached the house. "They're probably just gone off hunting berries or something." Elsie nodded. "That's right. Janey said they were going out after sang yesterday. Maybe they went today instead." "There. You see? There's nothing for us to worry about." They both jumped at a sudden, loud, moaning sound, then laughed when they saw it was just Aunt Lillian's cow, having followed them up from the barn. Henny lowed again, long and mournfully. "She sounds like she wants something," Adie said. "Maybe she needs to be milked." "But they would have done that before they left." Elsie nodded. They were on the porch now. "Hello," Adie called inside. "Is anybody home?" They went inside, nervous again. They found no one on the ground floor, and neither of them wanted to check the upstairs. "This looks like last night's dinner dishes," Elsie said as they looked around the kitchen. Adie dropped her knapsack by the door and nodded. "I guess we need to look upstairs." Reluctantly they went up the stairs, wincing at every creak the old wood made under their feet. The stairs took them into an open loft of a room. It had been where Aunt Lillian slept until her own Aunt Em passed away. Now it was just used for storage, though there was little enough of it. Some old books, winter clothes hanging on a pole and draped in plastic. By the window there was a large trunk. "There," Adie said, only barely keeping the relief out of her voice. "You see, there's no one here." "What about the trunk?" "You think someone's hiding in the trunk?" Elsie shook her head. "But you could put She didn't need to say the word. It sprang readily to Addie's mind. Yes, the trunk was big enough to hold a body. Crossing the floor, she went over to it, hesitated only a moment, then flung it open. "Still nothing," she said, "and nobody either. There's just a mess of drawings." Elsie joined her by the open trunk and looked inside. She picked up the top drawings. "These are really good. Who do you think did them?" Adie shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe Aunt Lillian." "I didn't know she could draw." Elsie continued to explore the trunk while Adie used the vantage of a second-floor window to see if she could spy any sign of Aunt Lillian or their missing sister. Under the loose drawings, Elsie found numerous sketchbooks, each page filled with sketches of the hills around the house. They were like what Elsie did in her own journal, cataloging the flora and fauna, only the drawings were so much better than hers. Further in, she found stacks of oil paintings on wood panels, color sketches done in the field in preparation of work that would be realized more fully in a studio. Under them were still more drawings and sketchbooks. Many of these had a childlike quality to them and were done on scraps of brown paper and cardboard. She looked at the paintings again. There was something familiar about them. It was when she came to one depicting a black bear in a meadow clearing that she caught a sharp breath. "What is it?" Adie asked. "I've seen the finished painting this was done for, or at least I've seen a picture of it in a magazine. The original's hanging in the Newford Museum of Art, but that means—" She started looking more carefully through the paintings and drawings and began to recognize more of the sketches as studies for paintings she'd seen in various books and magazines. Then she found what she was looking for inside one of the earlier sketchbooks. "Look at this," she said. Adie gave the pages a quick study. From what she could tell, somebody had been doodling various ways to write their initials. "L.M.," she read. What does that stand for, do you think? Lily McClure. And she is? Apparently the name that Aunt Lillian painted under, Elsie said. I thought she was a Kindred. I don't know about that. Maybe she changed her name. Maybe it's just a pen name. But this is amazing. Why? Why? Elsie repeated. The Aunt Lillian we know is really Lily McClure. What could be more amazing than that? So she's famous. They often talk about her like she was one of the Newford naturalists, even though her work was done a few decades after their heyday. But you can see why when you look at her paintings. Adie couldn't, really, but she didn't want to seem more ignorant than she probably already did, so she said nothing. She's supposed to have studied with both Milo Johnson and Frank Spain, Elsie went on, though there's some dispute about that, considering how they disappeared at least 20 years before she started to paint seriously. How do you know all this stuff? I don't know, Elsie said. I read about it and watch the Discovery Channel. I just find it interesting, I guess. Adie gave the trunk a thoughtful look. When you said these two artists disappeared, she said, what did you mean? Oh, it's one of the big mysteries of the Newford art world. They were out painting in the hills around here, and they just vanished. Elsie's voice trailed off, and she gave her sister an anguished look. We don't know that anything happened to Janie or Aunt Lillian, Adie said. I'm sure it's just like we thought. They're just out hunting sang. She took the sketchbook from Elsie's hands and put it back in the trunk. Come on, let's close this up and go back outside. Elsie nodded. She placed the drawings and paintings back on top of the sketchbooks. Closing the trunk lid, she stood up and followed Adie back to the stairs. What do we do now? She asked. Do we stay? Do we go looking for them? Do we go home? See, this is why we really need a cell phone, Adie said, or even two. We could call Mama right now and ask her what to do. But we can't. I know. Let me think a minute. They stood out on the porch, looking out across the garden to the orchard where Ruth still kept his vigil by the old apple tree. We should put the cow back in the barn, Elsie said, or at least in the pasture. Right now the cow was in the garden, munching on the runner beans that grew up a pair of homemade cedar trellises on the far side of the corn. Adie nodded and fell in step beside her sister. There sure seemed to be a lot of bees around here today, she said as they reached the garden. Elsie grabbed the cow's halter and drew her away from the beans. They're gathering the last of the nectar, she explained, so that they'll have enough honey to get them through the winter. I suppose, Adie said, but these don't seem to be collecting much nectar. It looks to me like they're just flying around. Elsie studied the bees. Adie was right. The bees were ignoring the last of the asters and such and seemed, well, they seemed to be searching for something. But for what? Elsie couldn't tell. That's just weird, she said. Everything about this morning is weird, Adie said. From the way Ruth's acting and these bees to how there's just nobody around. Elsie nodded. I think we should put Henny back into the barn and go home. Mama will know what to do. I suppose. Adie hated the idea of having to turn to their mother for help. She liked the idea that Mama was there, if they should need her, but she much preferred to solve her problems on her own. They were halfway back to the barn when Adie suddenly put her hand on Elsie's arm. Do you hear that? She asked. She needn't have bothered. Elsie had already stopped and turned to look at the woods beyond the orchard herself. It sounds like bells, she said. Adie nodded. Bells and the jingle of bridles, and now that they and the cow had stopped moving, they could also hear the faint hollow sound of hooves on the ground. Many hooves. Adie reached for Elsie's hand to take comfort as well as give it when the riders came into view. They were like knights and great ladies out of some medieval storybook. The men weren't wearing armor, but they still had the look of knights in their yellow and black livery, with their plumed helmets and silvery shields. The women didn't ride side-saddle, but they wore long flowing dresses that streamed down the flanks of their horses and trailed on the ground behind them. On either side of the riders ranged long-legged, golden-haired dogs with black markings, some cross between greyhounds and wolves. Neither the riders nor their animals seemed quite right. They were all too tall, too lean, their features too sharp. A nimbus of shining golden light hung about them, unearthly and bright. The whole company, men and women, their mounts and all, were so handsome it was hard to look at them and not feel diminished. Adie and Elsie felt like poor country cousins invited to a palatial ballroom, standing awkwardly in the doorway, not wanting to come in. "This can't be real," Adie said. Elsie made no reply except to squeeze her hand. The riders came down from the meadow, footmen running along behind, and circled around the two girls. The footmen notched arrows in their bows, aiming them at Adie and Elsie. "Well, that was easy enough," said the woman who appeared to be leading them. 2. Laurel and Bess. It never made much sense to Laurel that they would still be weeding the garden in September when most of the vegetables had already been harvested. But that was the chore Mamma had set her and Bess to while the younger twins were in charge of cleaning the house. Of course, they weren't just weeding. They were also gathering errant potatoes and turnips and the like that had been missed during the earlier harvest, putting them in a basket to take inside later. When they were done weeding, they were supposed to turn the soil on the sections they'd weeded. After that, one or more of the other girls would spread compost over it all, and that would be it until spring. Mamma liked a tidy garden, everything neat and ready for next year's planting. "We should have gone with Adie and Elsie," Laurel said. Bess shrugged. "This'd still be waiting for us when we got back." "I know, but I'm bored. This whole weekend's just all too boring." Last night's dance at the Corners had been cancelled. No one was exactly sure why, but there were rumors and gossip, as always. Bess had heard from the postman that the building had become infested with rats, and so the county had closed it down. Martin Spry, a fiddler who lived down the road from them, had told Laurel that someone had gotten themselves knifed at a stag the Friday night before, and the police still had the building cordoned off for their investigation. But Mamma said all of that was nonsense. "Mrs. Timmins told me the Jacksons got called out of town," she said. "Something about one of their grandkids getting sick, and by the time they heard, it was too late to get anyone to take over for the night. That's all." Maybe, maybe not, Laurel thought. All she knew was that they hadn't got to play out since last weekend. Hadn't been playing, hadn't been dancing. It was just school, their last year, thank God. They'd turned 18 a couple of months ago and would be graduating this June. Chores and watching interchangeable videos on the music channel. Laurel leaned on her hoe. "I really wanted to play that medley of Ziggy's Stardust tunes that we worked out, just to see the faces on the old fiddlers." The twins loved the old tunes and songs, but they also had an inordinate fondness for music from the 70s and 80s, which they kept trying to shoehorn into old-timey arrangements with varying degrees of success, everything from Pink Floyd to punk and disco. "Instead," Laurel said, "all we have is boredom." "Way too much, too," Bess agreed. "If only something interesting could happen around here." It was at precisely that moment, as though called up like an answered wish, that they heard the fiddle music come drifting down the hill and across the pastures to where they were working in the garden. The twins lifted their heads as one. "Do you hear that?" Laurel asked. "I'm not deaf." "Who do you suppose it is?" "Don't know," Bess said, "but it's not Marty." Laurel nodded. "The tone's too sweet to be him." "It doesn't sound like anyone we know," Bess added after they'd listened a little more. Not only was the player unfamiliar, but so were the tunes. and that was irresistible. Laurel laid down her hoe. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Always." Bess brushed her hands on her jeans, and the two of them went into the house to collect their instruments. 3. Ruth and Grace. Ruth leaned on the windowsill she was supposed to be dusting and watched Laurel and Bess walk toward the woods with their instrument cases in hand. "How come they get to blow off their chores while we're stuck in here?" she said. Her 13-year-old twin, Grace, joined her at the window. "They just thought of it first, I guess." "I guess. Hey, you know what would be funny? If we went down and put all those taters and such back in the ground." Grace shook her head. "Too much work. You know what would be funnier?" "What?" "If someone hid their instruments and replaced them in their cases with stones wrapped up in T-shirts so the cases would still weigh the same." Ruth turned to her twin with a grin. "You didn't." "I'm not saying I did or didn't. I'm just saying it would be funny." She paused, then grinned as well. "But I sure thought they'd find out before now." "If there'd been a dance last night," Ruth began. Grace nodded. "And there they'd be, invited up on stage and opening their cases." They started to giggle and slid down onto the floor with their backs to the wall, unable to stop, the one constantly setting the other off. 4. Laurel and Bess. "Mama's going to kill us," Bess said as they started across the pasture. She carried her banjo case with an easy familiarity to its weight. "Only if she catches us," Laurel said. "I figure we've got 2 or 3 hours, maybe longer if she stops in to see Mrs. Runyon." Beth smiled. Mrs. Runyon was a sweet old woman who lived on the edge of town and could talk your ear off if you gave her half the chance. Granny Burrell used to say that she'd been born talking, but Mama never seemed to mind. Mama was like Janey in that she enjoyed visiting with old folks, saying, "All our history lives in those who've been around as long as Mrs. Runyon. When we lose them, we lose a piece of our history unless we take the time to listen to what they've got to tell us." Beth supposed she half understood. She and Laurel felt the same about music, and while they weren't much for sitting around chatting with someone like Mrs. Runyon, they saw nothing odd about making a 2-mile hike up some bush road to spend the afternoon and evening listening to some old fellow scratch out tunes on his fiddle, or maybe rasp his way through one of the old ballads. Music was something that needed to be passed along, too, or at least the old songs and tunes did. "She hasn't seen Mrs. Runyon for a couple of weeks," Bess said, "so it's a good bet she'll stop in today." Laurel nodded. "Will you listen to that fiddler play?" "I haven't heard a tune I know yet," Bess said. "I just can't imagine who it would be, out in our woods like this." Beth laughed. "Maybe it's one of Aunt Lillian's fairy people." "You'd think Janey would have grown out of those stories by now." "You'd think, but you'd be wrong." They reached the woods and followed a deer trail that wound back and forth up the side of the hill. With each step they took, the fiddling grew louder, and they marveled at the player's skill. The bass strings resonated rich and full. The notes drawn from the high strings skirled up among the turning leaves into the autumn sky. There was so much rhythm in the playing that adding a guitar or a banjo wasn't even necessary. Grinning at each other, they hurried forward. Finally, they knew they were almost upon the fiddler, and they vibrated with anticipation. The trail they followed took them into a clearing, and there in the middle, where this path crossed another, stood the oddest little man. He was maybe 3 feet tall and looked like a walking shrub, a bark and leafy man playing a fiddle almost half the size of himself. They couldn't tell where the wood of his instrument ended and his limbs began. He seemed to have moss and leaves for hair, gnarly twigs for fingers, but oh, how they pulled the tune from his fiddle. He stopped playing at their sudden arrival, and the 3 of them looked at each other for a long moment, none of them speaking, none of them moving or so much as even breathing. This can't be right, Bess thought, but her head was too clouded and fuzzy for her to feel alarmed. She knew that such a fiddler couldn't possibly exist. How could he? But the cobwebs in her head didn't leave room for her to feel the least bit perturbed by his standing there in front of her all the same. Beside her, Laurel appeared to be just as spellbound. It was something in the music. A faraway part of Bess's mind whispered. That, she was sure, was the source of the spell. Belatedly, she was also aware that the spot where the two deer trails met might well be considered a crossroads, and there were any number of stories about the sorts of people you met at a crossroads. Like old Bubba, ready to trade you the gift of music for your soul like he did with Robert Johnson. The fiddler didn't look like old Bubba himself, but she wouldn't be surprised if a body came walking up and told her he was some kind of little devil man. Oh, danger, danger, the little voice in her head whispered, but she couldn't seem to move, never mind run away. So you like music? The little man said. As soon as he spoke, Bess found she could breathe again. She didn't trust her legs to carry her far, but at least she could breathe. We love music, Laurel said. And play it, too, by the looks of those cases. We play some. Just exactly what are you? Bess asked. A fiddler. What did you think? Get out your instruments and we'll play us a tune. I don't know that we should, Bess said softly to her sister as they laid their cases on the ground. There's something not right here. Laurel shrugged. We're just seeing that Aunt Lillian didn't make up all those stories of hers that Janey keeps telling us. I figure we should be feeling a little more scared than I am. What? Of him? He's not much bigger than a minute. But he'll be magic. It was magic brought us here. Laurel shook her head. Wasn't magic brought me. It was music. Same difference, Bess said. I tell you what, the little man said, either ignoring their whispered conversation or not hearing it. Why don't we make us a bargain? If the two of you can play me a tune I've never heard before, I'll grant you one wish, whatever it is you want. And if we can't? Laurel asked. Then you come away with me, the little man told them. How do we know you can deliver? Laurel asked. What do you lose to find out? A bright pair of girls like you must know 1,000 tunes. Bess pulled at Laurel's arm when she realized that she was actually considering the little man's bet. Her sister had to be more deeply snared by his magic than she was to even think of agreeing to this. This is stupid, she said. Nobody ever wins this sort of thing. It seems pretty straightforward to me, Laurel said. It is, the little man said, but it has to be done here, and it has to be done now. Laurel, Bess began. But her sister shook her head. This is a sure thing. If we can't play a tune he doesn't know, we deserve to be taken away. She turned to the little man. You're on, mister. Get that wish ready. She unbuckled the clasps of her fiddle case, lifted the lid, then shot an angry glance at that little man. All that was in her case were stones wrapped in a few T-shirts. Her fiddle was gone. That's cheating, she said. Bess quickly opened her own case to find that her banjo was gone as well, replaced by similar stones wrapped in T-shirts. Forfeit, the little man said. Now you come with me. No, Laurel said. You cheated. What did you do with our instruments? I did nothing to them. Then lend me yours. Of course. He handed over his fiddle, but there were so many little vines and twigs and leaves growing out of it that Laurel couldn't barely get a note out of a string by plucking it. Bowing was out of the question. The little man snatched his instrument back and stowed it away in a bag that was lying on the ground by his feet. He put his bow in after, then tied up the sack and slung it over his shoulder. No more dawdling, he said. Come along. He held out a hand to each of them. The twins began to back away, but he was quick and far stronger than he looked. He grabbed each by an arm. You're a lying cheat, Laurel cried. She aimed a kick at him, but it hurt her toe more through her running shoe than it seemed to hurt him. I don't lie and I don't cheat, the little man said. He said something else in a language neither girl could understand. They both grew dizzy, but before they could fall, the little man pulled them away, out of the world they knew and into his own. A moment later, all that remained at the crossroads were 2 open instrument cases filled with stones. 5. Ruth and Grace. "Why'd they go into the woods?" Grace said, when she'd finally stopped laughing. "They could just as easily play around here." "Because this way they won't have us bugging them." "They think," Grace said. "They dream. I can't wait to see their faces when they open those cases of theirs." Ruth shot her a big grin. Jumping to their feet, the pair ran downstairs and outside. Playing Indian Scout as they followed the older twins was way more fun than cleaning house. They hid behind clumps of milkweed and tall grasses and Joe Pye weed, darting from one to the next, trying hard not to giggle too loud and give themselves away. "There sure are a lot of hornets around today," Ruth said as they reached the deer trail their sisters had taken. "Those aren't hornets, they're bees." "Whatever." "But you're right," Grace agreed. "There are lots of them. There's probably a nest nearby." "Hive." Grace stuck out her tongue. "Whatever." They'd heard a fiddle play the whole time they'd been crossing the fields. Here in the woods it was louder, but it didn't do the same for them as it did for Laurel and Bess. Pure, simple curiosity pulled them along the trail. "Looks like they're planning to have a hoolie in the woods," Ruth said. Grace nodded. "Probably with a bunch of those old coots they're always playing with." "Martin's not an old coot. I think he's handsome. But he plays the fiddle." "Lots of nice people play the fiddle." "Name one." "Laurel." "She doesn't count. She's our sister." "Well, how about—" "Shh." Ruth fell silent, realizing what Grace already had. They were too close to keep nattering on the way they were. The fiddling had stopped, and they could hear voices. They crept along the path until it opened into a small meadow, and then they stood there with their mouths agape, staring at the little man with the fiddle that their older sisters had come to meet. Finally, Grace tugged on Ruth's arm, pulling her down out of sight behind a bush. The 2 girls looked at each other, eyes wide. "That man," Ruth said in a voice that was barely a whisper. "He can't be real, can he?" Grace shook her head. "But there he is all the same," she said just as quietly. "And Laurel and Bess know him, came to meet him in the woods and all." "I don't think they know him. Listen." They heard Laurel make her bargain with the man. When she and Bess laid down their cases, Grace began to shiver. "Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no," she said, burrowing her face in Ruth's shoulder. Ruth looked over her sister's head, understanding immediately. Playing that trick with the older twins' instruments wasn't funny anymore. It wasn't funny at all. And then the little man pulled them away into thin air. They were there one moment, the next gone, as though they'd all stepped behind an invisible curtain. She pressed her cheek against Grace's, trying hard not to cry because Grace was doing enough for the both of them. She held Grace close, trying to breathe slow like Mama always said they should do when they felt upset. "People forget to breathe," she'd say, "and then they can't think straight anymore. They get mad, where they should be patient, or do something stupid when they could have been smart." "Breathe, breathe," she said to Grace. Slowly she could feel the panic ebb a little. She sat back and held Grace at arm's length to see that her sister was getting a hold of herself as well. That was real, wasn't it?" Grace finally said. Ruth had to swallow before she replied. "Looks like." "It's my fault. They could have played rings around that little man." "You didn't know." "It's still my fault." "It doesn't matter any more," Ruth said. "All that matters now is that we figure out a way to get them back." Grace nodded. "I wish Janey was here." "Me too." Janey wasn't the oldest, but she knew all the stories. She got them from Aunt Lillian and was happy to pass them along to anyone who wanted to listen, which, in the Dillard family, pretty much only meant their older sister Elsie, who liked them, and Mama, who always seemed to have the time to listen to anything any one of them had to say. Ruth stood up. "Come on," she said. "We can at least look for clues." "Clues? Suddenly we're detectives? You know what I mean." She walked into the meadow with Grace trailing after her. They touched the instrument cases with the toes of their shoes and walked all around the spot where the little man and their sisters had disappeared, but there was nothing to see. "I guess we have to go home and get Mama to help," Ruth said. Grace gave a glum nod. They turned to the instrument cases, meaning to close them up and bring them along, when they realized that they were no longer alone. Right where the deer trail came out of the woods stood another little man, but where the one that had kidnapped their sisters had looked like a piece of a tree that decided to go for a walk, this one seemed more human, if you discounted his size, and the fact that he had virtually no neck. His round ball of a head seemed to sit directly on the round ball of his body, and then there were the wings, almost as big as him, fluttering rapidly at his back. He looked, Ruth decided, a lot like a bee, what with the shape of his body and the wings and the fact that his shirt and trousers were all yellow and black stripes. She remembered all the bees they'd noticed on the way to this place. Were they all some kind of weird werbees? She gave the meadow a quick study, but other than the fact that there seemed to be more bees than there should be, the little man appeared to be on his own. "Well now," the little man said, "the Sangman got your sisters, and that made us even, but now we've got you, so we're ahead again." Grace stooped and picked up one of the stones from Laurel's fiddle case. Ruth quickly followed suit. Oddly enough, she didn't feel scared. She just felt angry now. "Breathe," she started to tell herself, but then she realized she didn't really want to stop being angry. "What?" she asked. "Are you on some kind of sick scavenger hunt?" The bee man gave her a puzzled look. "Because if you are," Grace said, "if you think you're taking us anywhere, we'll knock your brains right out of your head." She hefted the stone she held to show him she meant business. He held his hands up. "No, no, you can't do that. You're my captives." "Not likely," Grace said. But Ruth heard a buzzing, and now Grace did too. The bees that had been flying about the meadow earlier were all hovering nearby now, and not just a handful, but hundreds of them. "I don't think we have enough stones," Ruth said, "not to hit them all." "Probably not," Grace replied, "but we can hit him." "You don't want to do that," the bee man said. "Please, you need to calm down. No one will hurt you if you'll just come along quietly." "We don't want to go anywhere," Ruth said. "But you don't have any choice." "Where do you want to take us?" Grace asked. "Yeah, and why?" Ruth added. "You're to be hostages, nothing more." Ruth shook her head. "You don't want to mess with us," she said. "We've got a big brother, you know, and he's killed 13 giants. "No, you don't," the bee man said. "Yes, we do," Grace said. "He's tall and fierce, and he eats bees like candy, eats them by the handful." "He eats bee sandwiches," Ruth added, "and bee soup. Bee stew and deep-fried bees. And he loves fat little bee men best of all." "You don't have a brother," the bee man said. "Why would you pretend that you do?" "Why are we supposed to be your hostages?" Grace asked. "Yeah," Ruth said, "and what are we being hostaged for?" "I don't think that's a word," Grace said. "He knows what I mean." "Your sister has the Sangman prince," the bee man said, "and we need something to trade to her for him." "So trade yourself." "Or some of your bees," Grace added. "And," the bee man went on, "if we didn't take you, the Sangman would, so you're actually safer with us." "What are these Sangmen?" Ruth asked. "Are they like the weird little guy that grabbed our sisters just now?" The bee man nodded. "They're evil, rooty creatures." "Well, you're just a bundle of sunshine and joy," Grace said. "At least we don't take children of the light and put them in a dark hole." "I think you're making this all up," Ruth said. "I think the two of you are in cahoots, you and this sing-song man." "Sang man." "Don't you start correcting me," Ruth told him. "You're not family." "You're in danger," the bee-man tried. "Oh, right, like we need to be protected from these sing-song men." "Whatever they think they are," Grace put in. "When what we really need is to be protected from you and your little buzzy friends." "I think we should bop him with a stone and take our chances," Grace said. "They've already stolen 2 of you," the bee-man said, "and put a glamour on your sister so that she thinks she needs to help them." "Which sister?" Ruth asked. "Probably Elsie." Grace was cut off by the jab of Ruth's elbow in her side. "Remember in the war movies," Ruth said, "name, rank, and serial number. That's all we're supposed to give the enemy." Grace nodded and looked at the bee-man. "I'm Grace, daughter number 6, she said. Ruth shook her head. "You just love to rub in that you were born 1 minute earlier, don't you?" "I'm not your enemy," the bee-man said. "Please believe me." "At least he's polite," Ruth said, "for a kidnapper and all." "If you'll just come with me, the Queen will explain everything." "Oh, now he's got a queen," Grace said. "Well, he is a bee-man. I wonder what it's like to live in a hive." "Very noisy, I'd say." "That's enough," the bee-man cried. "I don't know why I had to get picked for this stupid job, but I'm finishing it now." He made a few odd movements with his hands, and the bees swept in over the girls, covering their faces, necks, and arms, leaving circles around their eyes and mouths. "Don't move," he warned them. "Don't even breathe, or my little cousins will give you 1,000 stings, and you'll like that even less than being captured." Ruth stared at the bees covering her hands and then gasped. Riding each bee was a miniature version of the bee-man who stood in front of them, each with a bow and a notched arrow. She turned her gaze to meet Grace's. They didn't have to speak. They each dropped the stone they were holding. "That's better," the bee-man said. "Now follow me." He made another odd movement with his hands, and the air began to shimmer, just as it had when the Sangman had stolen away the older twins. "I think we're in real trouble now," Grace said. Ruth wanted to nod, but she was too scared to move in any way except for how the bee-man told them to. "We should have left a note for Mama," she said. Then she and Grace followed the bee-man into the shimmering air, and the world they knew was gone. 6. Adie and Elsie. Deeper in the woods and higher up in the hills, there was no opportunity for Adie and Elsie to have any sort of a discussion with their captors. The bee-man who had captured the younger twins was only a scout, and a reluctant one at that, happier to go about his own business without having to be involved in the various politics and machinations of the fairy court. The sooner he could be done with his duty and go back to his normal solitary ways, the better. Still, he wasn't mean or even unfriendly, so he'd been willing to put up with a certain amount of the twins' comments and complaints before putting his foot down. But Adie and Elsie had been captured by the main fairy court, led by a queen who had neither the interest nor patience for dialogue with her captives. As soon as Adie started to ask a question, the queen waved a long, thin hand in her direction. "Gag her," she said. "Gag them both and bind their wrists." Footmen ran from behind the horses to immediately carry out her orders, carrying strips of cloth and ropes. Adie called out to the queen before they reached her and Elsie. "Please," she said, "we'll be quiet. Don't gag us." The queen studied her for a long moment, then gave a brisk nod. "No gags," she told the footmen, "but bind their wrists, and if they speak out of turn again, gag them." Adie had 100 things she wanted to know, but she kept quiet and held out her hands in front of her so that the footmen could tie them together, hoping that they wouldn't insist on tying them behind her back. This way she'd feel more balanced and less likely to fall flat on her face on the uneven ground if they had a long march ahead of them. Happily, Elsie followed her lead, and the footmen made quick work of their job. The ropes the footmen used to bind their wrists seemed to be made from braided grasses, but they were no less strong for that. The sisters were led off under one of the big beech trees above Aunt Lillian's homestead, where they were kept under guard. The two girls sat down with their backs against the tree, leaning against each other as they listened to the conversation coming from where the Queen and her court sat on their horses. "Is there word on the girl yet?" the Queen was saying. "The sooner we trade these sisters of hers for that wretched Sangman, the happier I'll be." "Not yet, madam," one of the other riders replied. Before he could go on, a footman came running up. "The Sangmen have the older twins," he reported. "Will she choose between the sisters?" the Queen asked. "Does she fancy any above the others?" "There's no way of telling." "What about the younger twins?" "We have scouts looking for them." Elsie leaned closer to Adie, her mouth near her older sister's ear. "Who are they talking about?" she asked, her voice quieter than a breath. Adie shrugged. She cast a glance to their nearest captors. When she saw they weren't paying that close attention to them, she whispered in Elsie's ear. "I don't know," she said, "but it's beginning to sound like Janie's got us all caught up in something we have no business being mixed up in." "Do you know what Sangmen are?" "Haven't a clue. But I'd guess they have something to do with sang. And Janie was going out to harvest some yesterday." Adie gave a grim nod. "And it sounds as though these Sangmen, whatever they are, have Laurel and Bess." "What did she mean about choosing between sisters?" "I guess they were hoping to trade us for someone Janie has, but now things have gotten complicated because the other side has the twins to trade." "I don't get any of this. Janie would never hurt anyone, never mind capture someone the way these people have got us." "I really don't think they're people," Adie said. Elsie sighed. "I was afraid you'd say something like that." They broke off when the Queen glanced in their direction. Adie returned her glare with an innocent look, and the Queen's attention turned away from her once more. "Look," Elsie whispered. She nodded with her head to the apple tree that Ruth was still guarding. The fairy's dogs had formed a half circle around him, effectively penning him in. But Ruth paid no attention to them. His gaze stayed fixed on the tree in front of him, like there wasn't a fairy court behind him. "Oh, why didn't you run off?" Adie thought. "You'll be no match for that many dogs, and who knows what magical powers they have." But oddly enough, the fairy dogs showed no inclination of doing more than keeping Ruth penned up against the apple tree. Adie wondered why. Perhaps it was only because the Fairy Queen hadn't given the order for them to attack yet. Then she returned her attention to the conversation of the Queen and her courtiers, and the answer came. "Has anyone tracked down the girl yet?" the Queen was asking. There was a moment of silence before one of her court replied. "No, madam. We only know she's with the apple tree man, but we can't reach them because the dog's barring the way through Applejack's door, and no one knows where it opens on the other side." "Then remove the dog." That command drew another silence. Apparently, Adie realized, no one liked to deliver bad news to their cranky Queen. "We can't," one of the riders said. "It won't meet our gaze." Adie and Elsie exchanged glances. "Does that mean what I think it does?" Elsie whispered. Adie shrugged. She wasn't sure, but what it seemed the fairies were saying was that you had to acknowledge their presence before they could interact with you. So maybe if they just concentrated on not believing the fairy court was here. Before she could go any further with that, she was distracted by what the Queen was now saying. "This should have been over long ago," the Fairy Queen complained. "We should have had a dead Sangman by now and moved on to other matters." "But the princess, your daughter, the Sangmen still have her." "She's no longer my daughter," the Queen said. Not after she's soiled herself by loving a Sangman. Let her live in the dirt with them and see how she likes it. Now that was harsh, Adie thought. She could remember when she was a little girl, reading fairy tales and watching Disney movies, how desperately she'd wanted to meet a fairy. She'd grown out of that, of course, unlike Janey, but she was happy now that she hadn't gotten her wish back then, and would have been happier still not to be experiencing this now. The Fairy Queen was too much like an evil stepmother, but she supposed that was what was to be expected, considering the kind of folklore that was prevalent in these hills. Many of Aunt Lillian's stories were downright gruesome. She frowned, wishing she hadn't started this train of thought. Elsie pressed against her and whispered, "I think we should try to follow Ruth's lead and, I don't know, disbelieve in these horrible people." It was worth a try, Adie supposed, though she could see it would be hard. Ruth might be able to focus entirely on one thing, but he was a dog, and what did he know? Dogs already had a one-track mind. But she and Elsie had bound wrists to contend with, noisy captors, jingling bridles. She was about to close her eyes and give it a try, but the chance was gone. A new commotion hubbubbed on the far side of the fairy court. Adie craned her neck to see what was happening, and her heart sank. Their arms and faces might be covered in bees, but she had no trouble recognizing that it was Grace and Ruth who were under all those buzzing insects. "This just gets worse and worse," Elsie said from beside her. Adie gave a slow nod. 7. Laurel and Bess. Laurel found herself wishing that she hadn't ignored Bess's common sense and simply left well enough alone. In fact, what she really wished was that they were back in the garden, doing their chores like they'd promised Mama they would. Even doing chores was way better than being here. It was dark and damp in the place the little man had brought them. Underground, she assumed, since the floor was dirt, as were the walls. She hadn't been able to reach up far enough to touch the ceiling. "Don't fret," the little tree man had said before leaving. "You won't be here long." Easy enough for him to say. She felt around in the dark until her fingers touched the sleeve of Bess's shirt. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to you," she said. "That's okay." Bess found Laurel's hand and gave it a squeeze. "I mean, it's not okay being here, but it wasn't your fault. If I hadn't been so greedy with that contest business, he would have just found some other way to get us here. But still nothing," Bess said. "There was some kind of magic spell in that music of his. It made my head go all fuzzy, and probably did the same to you." Laurel thought about that. She did feel clear-headed, more so than she had in hours. "What do you think they're going to do to us?" she asked. "I'm trying not to think about it," Bess said. "I wish I'd stuck some of that garlic from the garden in my pocket, or maybe we could make a cross." Bess actually laughed. The sound of it made Laurel feel better, like maybe the end of the world wasn't quite here yet. "You're thinking of vampires," Bess said. "Well, what don't little tree men like?" "Who knows? Fire, probably." "Do you have any matches?" "Sure, right here in my pocket with my corncob pipe." Laurel sighed. "That's okay. We haven't got anything to burn anyway." Bess gave her hand another squeeze. "We just have to be patient," she said, "and wait for our chance. And then we kick ass. I know I'd like to kick something." A Savage Grace. Sarah Jane. It was a funny thing about that world on the other side of the apple tree man's door. You'd think, seeing the effect it had on Aunt Lillian and me after just a peek through at it, that once we got through into that world we'd have been overwhelmed. But it didn't happen that way. Sure, the place was a shock to our senses. Colors were more intense. Oh, what am I saying? Everything was more intense. Colors, the air we breathed, the sharp edges of the blades of grass, the bird song drifting down from the trees, the endless blue sky above, But I remembered what the apple tree man had told us about coming to this place, how we'd never want to leave, and I didn't feel that way at all. When I said as much, the apple tree man gave me a funny look. I thought maybe I'd offended him, so I tried to explain. When I was a kid, I said, we moved all the time, from one trailer park to another. It got so I never felt like I fit in, not anywhere we lived. I'm not blaming Mama and Daddy. That's just the way it was. Leastwise, it was until we moved to Granny Burrell's farm. Now I've lived there for pretty much as long as I've lived in all those other places put together. And you know what? I really like it. I like my familiar woods, watching the changes settle on them, season after season. I don't feel like a visitor anymore. I feel like a neighbor now. Like I belong. And pretty as this place is, I don't belong here. I can feel it like a buzz just under my skin, all over. It's saying, you've got another home. You could have took the words right out of my mouth, Aunt Lillian said. I remember how scared I was of those woods around the homestead when I first came to live with my Aunt Em. But that feeling went away pretty quick, and I've never wanted to leave them since. Even paradise is going to seem wanting after living in those hills of ours. The apple tree man shook his head as he looked from her to me. I guess a body's never too old to be surprised, he said, but I have to tell you, I had no idea you were so strong. Strong? I said. He nodded. To resist the enchantments of this place so effortlessly. Makes you think, doesn't it? Aunt Lillian said. But wasted years and all. He nodded again, slower this time. I guess it finally hit him that he didn't have to keep Aunt Lillian at a distance. Didn't have to, never had to. He got this hand-dog look in his eyes that made me want to tell a joke or something, just to cheer him up. I just didn't know, he said. It's the red hair that makes them strong, Applejack, a voice said from above. Why else do you think we cherish it so? Aunt Lillian and I pretty much jumped out of our skins. We looked up and saw what we thought was a cat sitting up there on a branch, looking back down at us. Except it wasn't really a cat. It was more like a little man, or a monkey, with a long tail and all covered with black fur and cat-like features. It had fingers like me, but a cat's retracting claws that protruded at the moment as he cleaned them with a bright pink tongue. How come fairy creatures always talk to me from out of trees? Aunt Lillian said. What do you mean? I asked. Nothing, she said. It's an old story. The catman laid out along his branch, head propped up on one hand. He looked to be about twice the height of our little unconscious Sangman, but that still only made him a couple of feet tall. Oh, do tell, he said. But Aunt Lillian had already looked away, her attention now on the apple tree man. He called you Applejack, she said. Is that your real name? The one you never told me? It's a name, the apple tree man said. The one by which I'm known in this place, just like I'm the apple tree man in your world. So what is your name? I asked. Well, when he's drunk, the catman said, we call him Billy Cider. We don't have names the way you do, the apple tree man said. We don't have any need for them. All we have are what people call us. Like sometimes, the catman said, people call me Lil Pater. He waited a beat, then added, You know, because I could be a smaller version of the father of cats. Aunt Lillian looked back up at him and smiled. A much smaller version, she said, and not nearly as fierce. It's just what some people call me. I got the feeling that this was something he tried out on every new person he met, hoping that they'd think maybe he really was kin to that big old black panther that Aunt Lillian had met when she was younger than me. We can call you that, I said. What are you doing here? The apple tree man asked. Little Pater smiled. I came to see the fireworks, and oh my, they should be something. Fireworks? I asked. He doesn't mean real fireworks, the apple tree man explained. You do know that the bee queen's really not happy with you? Little Peter asked. The apple tree man shrugged. He glanced at Aunt Lillian and said, "Let her get in line." "I'm not mad at you," Aunt Lillian told him. "Just disappointed you never took the chance." "Why's the bee queen mad?" I asked. "When isn't she mad?" Little Peter replied. "But this time it's because that little Sangman you've got stowed away in a basket stole away her daughter, and you got in the middle of her settling her debt with him." I looked at the apple tree man. "I thought that happened ages ago." "It did," Little Peter said before the apple tree man could speak. "The first time. But this is the 7th daughter of hers that's gone off and wed a Sangman. She really thought the 6th would be the last, but just to be sure, this one she kept in a hive as tall as a tree, locked up in a little room way up top with only a window to look out of. Like Rapunzel. Don't know her. What court is she from?" "It's in a storybook." "This isn't a story," Little Peter said. "What I don't understand," Aunt Lillian said, "is why these daughters of hers keep running off to marry Sangmen. You say there've been 7 now?" "Just like me and my sisters," I said. "You've all married Sangmen?" Little Peter asked. "No, I just meant there's 7 of us, too." Little Peter nodded. "Lucky number, especially when you add in the red hair." "What's so special about red hair?" "Everything. A fairy can't hardly resist a red-haired human. It's as much a reason for them to be kidnapping your sisters as to make a bargain with you." "Wait a minute. What do you mean, kidnapping my sisters?" Little Peter regarded them with surprise. "You didn't know? The Sangmen have 2, while the bee court has the other 4. I thought my heart would stop in my chest, and gave Aunt Lillian and the apple tree man an anguished look. Why are they doing this?" I asked. "For barter," Little Peter said. "They want to trade your sisters for the Sangman in your basket." "But we were already bringing him back." "They didn't know that." "And if both sides have my sisters, what am I supposed to do? Choose between which I'll save and which I'll sacrifice?" I looked down at the Sangman. "For somebody I don't even know?" "Should have thought of that before you got involved in all of this," Little Peter said. I nodded glumly. Aunt Lillian had warned me often enough. The one sure road to trouble, she'd say, is to get mixed up in the middle of a fairy quarrel. "That doesn't matter now," I said. "All that's important is that we rescue my sisters, and for that we need a plan." "This should be good," Little Peter said. "And to start with," I went on, "I don't want you around when I'm making it." "What did I ever—" "I don't know you," I told him, "and right now I can't take the chance of trusting you." I turned to the apple tree man. "And come to think of it, who's to say that I can trust you either?" "Now, Sarah Jane," Aunt Lillian said, "the apple tree man might be a lot of things, but—" I shook my head, not letting her finish. "He may be your friend, but I wouldn't call him a very good one, and he certainly hasn't said or done anything to prove that he's mine. I can't take the chance of trusting any fairy, not with my sisters' lives at stake." Before anyone could protest, I stepped over to where the apple tree man had set down the basket with the Sangman still sleeping in it. I picked up the basket. "I may have my own disappointments with the apple tree man," Aunt Lillian said, "but I'd trust him with my life." "What about the lives of my sisters?" She regarded me for a long moment, then shook her head. "That's something you can only decide for yourself," she said. I don't know where this fierce feeling had come from, probably something locked in the Dillard genes. We were the kind of folks who depended on ourselves. But I guess it could have just been blind panic, born out of the shock of learning that my sisters were all in danger, and it was my fault. My fault, but fairies were caught up in every which part of it. The thing that swayed me was how the apple tree man didn't try to change my mind. Little Peter sat up on his branch, muttering about I don't know what all. I wasn't listening to him, but the apple-tree man stood still as a tree, waiting for me to make up my own mind. And I guess the other thing that swayed me was I didn't have the first clue how to go about doing anything. I didn't know where the Sangmen lived, leastways not in this world. I didn't know what to do when I found them. I didn't know anything about these bee fairies and how to go about rescuing anyone from them either. I pretty much didn't know anything. So I took a breath and looked at the apple-tree man. "I'm sorry," I said. "I guess if Aunt Lillian trusts you as much as she does, I should be able to do the same. I'm just so worried about my sisters." "I understand," he said. "And what about me?" Little Peter asked. "Are you going to let me help?" He spread his fingers and his cat claws popped out from the end of each of them. "I can be fierce as the Father himself." He gave Little Peter a stern look. "You only help?" he asked. "No tricks, no jokes?" Little Peter nodded. "You swear on the fangs of the Father?" He nodded again. The apple-tree man turned back to me. "By that oath," he said, "you can trust him." "So what do we do?" I asked. I was anxious. I didn't know what the fairies were doing to my sisters, but every moment they were with them was too long for me. "First, we'll follow our original plan," the apple-tree man said. "We'll see the Sangmen and free the sisters they have. When they see we're returning their little prince, they'll be honor-bound to let your sisters go and help us." "And the bee fairies?" Aunt Lillian asked. "I have an idea how to deal with them as well, though it will depend on Sarah Jane's courage." The very idea of bees made my knees knock together, but I knew I'd try whatever was needed to be done. 2. Adie and Elsie. Except for being covered in bees, the twins didn't seem to otherwise be hurt just yet, so Adie turned her attention to Elsie's knapsack. The fairies had left it on her back, either because they didn't know what it was, or they didn't care. After all, what could a couple of teenage girls do, hands bound, and with such a host to stand against them? "What do you use to sharpen those pencils of yours?" Adie asked. "Just this old jackknife that George gave me," Elsie said. "Is it sharp?" "Well, sure it is. It has to be to cut the wood properly." Her voice trailed off and she gave Adie a quick look. "What are you planning to do with it?" "Whatever it takes to get us all out of here." The attention of the whole fairy court, including their guards, was on the tubby little man who'd arrived with the twins in tow. If she was ever going to have a chance, this was going to be it. "Turn around so I can get at your knapsack," she said. "I don't like this," Elsie said, but she did as she'd been asked. "There's too many of them, Adie." "I only need to get to the Queen," Adie replied. With her hands bound together, Adie had trouble getting the fastenings undone, but she finally got the last one loose and was able to reach in. She dug around among Elsie's sketchbooks and the various roots and twigs and whatnots that Elsie picked up on her walks until she felt the handle of the knife and pulled it out. Laying it on the ground, she took the time to close up the knapsack again before trying to open the knife. After a lot of fussing and one broken nail, she managed to pull the blade out of the handle and began the awkward process of sawing through the grass rope. Luckily, Elsie hadn't been exaggerating. The blade was sharp and easily sliced through the tightly woven rope. "This is only asking for more trouble," Elsie said. "They brought it on." "So you're just going to stab one of them?" "Look," Adie said, "they're not even people, okay? They're bugs, and the thing you do with bugs when they start annoying you is you squash them." "But no one threatens my sisters, Elsie. That's the bottom line." After checking to make sure that they were still unobserved, she cut through Elsie's ropes. "Make sure you hold your hands like they're still tied," Adie said. Elsie nodded. Her gaze went to where the twins were being brought up to the fairy bee queen. "Look what they've done to our Ruthie and Grace," Elsie said. "I know. They may be brats, but they're our brats." Adie touched Elsie's shoulder to get her to turn around. "I'm going to slip off into the woods. What I need you to do is create a diversion in about, say 5 minutes. I think we should try the disbelieving business first." Adie shook her head. "I think it's way too late for that, so far as we're concerned. I mean, we know they're here, right?" "I suppose." "Trust me on this," Adie said. Before Elsie could think of something else to try to get her to stay, Adie slipped off behind the tree and into the woods. 3. Laurel and Bess. "I think I hate the dark," Laurel said. "This is the first I've heard of it. Maybe I've always hated it, but I just didn't know till now because I was never any place so dark before." Normally, all Laurel had to do was close her eyes and she could call up Bess's features in her mind's eye. But here, where it was just as black, whether she had her eyes open or not, she couldn't do it. There was only the unending dark, and it was beginning to get to her. "If we were Girl Scouts," she went on, "we'd have come prepared with a flashlight." She couldn't see Bess's smile, but she could feel it. "Or at least candle and matches," Bess said. "Exactly, and maybe a bag of chips or some cookies." "Except if we were Girl Scouts," Bess said, "we'd still be working in the garden, because Girl Scouts do what they say they'll do. They don't go off chasing after fiddlers in the woods. So we'd be lousy Girl Scouts from the get-go." "Pretty much." Laurel sighed. "I guess we should have been looking out for some old lady to help on our way into the woods. Or a talking spoon, or a lion with a thorn in his paw or something." "What for?" "Well, you know, in the stories they always come back to help you when you get in a pickle." "I hate stories like that," Bess said. "People should help each other for the sake of doing a kind deed, not because they're scared not to, or for some reward." "You mean like Sarah Jane helps Aunt Lillian?" Now it was Bess's turn to sigh. "And we're always teasing her about it. I guess you're right. We should have been looking for talking spoons and the like." "Nobody even knows we're here, do they?" Laurel said. "Except for the little man who dumped us here." Neither said anything for a long moment. "Did I mention how much I hate the dark?" Laurel finally asked. "Maybe once." Laurel squeezed Bess's hand. If she had to be stuck in a place like this, there was no one else she'd rather be with. This was how they came into the world, the two of them, together in the dark room. Perhaps they were going to go out in the darkness as well. That made her think about her life and what she'd done with it. Sarah Jane had a few years' worth of good deeds in her favor. What did she have? "So do you think we're shallow people?" she asked. "No," Bess said. "We're passionate about music, aren't we? I don't think that shallow people are passionate about anything." Music. That's what got us here in the first place. There was some kind of magic in that fiddling, wasn't there? You knew right away, didn't you?" "I didn't know exactly," Bess said, "but I knew there was something not right." Laurel thought Bess was finished, but after a moment Bess added, "Maybe we should make our own music magic." "With what? We don't have any instruments." "We could lilt a tune." "And do what with it?" Laurel asked. "If you've been taking magic lessons, this is the first I've heard of it." "Well, at least it would help to pass the time." "That's true." They both fell quiet until Laurel finally said, "I can't think of a single tune." This from the girl who was ready to have a tune contest with a witty ferryman. "I can't believe I was so stupid." "You weren't stupid," Bess said. "You were enchanted. It's not the same thing." "I suppose. Oh, I know. We could try that version of Walk Like an Egyptian that we never got to play at the dance last night." I don't know. I think it'd be too hard without my banjo. How about Sourwood Mountain instead? Okay. Bess started to hum the tune. When Laurel came in with a nasal diddly-diddly lilting, Bess joined her, and the two of them taking turns harmonizing on the melody. They went from tune to tune, sticking with those that were associated with the Stanley brothers, since that was how they'd started, and it was like they were sitting in on a session with their instruments in hand. Everything went away except for the music. It didn't particularly help them in their present situation, but at least it made them feel a lot better. 4. Sarah Jane. I let Aunt Lillian and the apple tree man take the lead, and followed along behind with Lil Pater at my side. The little cat man still seemed put out that I hadn't wanted to include him in our party and wasn't talking to me, but that was okay. I didn't really want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to talk, didn't want to think. I just wanted my sisters to be safe again. The only thing that made any of this even remotely bearable was seeing how well Aunt Lillian and the apple tree man were getting along. She seemed younger than I ever remembered her to be. Her back was straighter. She was sprier and giggling. Maybe it was something in the air of this place, but I think it was the fact that the apple tree man was finally back in her life. Personally, I don't know what she saw in him. I won't say he was but ugly, but he sure wasn't going to win himself any prizes for handsomeness either. I guess it's that he just wasn't human, not with his gnarly limbs and that barky skin with all those twigs and leaves and such growing out of him every which where. I'd have thought that maybe at Aunt Lillian's age it wasn't a physical thing, that courting wasn't so important anymore, but she was acting just like Adie or the older twins do when they're flirting with some fellow. It got me to wondering if I was ever going to know what it felt like. I decided that since it hadn't happened yet, and here I was about as old as Adie when she took off with Johnny Garland, it probably never would. That just made me glummer. Then I realized what I was doing, worrying about my love life, or more to the point, the fact that I didn't have even the slightest promise of one, while the only thing that should have been on my mind was the trouble I'd put my sisters in. That totally depressed me. "How come you're so mad at me?" Lil Pater said. I turned to him. "What?" "Well, you must be, the way you're giving me the silent treatment and all." I didn't really want to be talking about this with him, but I suppose it was better than listening to the conversation inside my own head. "I'm not mad at you," I said. "I don't even know you." "And that's why you don't want my help." "Look," I told him, "the apple tree man vouches for you, and Aunt Lillian vouches for him, so here you are. But you don't want me to be here, do you? I just want my sisters to be safe." "We'll rescue them," he said with a confidence I didn't feel. "We're in the middle of a story now, and since we're the heroes, it has to all come out right for us in the end. You'll see. Except in their minds, the bee fairies and sangmen are the heroes. Who's to say that the story won't go their way?" "I never thought about that." "Well, don't," I told him, already regretting that I'd put the question in his head. Mama often said that putting bad thoughts into the air by speaking them aloud was a sure way to call bad luck to you. I like the way you think it'll all work out, way better than I do the worries in my own head. I was so busy talking to Lil Pater that I bumped right into the apple tree man, never having realized that he and Aunt Lillian had come to a stop. "What is it?" I asked. But I guessed pretty quick by the stony ground underfoot and the thick canopy of poplar and beech and oak. We were on familiar ground, standing at the top of a slope running down into a sang field, the plants growing thick and tall below us. We could have been in the same one as I found the sangman in yesterday. I suppose some places aren't that much different from one world to the other. "I'm going to call the sangmen to us," the apple tree man said. "Unless they ask you a question directly, Let me do the talking." I gave him a reluctant nod, still not trusting him as much as Aunt Lillian did. "And if you do have to answer a question," he added, "give them the answer and nothing more." "Do you know these people?" I asked. "We've met, but I've never spent a lot of time with them. I don't much cotton to the whole idea of courts and royalty and all the way some of the fairy do." "Why not?" "Well, the trouble with courts," the apple tree man said, "is you're stuck with a king or a queen, and they almost always think that the whole world turns around them." I knew a few folks like that back in our own world. "I like to go my own way," he added, "and not be beholden to anyone else." I knew a bunch of folks like that too, starting with pretty much my whole family. "I'll follow your lead," I told him. He called out, making a sound that was like a cross between the nasal yank-yank of a nuthatch and a fox's bark. I gave Aunt Lillian a look, but she was studying the land below. When I turned to have my own look at the sang field, I saw them come popping up all over the patch, little sangmen and women, all gnarled and rooty like the wounded fellow I'd rescued, the one that got us all into this mess in the first place. It was eerie to watch. One minute there was just the sang, growing taller and with more prongs than I ever saw back in our own world, and the next we had a whole mess of these little people in among the sang, and not much taller than the plants, looking up at us. It was like they'd come right up out of the ground, and for all I know, that's exactly what they did. But what concerned me right about now was how there wasn't the one of them was wearing what I'd call a friendly expression. I looked to the apple tree man and didn't take much comfort from the fact that he didn't seem near so worried as I was feeling my own self. I started to say something, but then I remembered his warning. So I just stood there and kept my mouth shut, waiting along with the others as those sang folk came up the slope towards us. Oh, it was a strange sight. A goodly number of them were taller than the little man I'd found, 2 or 3 times his 1-foot height, some of them. But if a lot of them were bigger, they looked pretty much the same, more tree than man. They were like walking bushes with bark for skin and rooty hair and twigs and leaves and every such growing up out of them, every which place you might look. The one in front was near 4 feet high, but he gave off something that made him seem bigger still. I can't tell you exactly what it was. I guess maybe it was the fact that he was the boss, which was something I found out as soon as he and the apple tree man began to talk. "So, Applejack," this big sang man said, "have you come to trade my boy's life for the girl's?" The apple tree man shook his head. When he spoke, his voice was mild, with just the smallest hint of a rebuke in it. "We were only bringing him back to you," he said, "doing what any good neighbor would do. He sees someone in trouble." I felt little Pater stiffen at my side and knew what he'd be thinking. The apple tree man was just up and giving away our bargaining chip. But I figured I knew what he was about, and I guess I'd have done the same. There's no time when it's right to trade in people's lives, no ifs and buts about it. Though if you want to look for a silver lining, I suppose it's always better to have somebody be beholden to you than not. But I still held my breath, waiting for that Sangman King to answer. After all, these were my sisters we were talking about. "Looks like I owe you an apology," the king finally said. "I'd been told you were ready to trade him to the bee court, but I should have known better." The apple tree man didn't reply. He just handed over that basket as easy as you please. A sang woman come up from behind the king and plucked the boy out of the basket. The way she held him so close to her chest, I figured she had to be his mother. But then I also noticed this pretty little thing as different from the sangman as I am from a crow. She was pale-skinned and golden-haired, her features fine and sharp, and fluttering at her back were a pair of honest-to-goodness little wings. She came sidling up and the Sang woman included her in her embrace. "Someone bring up those red-haired girls," the king said over his shoulder. One of the other bigger Sangmen popped out of sight, and before you could say Jimmy had a penny, he was back with Laurel and Bess in tow. The two of them stood blinking in the sun, Bess brushing dirt from her jeans. Soon as I saw them, I didn't mind me either, the apple-tree man's advice, or the worry of maybe upsetting Sangmen. I just ran forward and hugged them both, as happy to see them, I reckon, as the Sang queen was to get her own boy back. While we were still in the middle of all of that was when the king started in with the tall tales, covering up for how he hadn't taken the time to trust that the apple-tree man, at least, would do right by him and his people. I guess royalty in fairyland isn't all that much different from the politicians in ours. Folks in charge just can't seem to actually admit to making a mistake, and you can't really call them on their lies because as soon as the words leave their mouth, it's gospel, so far as they're concerned. "We aren't like the bee queen," he said. "We took the girls, sure, but it was only to protect them. When we heard that the bees had captured 2 of your young Miss sisters, I sent my forester to watch over the others and bring them here if they should happen to come into the forest. 2 did, and he brought them safe. But when he got back to watching for the others, it was to find that they'd already been taken by the bees." I led the twins back to where Aunt Lillian was standing with the apple-tree man. They gave little Pater a curious look, but by then they must have been getting as used to fairy-tale people as I was, and they were more interested in what the king was saying. Laurel hadn't heard the apple-tree man's warning about letting him do the talking, and I guess, being who she was, she probably wouldn't have listened anyway. "He wasn't just watching anything," she said. "He pulled us right into the forest with his fiddle playing." "What else was I supposed to do?" the forester said. I recognized him as the Sangman who'd brought the twins up from wherever it was they'd been kept, and was surprised to find myself starting to tell the difference between them, because when they first came popping up all over the Sang field, I'd have said they all looked the same. "You try sitting in a meadow for hour after hour," he went on, waiting on the chance that somebody might or might not take it into their head to come rambling up in the woods. "So instead you put some kind of spell on us with your music." He shook his head. "I was just passing the time." "And your contest?" "I thought it a good way to bring you back without having to get into all the whys and wherefores that you probably wouldn't have believed anyway." "Right. So then you stole our instruments and—" "Now that's just a plain lie." "Now everybody hold on here," the king said. "Maybe we didn't choose the best way to bring you here, not to mention that the accommodations suck big time," Laurel muttered. "But we meant well." I didn't care if that was the way he wanted to see it. He could tell any kind of story at all so far as I was concerned, just so long as the twins were safe. But my sisters weren't ready to let it go just yet. "Then who stole our instruments?" Bess asked. "Maybe we can worry on that some other time," the apple-tree man said. "Right now we should be making plans to rescue your other sisters." "Just say the word," the king said. "We can't field the same numbers as the bee court, but we'll fight beside you until we win, or there's none of us left standing." "I was hoping to find a more peaceful way to settle this," the apple-tree man said. I was ready to go along with that, but the king shook his head. "The bees only know one kind of argument," he told us, "and that's who's stronger." "Maybe so," the apple-tree man said, "and I don't mind having you to fall back on if things don't go right, but I've got something else I'd like to try first." I guess we were pretty much all in disagreement with his plan when he was done telling it, except for little Pater, who I still wasn't sure was really on our side. I could understand the apple-tree man helping us on account of Aunt Lillian, and the Sangmen because they might feel beholden to us, but little Pater was still a mystery. "You've trusted me so far," the apple-tree man said. "Trust me just a little longer." "And if it doesn't work?" I asked, not wanting to think of what might happen to my sisters, but I couldn't not think about it either. "No one will be hurt," he said. "Can you promise me that?" He hesitated for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "Can't anybody promise you that?" "It'll work," little Peter assured us, which didn't help much so far as I was concerned. The one thing fairies can't resist is a mystery. I agreed in the end. I didn't feel like I had any other choice. By all accounts, the bee court far outnumbered the Sangmen. Adding in the apple-tree man, an old woman, 3 girls, and some kind of little cat man didn't seem to change the odds much in our favor. And since no one was coming up with a better idea, we were stuck with this one, for better or worse. "You're not doing this alone, Janey," Bess said. Laurel nodded in agreement. "But they're our sisters, too." I looked to Aunt Lillian and the apple-tree man for help, but didn't find any. "If there are 3 of you, it'll work more in your favor," he said, "especially since you're all red-haired." "What's that got to do with anything?" Bess asked. "Redheads are sacred to the father of cats," little Peter explained. "Most fairies won't harm them." "So we don't really have anything to worry about," I said, happy now to have endured all those years of being called Carrot Head, Freckle Face, and the like in the schoolyard. The apple-tree man got an uncomfortable look. "I said most," little Peter told us. "And there are many ways to hurt a person," the king of the Sangmen added, "without actually killing them." "Great," Laurel said. Bess nodded unhappily. "Yes, that's really comforting to hear." The thought of anything bad happening to my sisters was too much for me to be able to hold in my head for long without going crazy. "Let's just do this," I said. 5. Ruth and Grace. The worst thing, Grace thought, about having bees all over your face and arms was how much they tickled. But you didn't dare do a thing about it. All you could do was feel the way your skin squirmed under all those fuzzy little bee feet and try to remember not to swat at them and their tiny riders. It was a horrible feeling. Even when the cloud of them finally lifted from her and Ruth, she could still feel thousands of little feet carpeting her skin. It was like the way you imagine cobwebs staying on you after you've brushed them away. Even though you know they're gone, a ghostly veil of them still clings to your skin. "Grace?" Ruth said at her side. Instead of rubbing at her face and arms the way Grace was, she was looking past Grace, farther up the slope, her face pale. Grace slowly turned to see what had caught her sister's attention. She almost wished she hadn't. Bee fairies, it seemed, could come in any size. From the tiny ones that had covered them on the journey to get here, and the fat bumblebee man who'd captured them, to these terrifying lords and ladies with their grim faces, sitting tall and straight-backed on horses that didn't seem quite right. But then the riders weren't quite right either. They were almost people, but their features were all too sharp, and they had a cold light in their eyes, like no normal person Grace had ever seen. There were footmen, too, a lot of them, armed with bows and arrows, rapiers, and slender spears with barbed tips. Her own heart sank. "So," she said in a small voice, her hand reaching for and finding Ruth's, "tell me again why we left the house today, when we could have been safely doing housework, which, I have to tell you now, I would just love to be doing because it'd sure beat being here." "Anything would beat being here," Ruth said. "You wouldn't happen to have any firecrackers in your pocket, would you? Or a pistol, say?" "No, but would a can of Raid do?" Grace squeezed her hand and found a weak smile. "Never let them see you're scared," She remembered Adie telling them once when she and Ruth were being picked on by some kids at school. That only eggs them on, like they're a pack of dogs. Just stand up and take the licking, and try to give back as good as you get. You might get hurt, but they're going to know you're not easy targets, and next time they'll think twice before they come after you. And it had worked, too. A couple of black eyes and a few dozen scrapes and bruises later. They'd only ever had to fight twice, standing back to back as the bullies ganged up on them. They might only have been 10 years old at the time, but after that, even the older kids left them alone. A can of Raid would be perfect, she told Ruth now. If only. And it would have to be humongous. How big a pocket do you have, anyway? Be still, the only woman in the group told them. She looked to be their leader, the queen bee, Grace supposed. They all had a hardness, a mean, savage air about them, but from the look of her, she could have invented the very idea of meanness, which was sad for a whole bunch of reasons, but one was that she could have been so pretty if she hadn't let that cruelty twist her features. Grace swallowed hard. No fear, she told herself, or at least don't show it. Oh, shut up yourself, she said. Who do you think you are, our mother? Ruth tugged at her sleeve with her free hand. You know, maybe we shouldn't be quite so— I am hardly your mother, the woman interrupted, her voice like ice. I am no one's mother. Not any longer. Big surprise there, Grace said. No boyfriend either, I'm guessing. Not with that personality. Maybe you should think about a makeover, Ruth said. That was the spirit, Grace thought. Oh, sure, she added. Mama says they can make you feel like a whole new woman, which with you would be a big improvement. The woman smiled, which somehow made her scarier than when she was just looking mean. If she could have, Grace would have taken off right then. Just run off with Ruth as fast and as far away from here as they could. But they couldn't outrun horses, or those strange dogs she now spied, 6 or 7 of them crouched in a half circle. She blinked, realizing that the dogs had Ruth penned up against the trunk of some old apple tree, though Ruth didn't appear to be taking much notice of them. Turning back to the woman, she caught a glimpse of red hair further up the slope. Staring harder, she realized it was Elsie, sitting on the ground under a big beech tree, her hands tied in front of her. Did that mean they had Adie too? And Janey? I don't know if you're brave or simply half-witted, the woman said, and frankly, I don't really care, but you are an annoyance. Shall we bind them and put them with the others? One of the footmen standing by her horse asked. Well now, the queen said, we certainly don't need all 4 of these wretched girls to bargain with. All we need is 1 more than the dirt-eaters have. Should I take the other back to their world? The fat little man who'd captured them asked. Why bother? Just kill one of them, the rude one who talks too much, and put the other with her sisters. But madam, the little man began, obviously as shocked as Grace was with the queen's offhand order for her execution. They are red-haired. The queen gave him a long, cold look. Are you arguing with me? No, but the father of cats says such mortals are sacred. The queen made a sharp motion with her hand, and one of the footmen stepped forward, notched an arrow, and let fly. All Grace's bravery fled. She winced, but the arrow wasn't meant for her. It struck the little man in the throat, and he went down, knees buckling under him. He gasped, tearing at the arrow with his fingers. Blood streamed over his hands and down his chest before he toppled over onto the ground. Grace thought she was going to throw up. Ruth's sudden tight grip on her hand would have hurt if she wasn't already gripping Ruth's hand just as fiercely. Thank you, the queen told her footman. She turned to regard her court. Does anyone else have something they wish to discuss? It had been quiet in the meadow before this. Now the silence was utter. Not even the horses moved. The Queen returned her gaze to the twins, that terrible smile twitching the corners of her mouth. "That's better," she said. "Now if someone would deal with these little wretches." The bowman notched another arrow. 6. Adie. Creeping through the underbrush, Adie heard none of the twins' exchange with the Queen. She was too busy sneaking up on one of the Queen's footmen, a scout or a guard, she wasn't sure which. It didn't matter. All she knew was she didn't want him behind her when she went for the Queen with Elsie's little jackknife. She didn't really think she'd succeed, or if she did, she didn't think she'd survive. But the jackknife was made of steel, so it had iron in it, and all the fairy tales said iron was deadly to fairies, so there was the chance she'd be able to do some damage. And while she might not survive, perhaps at least her sisters might get away in the confusion. That was all that really mattered, that they were safe. Right now the jackknife was folded up and in the pocket of her jeans. In her hands was a 3-foot-long branch that she'd picked up from the debris under the trees. It hadn't been her first choice. She'd kept picking up and hefting various branches as she continued to sneak up on the bee fairy until she finally found one with some weight to it that didn't feel as though it would break the first time she used it. It was hard to stay quiet. If this part of the wood hadn't been sprucey pine, she probably wouldn't have gotten as far as she did. But the ground was thick with a carpet of needles, spongy and silent underfoot. Every time she did make some noise, stepped on a twig, pushed through the occasional bush, she stopped dead and crouched low, not daring to breathe, hoping the bee fairy would think it was only a squirrel or bird. Maybe it was true that they had some Indian blood in them from their father's side, she thought, as she managed to creep almost up on the footman without his noticing her. Okay, this was it. She straightened up, took a long, deep breath, and stepped forward, swinging the branch. The footman grunted when the branch connected with the back of his head and toppled forward, his spear falling from his hand. The force of the blow stung the palms of Addie's hands enough so that she almost lost her grip on the branch. The footman landed on his hands, down, but not out. "They're not people," Adie reminded herself. "They're bugs. It's hurt them or be hurt by them." She swung the branch again, just as the footman was half rising and turning in her direction. The blow caught him in the temple, and this time he went down and stayed there. Adie dropped the branch and had to go down on one knee. She was shaking so badly she didn't think she could stand and felt she might throw up. But she made herself take a few steadying breaths until the queasiness passed and she was able to get back to her feet. Picking up her stick, she held it ready and nudged the footman with her foot. He didn't move. She tried again. When he still didn't move, she traded her branch for his spear and began to work her way back to the meadow where the fairy court held her sisters captive. She arrived just in time to see one of the Queen's footmen kill a fat little man that looked like a bumblebee, then turn his bow in Grace's direction. 7. Elsie. As soon as the twins began to mouth off to the Fairy Queen, Elsie shook her head. She couldn't believe that they were being their usual incorrigible selves at a time like this. Didn't they realize that they were just making things worse? And speaking of things getting worse, any moment the bee fairies were going to notice that Adie was gone. Making sure that nobody was looking in her direction, she got to her feet and looked around for something she could use as a weapon. She wished her legs didn't feel like jelly, that her heartbeat wasn't drumming double time in her chest, that she could at least take one deep breath. Why couldn't she be as brave as Adie, just getting up and doing what needed to be done? She glanced back at the fairy court, then stood rooted in place, watching in horror as the Queen had the fat little man standing by the twins shot by one of her footmen. He notched another arrow and aimed it at Grace. Her protective instincts sent a surge of adrenaline through her, and she could move again. There was no time to worry if Adie was in position or not. Now was the time for the diversion. But while she was trying to decide between running around shrieking like a madwoman or picking up a stick and attacking her captors, someone else provided the diversion for her. Wide-eyed, she watched Sarah Jane, Laurel, and Bess come dancing into the glade, paying no attention to the gathering of bee fairies. 8. Sarah Jane. I felt like a guerrilla soldier as we made our way to where the bee fairy court was holding my sisters captive. Little Pater led the way, something which didn't particularly thrill me, but both the apple-tree man and the Sangman deferred to him in this, explaining that moving between the worlds could be tricky. The apple-tree man only went back and forth through his tree, while the Sangman usually only crossed in between their sang patches in either world. So without someone like little Pater, we could end up miles from where we needed to be, or at a disadvantage as we all tried to sneak out of the apple-tree man's tree without being seen. Little Pater brought us out of the fairies' world and back into our own right in the woods just above Aunt Lillian's orchard. At one point he held up a hand for us all to stop while he crept ahead. When he finally waved at us to come along, I spied one of the bee fairies unconscious behind a tree, trussed up with grass ropes. It seemed he was a little fiercer than you'd think from the little size of him. And then I saw the bee court and my sisters below and realized he'd played us fair in this as well. "I guess I misjudged you," I told him. He was pretty gracious about it, except for the little smirk in one corner of his mouth. "Oh, that's all right," he said. "I know that's just the way you big folks are." "Yes, well, it's not like we—" "You'll be careful," Aunt Lillian said, crouching beside us. I nodded, wondering if she'd interrupted to stop me and little Pater from getting into another argument. Probably. Not much got past Aunt Lillian. And while I was trying my best not to get started again, little Pater didn't make it easy, and I could feel it happening all the same. I turned from them to stare out at the bee fairies. I guess they were more like the way I'd always pictured fairies in my head, sort of special and scary all at the same time. Instead of being all rooty and earthy like the Sangmen, they were bright and shining, sharp-featured and tall. Some rode horses, and they had a pack of lean dogs that had Ruth penned up against the apple-tree man's tree. Ruth wasn't paying any attention to them. He was just staring at that tree, waiting for us to come back out again, I guess. Looking back at the fairy court, I picked out the red heads of my sisters. Grace and Ruth were easy to spot. They looked like they'd just been brought in and were the center of everybody's attention. It took me a little longer to find Elsie, way over by a tree. I couldn't find Adie, and my heart started beating too quick. I had to hope she was just lying down in the grass, out of sight. While I was studying the fairy court, the Sangmen slipped away from us, taking up positions all along the edge of the woods, close to where we'd arrived. They carried stout cudgels and spears, knives and short bows with arrows made of some kind of dark wood, and fletched with what looked like owl feathers. The Sangmen were supposed to be our backup in case the apple-tree man's plan didn't work out. Seeing the size of the bee court, I was surely hoping it wouldn't come to a fight. There were way too many of the bee fairies for my liking. Taking a steadying breath, I turned to the twins. "Remember," I warned them as we were about to leave our hidey hole on the edge of the meadow, "no matter what happens, not a word." Bess mimed a zipper closing from one corner of her mouth to the other. "Our lips are sealed," she said. Laurel grinned. "Good one. The Go-Go's, right?" "'Fraid so. I know they're completely passé." "Nope. They're doing a reunion tour, remember?" "I always liked the Bangles better." "This is serious," I told them. "We know that, Janie. Bess said, putting her hand on my arm. "But we're scared, and this is the only way we know how to deal with it." "Hey," Laurel asked the apple tree man, "is it okay if we hum while we're doing this?" "I don't see why not," he told them. "And we could dance too," Bess said, "till we get up close?" Laurel nodded. "But something slow. I vote for Shenandoah." "Incongruous dancing is an excellent way to get their attention," the apple tree man assured them. "What do you think, Jeanie?" Laurel asked, turning to me. "Why not?" I said. Nothing seemed real anyway. I looked away from them, back out to where the bee court was holding my other sisters captive. The queen looked angry. She said something that I couldn't quite hear from where we were. But then she waved her arm, and one of her footmen just up and put an arrow into the throat of this fat little man standing by the twins. My stomach did a flip as he dropped to the ground, blood pouring out of his neck. The next thing I knew, he had another arrow nocked and was aiming it straight at Grace. "Oh, God," I said, "we don't have any more time." I turned to Laurel and Bess. All their tomfoolery had drained away, along with the blood in their faces. We were all pale-faced and feeling a little shaky as we came dancing our way out of the trees, Laurel and Bess humming that old tune in two-part harmony, all of us with handfuls of grass in one hand, the pieces cut to lengths of 6 or 7 inches. "Please, please, please," I was praying to whoever'd listen, "let this work. Don't let them shoot Grace like they did that little man." A murmur rose from the bee court when they saw us coming, but I didn't dare look at them. I just concentrated on what we were doing. I wasn't nearly so nimble on my feet as the twins, but I did my best. Laurel and Bess got right into it, but then they're used to being on stage, performing in front of an audience, though I guess they'd never been in front of one this strange before. I just felt like a complete idiot, but I could take the embarrassment if it rescued my sisters. About halfway between the trees and the bee court, we started laying down our blades of grass. We did it with deliberation, like it had meaning, just the way the apple tree man had told us. "Doesn't matter what it is you do," he'd told us, "just so long as it's long past curious and you do it with conviction. And don't answer them when they ask what you're doing. Just keep at it." "But what if they get mad at us?" "Oh, they'll get mad all right. But so long as you keep at it, they won't be able to help themselves. They'll just have to know what you're doing. Maybe they'll threaten you. Maybe they'll threaten your sisters. But you stick it out. There'll come a point when they'll start bribing you with anything and everything you might imagine." "I've got a pretty good imagination," Laurel said. Bess poked her in the side, but she smiled. "You hold on," the apple tree man told us, "until they offer you a boon. That's the only time you stop and look straight at them." So that's what we did. I could feel a terrible twitch up between my shoulder blades. I guess I was just expecting that bowman to turn from Grace and shoot his arrow at one of us instead. Anyways, like I said, halfway between them and the woods, we started making patterns with the blades of grass, laying them on the ground, carefully studying what we'd done, then laying another. Nothing that made sense, but we acted like it was the most important thing in the world, and I guess, considering what all was at stake, maybe it was. I know, it seemed crazy, but then I suppose lots of things in the stories Aunt Lillian's told me seemed that way when you first heard them, but they worked out okay in the end. I was just going to have to trust the apple tree man that this would as well. I didn't look at the bee court, but I could hear them murmuring as I laid another blade of grass down, looked at it for a moment, changed its position, then did this slow, soft step to the side where I put 2 more down. Laurel and Bess were doing the same, I thought with their usual self-assurance, until I noticed Bess's hand was trembling as she worked on the pattern she was building. "What are they doing?" I heard someone ask. It was a woman's voice, imperious and sharp. It had to be the Queen. Another voice murmured something apologetic that I couldn't make out. "Well, then find out," the Queen said. I saw a footman approach Laurel. He poked her in the back with the end of his bow. "You there," he said. "What are you doing?" Her humming faltered, then died, leaving Bess to do a harmony on her own until she, too, stopped. Laurel turned to look at the footman and gave him a sweet smile that only me, being her sister, let me know she was a half-step away from blowing her top. Don't, I thought. Don't talk to them. Don't tell them what we're doing. But she didn't give in, though I guess, being Laurel, she had to ad-lib some. "Cabbages need their kings, too," she said, then went back to what she was doing. "What is that supposed to mean?" the Queen asked. The footman poked Laurel again, but this time she completely ignored him. He turned his attention to me. "You heard our Queen," he said. I thought I was ready for his poke, but I was in the middle of bending down, and it made me lose my balance all the same. I went down on one shaking knee, expecting him to hit me or shoot me or I don't know what, but I made a point of laying out 2 more blades of grass, carefully arranging them before getting back to my feet again. "This is a trick of some kind," the Queen said. Of course it was, and I guess others in the court thought the same from the glimpses I snatched of them. But I could also see that the apple-tree man had been right. They were mesmerized by what we were doing, trying to figure it all out. "Just shoot one of them," the Queen ordered. I forgot to breathe then. The twitch between my shoulder blades intensified. I knew the Sangmen were ready to come charging out of the woods to help us, but at least one of us would die before they could do anything. The fat little man who'd been standing with Ruth and Grace returned to my mind's eye. The way the arrow went into his throat. The blood. Seconds slipped by, and I dared a glance at the bee fairies, quickly laying another blade of grass as I did. None of them had an arrow nocked and aimed at any of us. They'd just come closer, trying to get a better look at what we were doing. "You!" the Queen cried to one of the footmen near me. "Shoot her!" But the footman wasn't paying any attention to her. I did another dancey sidestep, even though Laurel and Bess weren't humming their tune anymore, and carefully laid down 3 more blades of grass in a triangular pattern. The Queen addressed another of her footmen, then one of the riders who had dismounted to come closer. They all ignored her. "Then I'll do it myself," the Queen said. She stepped to the footman standing closest to her and reached for his bow. I don't know what would have happened then. But before the Queen could grab a bow, there came this god-awful cry from the woods where we'd left the Sangmen. Anybody lives in these hills for a time knows that sound. It's the scream of a panther. You don't see them much at all, but time to time you'll hear that terrible cry of theirs, like a woman or child wailing in pain. The cry was repeated, this time followed by a weird, quiet pit-a-pat sound that was loud in the sudden stillness. I tried to figure out what it was. Then I remembered Aunt Lillian's stories about the father of cats and the sound his tail made as it patted the ground. The sound stopped everybody dead in their tracks, including the Queen. "The father of cats," I heard one of the fairies closest to me say. The Queen shook off her paralysis and reached for the bow again, but the footman stepped back, pulling it out of her reach. I'm sorry, madam," he said, "but the father of cats has spoken." I figured for sure she'd blow her stack at that. Instead, she sighed and walked over to me. "Very well," she said. She stood in my way. "Let's end this nonsense, child. Tell me what you're doing, and I'll give you the gift of your sisters' lives." I ignored her, just as the apple-tree man had told me to, though I was surely tempted. But getting away from the bee fairies this time wasn't enough. What was to stop them from coming after us again? "You want more?" the Queen asked. "What? Treasure? A long life? Good luck and love? A cure for your miserable freckles?" I laid blades of grass at her feet, making a shape that started by her toe and then moved away till it looked like a fan. "Answer me," the Queen said. I started to hum Shenandoah, but I never could hold much of a tune. Luckily, first Bess and then Laurel picked it up, replacing my weak voice with their strong harmonies. I moved away from the Queen to lay down more grass. "Child," the Queen said, her voice hard. I took a pebble from my pocket and laid it on the ground, then balanced a blade of grass upon it. "Offer her a boon," one of the other fairies said. "Perhaps I'll change her into a toad," the Queen replied. "We'll see how well she dances and sings and lays down those damnable blades of grass then." Could she even do that? Probably. She was magic, after all. I heard a buzzing and saw that some of the bee fairies were tinier than I thought possible. I'd never noticed them before, though I had noticed the bees they were riding. I just hadn't realized there were little people on them until a few of them flew right under my nose, trying to get a closer look at what I was doing. "Offer her a boon," either the same bee fairy or another repeated. "A boon, a boon," more of them took up. The Queen said nothing for such a long time that I finally had to sneak a peek at her. "Well, child," she said, "is that what it will take to unravel this mystery for us?" I laid down one more blade of grass, then straightened up until I was facing her. She stood a full head taller than me, imperious and threatening. I gave a quick nod. "Then ask your boon," she said. "But remember this, if you've played us for fools, if all this game of dancing and blades of grass is only so much nonsense, the bargain will be undone." I let the last of my grass fall to the ground and clasped my hands in front of me. "What are the limits of the boon you will grant?" I asked, repeating what the apple-tree man had told me to say when it came to this moment. The Queen's eyes narrowed, and I knew that she realized I'd been coached, but I guess there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it at this point. "No harm can come to us or any under our protection," she said reluctantly, it seemed. It was pretty much the answer that the apple-tree man told us she'd have to give. "Nothing else?" I asked. "Nothing else." "Then this is the boon I ask," I said. "That you harm no one here, nor in any way cause harm to another for the rest of your days." There was fury in the Queen's eyes now. The apple-tree man had warned us about that as well, but I guess we had her right in a corner because she gave an unwilling nod. "The boon is granted," she said, her voice tight. "Now tell us what you were doing." "A spell." "That was no spell." The apple-tree man had expected this as well. I shrugged. "We were told it was a spell. We were told that only music and dancing and the pattern of grass would rescue my sisters from you. We don't know much about magic, but we had to give it a try because we didn't know what else to do." "Who told you this?" "It doesn't matter," I said, though I guessed to her it mattered plenty. I beckoned to Ruth and Grace then. Laurel called out to Elsie. I was about to ask after Adie, but she came out of the trees behind the fairy court's horses, carrying a spear. I guess she'd been planning to make her own try at a rescue. "It's time you were going," I told the Bee Queen. She shook her head. "No, you didn't play fair." She made a gesture with her hand, and before we could do a thing, we were all gone from that field by Aunt Lillian's orchard and back in the other world again. "You lied about what you were doing." "No, we—" "Kill them!" the Queen cried. "Kill them all! Then go back into their world and kill their mother. Kill all of their friends and their friends' families. Burn down their homes. Salt their fields." There was a crazy look in her eyes, but I suppose it didn't much matter. Crazy or not, she was the Queen, and there was nothing we could do to stop her. Not with only the 7 of us and the fairy court in this world and our friends left behind in the other. Guess I was right, always to be so scared of bees. Some part of me must have known that one day they'd kill me. I saw Adie lift her spear. I stepped in front of Ruth and Grace. Laurel and Bess came to stand beside me, though what the 3 of us could do to protect the younger twins I didn't know. Elsie was halfway from the tree where she'd been standing to where we were. She stopped dead with bee fairies all around her. An ugly murmur went through the court. The bees carrying the tiny fairies buzzed angrily in the air all around us. All I wanted to do was close my eyes and have it be done with, but I couldn't do it. I had to go down swatting them bees, do what I could to keep my sisters as safe as I could before the bees finally brought me down. Turned out it wasn't necessary. The bee fairies weren't mad at us. They were mad at their queen. One of the tall riders stepped up to her, and before she could stop him, he got hold of this pendant she was wearing and gave it a tug. The chain broke, and he stepped back with the pendant in his hand just before she took a swing at him. Before she could try again, he pointed a finger at her. "We've put up with your angers and feuds for too long as it is," he said. "But when you break a solemn oath, you go too far." The queen fixed him with a cold look. "Don't you dare judge me. I am your queen, and so long as I—" "Queen no longer," he broke in. He lifted a hand, and I don't know how many of those bee-riding fairies came swarming. Thousands, I figure, each with a bow and their tiny venomed arrows. "When you broke your oath," he said, "you forfeited your royalty. You've lost your place in this court." He cut downward with his hand, and all those little bee fairies let loose with their arrows. I didn't much like that queen. Truth be told, the way she threatened my sisters, I wouldn't have cried to find out she'd up and died somewhere somehow. But when I saw her killed, right there in front of my eyes, all I felt was sick. She dropped to the ground with I don't know how many thousands of those little arrows sticking out of her like she was a pincushion, writhing and crying from the pain of the venom. I actually started to step forward, wanting to do something to ease her pain, but Bess caught hold of my arm. "Wait," the bee fairy who'd given the order to have her killed said to me. The bees carrying the tiny archers had all landed now, most on the ground, some of the horses or the taller fairies. It was so quiet in the meadow that the queen's dying gasp echoed for what seemed like forever. I looked at the new leader of the fairy court. "Wait," he repeated. And then I heard it, the same sound I'd heard in the apple-tree man's house. The rumbling drone of a bee swarm coming from inside the dead queen. I guess she got shot so many times the process was all that much quicker. My sisters on either side gasped as the newborn bees came swarming up out of the queen's mouth. There were a lot of them, a lot more than had come out of the little sangmen, so many that for a long moment we couldn't even see the bee queen. Then they went spiraling up and away, this dark, buzzing swarm of bees, like a storm cloud driven afore the wind. All that was left of the queen was the shape of her, made up of what looked like old dried honeycombs, grey and papery. The new leader looked like he was about to say something to me, but just then we heard a commotion at the far end of the court. The bees' dogs started up barking as out of the woods came an army of sangmen led by their king and queen. The sangmen I'd rescued walked beside them, hand in hand with the last daughter of the bee queen. In amongst the crowd of sangmen I spied Aunt Lillian, the apple-tree man, and little Pater, who I found out later was the one who brought them all over to this part of the other world where we were. "Hold!" the leader of the bee fairies cried to the court as they started knocking arrows and readying their spears. He walked through the court to meet the sangmen. After glancing at each other, my sisters and I trailed along behind him, Adie and Elsie joining us, so that we were all 7 of us together. The sangmen awaited the bee fairies' approach. They were purely outnumbered, no question about it, but they looked ready to fight all the same, and damn the consequences. But there wasn't going to be a fight, it appeared. The bee-man went down on one knee in front of the princess and offered her the pendant that he'd torn from her mother's neck. She hesitated for a long moment, then took it. The court erupted into cheers, all these bee fairies grinning at each other. gone in the blink of an eye from these grim, dangerous creatures to folks just looking for an excuse to have a party. My sisters and I exchanged puzzled looks, but I was feeling hopeful that maybe all our troubles were done. The princess, I guess I should call her the queen now, signaled the bee-man to rise, then had him lead her to us. There was a happy laugh sitting there in her eyes, but when she spoke, it was like the exchange I'd had with her mother, serious, like a ceremony. "Your boon was fairly asked and just," she said. "We have no quarrel with you, nor with any other. Will you promise us the same?" "Well, sure," I said. "We never wanted any trouble in the first place." She sighed. "I know, but my mother, she wasn't exactly easy to get along with." She nodded. "Still, it seems harsh what happened to her." When she gave me a puzzled look, I added, "You know, killing her and all. If it was my mamma—" I didn't finish. I guess our situations were too different to set one up against the other. "Did your mother lock you in a tower for most of your life?" she asked. "Did she never have a kind word for you?" "It's okay," I said. "You don't have to explain. I know things were different for you." She gave a slow nod. "They were." She waited a beat, then added, "But she wasn't killed. She was changed into a new tribe. This is her chance to begin again and make amends for the wrongs she did in this life." That all sounded fine and dandy, but it put a big question in my head. I didn't know quite how to ask, but I had to know. "Is there any chance she could get it into her head to come after us again?" I asked. "No, you'll be safe now. You and your sisters and anyone under your protection. You have my word on that." "Thanks for that," I said. "No, thank you," she said. "All of you," she added, looking around to take in my sisters and the Sangman as well. She held out her hand, and the little Sangman prince left his parents' side to come stand by her. "We both thank you," she said. There was a moment's silence. Then the fairy court cheered again. This time the Sangmen joined in. I guess this is where the fairy tales always end. Trouble was, we still had to get home. 9. "Did you hear me roar like the father of cats?" little Peter asked me. "That was you?" He nodded, then whapped his tail on the ground to make that pit-a-pat sound we'd heard after the panther's scream. "Guess you saved the day," I told him. "Bet you're glad I came along now." "Better than glad," I said, and I meant it. Both fairy courts were gone, and we were alone in the meadow now, just Aunt Lillian and us Dillard girls, the apple-tree man and little Peter. My sisters didn't know what to make of this pair of fairy people, but they were taking it in good stride. I guess with everything they'd already seen today, spending time with a little cat man and a fellow who looked more like a tree than a man was pretty tame. Heck, Grace and Ruth were already tussling in the grass with little Peter like he was some long-lost friend of theirs, paying no mind to the rest of us. I guess with everything they'd already seen today, spending time with a little cat man and a fellow who looked more like a tree than a man was pretty tame. Heck, Grace and Ruth were already tussling in the grass with little Peter like he was some long-lost friend of theirs, paying no mind to the rest of us. But while I was grateful for the help the pair of them had given us, I was pretty much done with fairylands and the people in them. I went over to where the apple-tree man and Aunt Lillian were talking. "I want to go home," I told him. "I purely hate it here." "Of course," the apple-tree man said, "but you know you've only seen the worst this place has to offer. There is far more laughter and glory in this land than could ever be represented by feuding fairy courts. What happened to how dangerous it was for ordinary folks to cross over here, I wondered. But I didn't press him on it. I got the sense he wasn't talking to me anyway, but to Aunt Lillian. I don't know why I didn't see this coming, but I knew as soon as she put her hand on his arm that she'd be staying. "I won't be coming back," she said. "I guess I knew that," I said, "but that don't make it any easier." "I know, but I've got a chance here." She shot a girlish glance at the apple-tree man, like Adie at her worst, and I had to smile. I guess I just need to take it. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't my place to steal this moment of happiness, but I was going to miss her something terrible. "I've already made arrangements with my lawyer," she went on. "I wanted everything to go to you. I was thinking of it as an inheritance, but now I suppose it's a gift. You're the only one I know that will take care of all I hold dear. I just have to come back and stop by his office to sign it over to you to make it official." Now I really didn't know what to say. "What?" Laurel asked. "You mean you're giving her that ramshackle old homestead?" Bess elbowed her in the side. "Sorry," Laurel muttered. But Aunt Lillian didn't take offense. "The homestead," she said. "Yes, but also the hills. I'm not sure how much land's involved. Something in the neighborhood of 100 square miles, I reckon. The lawyer will know for sure." "You own all that land behind our farm?" Adie asked. "No one owns the land," Aunt Lillian told her, "but I guess I hold the paper on it." "But you—" Aunt Lillian grinned. "Live plain and simple and poor as a church mouse?" "Something like that." "Maybe she doesn't have any money," Elsie said, "but I'm guessing Lily McClure has more than enough." "Who's Lily McClure?" Laurel asked. "Famous artist," Adie told her. "Loads of money." I wondered how Addie'd come to know something like that, but it got explained pretty quick. "I'm sorry," Elsie was saying to Aunt Lillian. "I know we shouldn't have looked in that chest with all your paintings and sketchbooks, but we got scared when we couldn't find you or Janey. So then we got thinking about bodies and where you could hide them." "That's all right, girl," Aunt Lillian said. "It's nothing I'm ashamed of. I just always kept my distance from being Lily McClure on account of once folks know you got money, they come hounding you for it, and you never do get no peace. Folks always knew me as Lily Kindred, living with her aunt, M. Kindred, though I was born Lillian McClure. It was just plain happenstance that the McClure name got used on my art at the first, but when I saw the advantage of it, well, I just left it that way." "You're a famous artist?" I asked. "When did that happen?" "Oh, a long time ago," Aunt Lillian said. "I started in on drawing when I was younger than you, and I guess I did pretty well because, after a time, I had me all these folks in Newford and even further off falling over themselves to buy what I was doing. Got me an agent and everything, selling both the originals as well as prints and the like. Aunt Em and me, well, we didn't need more than we had and didn't want it neither. So first off, I bought all this land to keep it safe from the developers and the mining and logging companies and such, and then I had any other money coming my way put into a trust fund to take care of taxes and all. A body could get richer in hell selling off the land and using the money in that fund, I reckon." "I would never do that," I told her. She smiled. "I know. Why do you think I'm leaving it to you, girl? But you ever find you need some money, maybe to get you an education or for one of your sisters, don't you be shy about selling off some of that old artwork of mine, and you'll find a treat or two down at the bottom of that chest. I got me 3 color studies by Milo Johnson, any one of which would fetch top dollar at an auction." Elsie's eyes went wide, but the rest of us didn't much know who she was talking about. "Probably another famous artist," Laurel said. "Only the most famous to paint in these hills," Elsie said, after Lily McClure. "Now you're embarrassing me, girl," Aunt Lillian said, but I could see she was pleased with the compliment all the same. "Why did you stop painting?" Elsie asked. Aunt Lillian shrugged. "I don't know. I got old and my fingers got stiff. And I said pretty much all I had to say with my paints, I reckon, though I've still been drawing in one of my sketchbooks from time to time. The thing is, you do a thing long enough, don't matter how much you love it, it can start to wear some, and you want to turn to something else. Gets so you look at what could be the perfect picture, and you just want to hold it in your head and appreciate it for what it is, instead of trying to capture it on canvas. And then once Aunt Em died, I didn't really have the time no more. She turned to me. You remember this, girl, she said. You don't have to be no spinster to live out on that old homestead and do it right. Don't you be afraid to go into town from time to time, maybe find yourself a boyfriend. I just shrugged. That didn't seem even close to likely, but I didn't see no point in arguing the fact. There's just one more thing, Aunt Lillian said. I'm leaving you with a lot of benefits, I guess, though truth to tell, it just lets my heart rest easy knowing that everything I got's passing into such good and capable hands. But I've got to leave you with an unpaid debt as well. What's that? Well, that father of cats, that little pater and the fairies we're talking about, that's the same old Black Panther in those stories I told you about when I was a girl. You remember them? I gave a slow nod. Well then, I reckon you remember how I owe him. That debt's supposed to pass on to my children and their children after. But I never had me a child. I guess the closest I've come is you, so I'm asking you to take that on as well. What's he going to ask me to do? I knew I couldn't say no to Aunt Lillian, but I was remembering how even those fierce bee-fairies had seemed a little nervous when they thought the father of cats was taking an interest in their affairs. And if he scared them... I don't rightly know, Aunt Lillian said. But I told him I'd only do whatever it was if no one would be hurt by it. The father of cats is an honorable being, the apple-tree man said. What he asks of you might be hard, but it won't be wrong. I nodded. Okay, I said. I'll take on that debt for you, Aunt Lillian. I turned to the apple-tree man, adding, and I guess I owe you an apology, just like I did little Pater. I should have just trusted you. He smiled. Nothing wrong with someone needing to earn your trust. I'm just happy it all worked out the way it did. You were very brave out there with the bee-fairies. I didn't feel brave. I just felt stupid. Oh, I know, Bess said, and scared, too. I was sure they'd hear my knees knocking against each other from one end of the meadow to the other. I just looked at her for a long moment. But you and Laurel, I finally said. You're always doing stuff in front of people, playing and singing and dancing. Well, I get nervous doing that sometimes, too, Bess said. Laurel's the one that's not scared of anything. Laurel laughed. What's the worst that can happen? You make a fool of yourself, but life goes on. Except here we could have got ourselves shot like the Queen did, I said. Laurel went quiet pretty fast. There's that, she said. I turned back to the apple-tree man. It's time we were going, I said. I'd told the truth before about not wanting to be in this place, but right now I didn't want to go because it meant leaving Aunt Lillian behind. I figured I'd probably see her from time to time, but nothing was going to be the same anymore. I was happy to look after that place of hers for her, but I was thinking how that could be a lonely way to live, what with her being gone and all. I guess she knew what I was thinking. She came up and put her arms around me and just held me for a time. You'll do fine, girl, she said. I don't expect nothing less from you. I held on tight to her for a moment longer. Then we gathered up Grace and Ruth from across the meadow where they were still playing with little Pater, and we all made our way back to where the door into the apple-tree man's house opened out on this world. 10. I guess Ruth pretty much thought he'd died and gone to heaven when me and all my sisters came traipsing out of the apple-tree man's tree. He jumped up and barked and ran around in circles, not knowing who to greet first. But he finally settled on me, jumped up and put his paws on my stomach, looking at me like I was the best thing he could ever find in this world, which, I suppose, from his point of view, I was, seeing how I'm the one that first found him and does most of the looking after for him. But he was a dog full of love, and after I'd fussed some with him, he went and visited everybody else, full of wet kisses, that tail of his wagging so hard you'd think it was going to come off. "Well, some things don't change," Adie said as she took Ruth's paws in her hands and pushed him away from her. "I swear that dog's got double his quota of loving enthusiasm." "He just missed us," Ruth said, bending down and not minding Ruth's sloppy kisses all over her face. Adie pulled her to her feet. "Don't let him do that," she said. "He's just putting germs all over your face." "Is that true?" Ruth asked Elsie, the Dillard expert in all things natural. Elsie shrugged. "Probably." "Just think where that tongue of his has been," Adie said. "Yeah," Laurel put in. "You forget what he uses to lick his butt?" I guess we were pretty much home and settling right back into our usual sisterly ways. "Anybody know what time it is?" Adie asked. None of us had a watch, but I checked the position of the sun. 4, I said. "Maybe 4:30. "We should get a move on," Adie said. "Mama's going to kill us, and don't think for a minute she's going to buy the story of what really happened to us today." "I just need to get Henny back into the barn and feed the chickens," I said. "We can help," Grace and Ruth said in the same breath. "And we have to have one more look in that chest of Aunt Lillian's," Elsie said. Adie started to shake her head, but as soon as Elsie brought it up, we were all of us interested. "What's another half hour?" Bess asked, "when we're already as late as we are." "Yeah," Laurel said. "You've already had a peek at all of those pictures of hers." I don't suppose Adie had any real choice in the matter, not with all of us determined. Laurel and Elsie rounded up Henny and put her back into the barn, milking her and making sure that she had water and feed, while the younger twins and I saw to the chickens. We threw out extra feed for them, in case I was late getting back up tomorrow, and made sure Henny had plenty of water and food, too. Then we all trooped into the house and up the stairs to the second floor. I guess with Aunt Lillian having been this famous artist, I should have expected her work to be good, but I was still surprised when I got an actual look at all those drawings and paintings that filled the chest. "They're not paintings," Elsie explained, when Laurel wondered aloud why the wooden panels Aunt Lillian had used weren't hanging in some museum. "They're what you call studies, something you do in preparation of the real painting." Ruth picked one up and held it closer to her face. "They look like real paintings to me." "Sure do," Grace said. "They look good enough to hang in a museum to me." She turned to her twin. "Remember that school trip we took to the museum in Tyson? These pictures are better than half the stuff we saw in there." Ruth nodded. "Yeah, at least these are about something." "Any museum would pay top dollar to own these," Elsie said. Laurel grinned. "I guess that means you're rich, Janie." "Only if she sells them," Elsie reminded us. "She might not want to do that." "I've got to think on it," I said. Truth was, I was feeling a little overwhelmed. It was strange enough, knowing I'd be holding paper on the homestead and all the hills around us, without taking into account all these paintings and sketchbooks and all. All I really wanted was to have Aunt Lillian back and for things to be the way they'd been before. I already missed her something terrible. "You could probably afford to put in electricity and a phone line," Adie said. Laurel laughed. "Why's she got to do that? She could just buy herself a big old house in town, have cable and everything." "That's not the point of all of this," I said. Adie shook her head. "So what is? To live hard and never have the time to enjoy life a little?" "I don't know that it's something I can explain," I said. I know I felt the same way as you do when I first came up here and saw how Aunt Lillian was living. But the more I helped out and the more I learned, the more I came to understand that easy's not necessarily better. When you do pretty much everything for yourself, you appreciate the things you've got a lot more than if someone just up and hands it to you, or you buy it off the shelf in some store. Adie looked at me for a long moment, and I knew she still didn't get it. But she wasn't going to argue with me neither. "We should go," she said. "Mamma's going to be back by now and worried sick." I nodded in agreement and was ready to go, but just then Elsie pulled some more paintings from the bottom of the chest. "Here they are," she said. "Are these paintings or, what did you call them, studies?" Ruth wanted to know. "They were done as studies, the same as those of Aunt Lillian, but I guess they're paintings too." There were 3 of them, and even I could tell right off that they'd been done by somebody else. The first was of the staircase waterfall where the creek took a sudden tumble before heading on again at a quieter pace. The second was of that old deserted homestead up a side valley of the hollow, the tin roofs sagging, the rotting walls falling inward. The last one could have been painted anywhere in this forest, but it was easy to imagine it had been done down by the creek, looking up the slope into a view of yellow birches, beech, and sprucey pines growing thick and dense, with a burst of light coming through a break in the canopy. I guess I don't know much about art, but I liked these paintings a lot. They were kind of rough, not a whole lot of detail, but I could recognize where they'd been done, and they were about as good as a picture gets. Not better than Aunt Lillian's, just different. But Elsie got more excited than I'd seen her in a long time. "These are the ones by Milo Johnson," she said. "The other famous artist," Adie said. "One of the 2 fellows who disappeared in these woods back in the 20s or something, that you were telling me about." Elsie nodded. "And I guess we know where they ended up." None of us said much for a time. We just sat there by the chest, thinking about the day we'd had. "Any of you got a bad urge to go back across?" I asked. Adie and the older twins shook their heads. The younger twins looked primed and ready, but I think that had more to do with the fun they'd been having at the end with little Pater. Only Elsie got this kind of dreamy look that put a deep worry in me. "You won't try to go back?" I said to her. She blinked, then looked at me. "I don't know. Everything was so much more there than it is here. I hated all the business with those fairy courts, but I've got to admit that if the chance came up, I'd probably go." "Promise me you won't unless you talk to me first." She met my gaze, then gave a slow nod. "You've got that promise," she said. "We have got to go," Adie said. We put everything back into the chest except I kept out one of the sketchbooks, filled with drawings and little handwritten descriptions of various plants and such to bring home with me. I put it in the backpack that Addie'd used to bring up some preserves for Aunt Lillian. Then I closed the door on her house. No, it's my house now, I realized, and we headed for home, stopping only to collect Laurel's and Bess's instrument cases along the way. Grace and Ruth played innocent, but there wasn't one of us didn't figure we knew who'd played that trick of filling them with stones. I guess the only thing that saved them from getting a licking from the older twins was how close we'd all come to dying today. Thing like that puts everything into a different perspective, that's for sure. 11. There was a thunderstorm in Mama's eyes when we come trailing out of the woods and crossed the pasture to home. She didn't even acknowledge Ruth's happy greeting, just stood there with her hands on her hips as we came up to her. "Now remember," Adie had warned when we were on the path coming home, "we lost track of time and we'll just take what Mama gives us in punishment. No talk about fairy courts and other worlds, or we'll all be looking at a licking." Everybody agreed with her, though none of us felt real happy about telling Mama a lie as big as the one we'd be telling her now. And then we still had to figure out a way to explain how Aunt Lillian had come to leave all her property and lands to me. But agreeing's one thing, doing's another, and the younger twins were just too excited by it all to remember to keep it to themselves. "Mama, Mama!" Grace cried as she broke from us and ran toward her. "You're not going to believe the story we have to tell you." For as long a time as distance. Sarah Jane. Mama took it better than I'd ever have thought she would. Once Grace started into the whole story, we couldn't just leave her hanging, so we all filled in our parts. We started talking in the field behind the house and ended up sitting around the picnic table in the backyard, Mama looking from one to the other of us, waiting for one of us to admit we were just pulling her leg. "You know what this sounds like, don't you?" she said when we were finally done. I just pushed the sketchbook across the table to her. It didn't really prove anything, except that Aunt Lillian was quite the artist. There was nothing in the book to confirm bee fairies and sangmen and other worlds in any of it. There was only our word. Mama looked up from the sketchbook. "Well, I've heard stranger stories," she said, "but that was late at night when folks were spinning yarns, and maybe we partook of a jar or two of shine." "We weren't drinking," Ruth assured her. Mama laughed. "No, I don't suppose you were." "But you believe us, don't you?" Grace said. I could see that she didn't want to. It was a hard, strange story to swallow. But I knew what she was thinking. We were her own girls, and maybe we'd told a fib or two in our time, trying to get out of a chore or go someplace that maybe we shouldn't, like some of the dances Laurel and Bess went to, but we'd never lied to her about nothing important. It just wasn't something we'd do. So maybe what we told her sounded too much like some old storyteller's crazy yarn, but come down to the crunch, she didn't have much choice. "I suppose I have to," she said with a slow nod. I guess it helped when Aunt Lillian came by a couple of days later and took Mama and me into town to see her lawyer. I think what I liked best was that Mama never came right out and asked Aunt Lillian about the strange story we told her. Once she'd taken us at our word, it wasn't something she needed to have anybody confirm. But the business we conducted with the lawyer allowed her to see that this much of the story we told was true, without her having to go asking anybody about it. "Are you sure about what you're doing here?" she asked Aunt Lillian as we drove into town. "'Bout as sure as a body can be about a thing they don't know is right or wrong. They just feel it's something they've got to do. For as long a time as distance I've been steady, doing what I should do. I reckon maybe it's time I took me a chance." I saw the corner of Mama's mouth twitch with a smile. "I know that feeling," Mama said. "We all do, girl," Aunt Lillian told her. "It's what makes us human." As the months went by, our adventures in that other world pretty much started to seem like a dream. But I had the homestead and the maps of the hills marking off my property that the lawyer gave me to prove that it really did happen, and we talked about it among ourselves, my sisters and me. My schooling never did progress. I moved out to Aunt Lillian's homestead not long after we got back, and there was nothing no one could say or do to make me change my mind. I'm a Dillard woman, through and through, headstrong as any in my family. I guess Mama knew that, and maybe she also knew that I was a woman out of time, that I was always going to be more comfortable on the homestead than I'd ever be in the modern world. "Least this way we can still see each other from time to time," she said, "'stead of having you run off somewhere and never knowing where you are or how you're doing." She'd come up once in a while, and I always made a point of stopping by the farm whenever I went to town. And I had all my supplies delivered there instead of to the Welches like Aunt Lillian used to have done. I sold those 3 Milo Johnson paintings, and we got more money for them than I thought it was possible to get for a thing. I divided that money in 8 equal portions for Mama and the 7 of us girls. Mine I just gave to the foundation that had been looking after Aunt Lillian's money for all those years. I didn't sell any of Aunt Lillian's work, but through the foundation I donated all of what Elsie called the color studies and field paintings to the Newford Museum of Art, and they were pretty pleased as they were just starting in on a retrospective of her work. They tried to get in touch with me or Aunt Lillian through the foundation, but the foundation wasn't giving out my name or whereabouts, and I got left in peace. The money changed things. Not who we were, just our circumstances. Mama paid off the mortgage on the farm. If she'd wanted to live simple like me, she didn't need to work anymore, but she liked the going into town and staying busy that holding her job entailed, though she went from full-time to part-time. Mornings, she'd be at her work, dispatch in the sheriff's office. Afternoons, she'd visit old folks like Mrs. Runyon, or do charity work at the hospital in Tyson, or at the old folks' home in town. Adie didn't get married, but she had herself a child, a little red-haired girl that she named Lily. She and Lily lived with Mama on the farm, and Adie squirreled away her share of what we got from the paintings in a college fund for Lily. I remember thinking sometimes how she'd seemed lonely, even with 6 sisters and all those boyfriends she always had. After Lily came along, she never seemed like that to me again. Laurel and Bess took the money and made themselves a CD, which is doing pretty good, they say, but it's old-timey music, so you're not about to hear it on the radio any time soon. Especially not since in among all those old tunes and songs, they did a few covers of stuff by The Clash, Barry White, and a funny version of Blue Suede Shoes with a chorus line changed to "Don't you step on my blue grass shoes." They're traveling all the time, playing music festivals across the country in the summer, then touring in Europe during the winter. Seems like folks over there in places like Germany and Italy and such appreciate their kind of music more than folks do here at home. Elsie came to live with me, but not right away. She finished high school, then went on to study art at Butler University in Newford, before she finally moved in with me. She was kind of a throwback there, the same way I've been ever since that day Ruth and I first met Aunt Lillian. Instead of slapping any old thing down on a canvas and finding something smart to say about it, she was drawing from life, sketching and cataloging what she saw in the city the same way she'd done in the woods and around the homestead. She loved to go through Aunt Lillian's journals, comparing how Aunt Lillian took to a subject to how she herself put it down on paper. But most of her time she spent out in the woods, summer and winter, painting and drawing. We fixed up a big studio for her in the barn with good northern light and a pot-bellied old wood stove for the colder weather. She didn't paint at night. We still didn't have electricity or running water, and not much interest in getting either. Evenings we'd spend on the porch in the summer, just soaking in the night music of the hills. In the winter we'd read by oil lamps and candles in the parlor, or sitting at the kitchen table. Sometimes we'd just talk the whole of the night away. About our only concession to the modern world was getting a cell phone. We kept it charged using a 12-volt, but it was a pain hauling that old car battery back and forth through the woods for it to get charged. The only place we could get that phone to work is from the top of the hill, up back of the house. I asked her once after she'd moved in with me if, given the chance, she'd still go back into that other world. "Only if I knew I could come back here," she said. Not long after we had our adventure, Grace and Ruth got themselves a new friend, this 14-year-old boy named Peter Little. They were always talking about him, visiting with him, or he'd be at the farm with them. It was a few months before I finally got to meet him, and when I did, I took him aside. "You look different," I said. He was a little taller than me, maybe 16, a wiry teenager with crow-black hair and dark blue eyes that were sort of almond-shaped. "Better or worse?" little Peter asked. I shook my head. "Not much of either, just different. The girls know who you are?" He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "You actually have a place you're living?" "Just the woods." "You're not going to hurt them in any way, are you?" He gave me a shocked look that told me more than any words he could have used. It just come up on him sudden, before he could even start to speak, and I held up a hand. "I just had to ask," I said. "They're my sisters." "And I know how protective you are about them." "I guess you do." I cocked my head and gave him a considering look. "So what are the three of you doing all the time?" "I'm teaching them about magic." "Nothing dangerous, I hope?" I was thinking of the mischief that pair could get into all on their own, without adding spells and what have you into the equation. He shook his head. "And what about you?" I asked. "What are you getting out of it?" "I'm learning what it's like to be human." I guess you're wondering about what I was doing, how my life got changed by the adventure and all that money. Well, the truth is, it didn't make a whole lot of difference one way or the other. I missed Aunt Lillian something awful, but looking after the homestead kept me busy. I loved living up there full time, just me and Ruth, and I never really got lonely. If I did, it was just a short ramble along the creek, and I'd be back at the farm with Mama and my sisters. I did try my hand at drawing, like Elsie and Aunt Lillian, but it wasn't something I could ever get the hang of. Don't ask me why. But I took to writing pretty well. It's not like I have the language I read in the books Mama gets for me from the library, but I find I like to put things down on paper. The stories Aunt Lillian told me, things I see in the fields and woods around the homestead, thoughts and dreams and such. Elsie wants us to do a book together, a kind of field guide or collection of essays about these hills of ours. I'd write the words and she'd draw the pictures. I'm thinking on it, though I'm not sure that I want to write something that any old body could just pick up and read. Elsie says I just need to learn to let the words go once I've put them down on paper, but I don't know. Anyways, my life wasn't changed too much by the adventure or the money, or even living up here on Aunt Lillian's homestead, not inside me, not who I am. That came from a whole different direction, one I wasn't even close to expecting. I was splitting wood and putting it up in the woodshed for the winter when Ruth gave a warning bark. I set down the axe and turned to see what had caught his attention. With Ruth, it could be anything from crows in the corn to a groundhog getting too bold for his britches, just saying a groundhog wore britches. For a second I didn't see anything. Then this fellow came out of the woods on the far side of the trees, moving so smooth and easy it was like he'd just appeared there. I had a moment's worry, thinking maybe this was some more business with the fairies, but as he got closer, I could see he was human. Leastwise, he looked human, though handsomer than most boys I've run across. He was maybe 18, wearing hiking boots, jeans, and a white T-shirt with a buckskin jacket over top, and carrying an axe. His hair was black as a starless night under a baseball cap turned backwards. His broad features had a coppery cast to them, so I figured he was probably from the res. Even with that jacket on, you could tell he was strong as well as graceful. My pulse started to quicken, and I told it to hold up there. Whatever reason this boy had to come here, it wasn't to court me, but my heart wouldn't listen. "Hey," he said, "is Lily around?" My mouth felt too dry to talk, so I just shook my head. He smiled. "I see you're doing my job." "Your job?" I managed. "Putting in the winter wood." He held out a hand so that Ruth could give it a sniff, then bent and ruffled his fur. Standing up again, he came over and offered me his hand too, to shake, not smell. "I'm Oliver," he said. "Oliver Creek." "Sarah Jane Dillard." His palm was dry and a little rough, and my pulse just started going quicker. I let go of his hand and took a step back. I didn't know what was the matter with me. I was feeling so hot I figured I must have a fever. "Are you always this quiet, Sarah Jane?" he asked. I shook my head. "My granddad's a friend of Lily's," he went on. "We help her out with some of the heavier work around here." "Like chopping wood?" He held up his axe and nodded. "You want a hand?" "Sure, thanks." We didn't talk much as we worked. Oliver was better at chopping and splitting than I was, so I let him go to it and spent most of my time stacking the stove lengths in the woodshed. After a couple of hours, we took a break and sat on stumps by the woodpile, sipping iced tea. "So where's Lily?" Oliver asked. "Out hunting and gathering?" I smiled and shook my head. "She's gone away." He gave me a sharp look, and I realized what that had sounded like. "No, she's not dead or anything," I quickly said. "She's just moved." I sighed. "It's complicated." "She's gone into the other world," Oliver said. Now it was my turn to look hard at him. "You know about all of that?" I asked. He shrugged. "My mother's got 16 sisters, and they're all medicine women, so all I've ever heard since I was a kid was about the Manitou and Manidoaki, the spirit world. Never been there myself, though. Never seen a spirit either, but I guess I believe they're out there." "So what makes you think Aunt Lillian went over there?" "Well, Granddad's told me about this friendship she's got with some tree spirit in the orchard, and how every time he used to come up here, he'd half expect her to have gone off into Manidoaki with him." "John Creek," I said. "That's who your grandfather is, right?" It was coming back to me now. He smiled. "That's right. And I'm still Oliver." "Aunt Lillian's told me about you." "All good, I hope." I don't know why it came over me, but I had to duck my head to hide a blush. "Well, that's where she went," I said, hiding behind my hair and pretending to look at something on the ground. "Into that other world with the apple tree man." "She leave the place in your care?" I nodded. "So you mind if I come by from time to time?" he asked. I looked up at him. "You don't have to. I'm not as old as Aunt Lillian, at least not yet. I can do the heavy work." "I wasn't offering to do work," he said, "though I'm happy to lend a hand. I was thinking more of just coming by to visit." "Why would you want to do that?" I don't know why that came out the way it did. I was just too nervous, I guess. And now I figured I'd just insulted him or something, but he only smiled. "Because I like you, Sarah Jane," he said, "and I'd like to get to know you better." He got up then and fetched his axe from where he'd stuck it in the chopping stump. "I've got to go," he said. "I promised Granddad I'd come by and give him a hand mending his traps before it got dark." I stood up and didn't know what to do with my hands. "Thanks for all your help," I said. "I would have been at this all day if you hadn't come by." "No problem. You busy tomorrow?" I thought about 100 things I still had to do, from chores to getting the place ready for winter, and almost said so when I realized what he was really asking. "No," I said, and then I got real brave. "Would you like to come for dinner?" "I'll count the minutes," he said with a grin. He gave Ruth a quick pat, tapped his index finger against his temple and pointed it at me, then headed off back across the field. I just stood there watching him go until he disappeared in among the trees, then sat back down on the stump and hugged my knees. "You hear that, Ruth?" I said. "He said he liked me." So I guess that's my story. If you want to know more about Aunt Lillian and the apple tree man, or if the father of cats ever came to see me, or even what kind of mischief Ruth and Grace got into with little Pater, those are all stories for another time. Anything else? Well, it's nobody's business but my own. This concludes Tapping the Dream Tree by Charles de Lint. Narrated by Susan Preece. Completed May 15, 2007.